Didn't work. Let's try again.
Guerilla cricket.
Get me grubby.
Guerilla cricket.
Grub, sir.
Take large, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
After the 1912 overture, we get the full symphony this time. It's Australia versus South Africa in Test cricket at Lord's for the first time in 113 years, and it's looking absolutely packed for the World Test Championship Final. How good is that? How good is it to see so many South Africans in the crowd when you consider that they've got no other Test matches at home this year, which is unfortunate. Let's see, can they win? Can they beat the massive favourites, I'd say, Australia? They've been here, they've done it, they win the trophy, they take the trophy home, they lose it, they hide it, they polish it, they kiss it. But here we are. No India, no England. Well, that's not a surprise. But we are here. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerilla Cricket. It's our third World Test Championship Final. It's the third World Test Championship Final, and I am Guerilla Hender, by the way, Nigel Henderson. I'm joined on my right by a man of Guerilla Cricket. He's been here for many, many years. He's a wonderful, wonderful commentator and pundit. And
sorry, I'm laughing.
And one or two other things. It's Grubby.
Hello, Hendo. Hello, everyone.
And in the Australia corner, right out there in Melbourne, and out there in Melbourne, being Australian but supporting South Africa apparently, as most of us are. It's Kat. Morning, Kat.
Hey there, lovely to be with you. I'm definitely supporting South Africa. I mean, look, I won't mind if Australia get off to a bit of a start, but, we don't want a boring day where Australia battle day. I mean, that would just be terrible. So let's hope South Africa gets some early wickets.
Well, they've got every chance. We're half an hour early. I don't know whether that's to do with Australian TV schedules so that people can watch more of it before they go to bed. I'm not 100% sure, but South Africa have won the toss and they've looked up. They've seen it a little bit cloudy. It's a little bit cool to start with, and they are going to field. I will bring you the teams. Usman Khawaja, Marnus Labuschagne opening. Interesting. Cameron Green batting only at number 3. Steve Smith, Travis Head, Bo Webster, who we haven't seen anything of in this country yet, Alex Carey, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Nathan Lyon, Josh Hazlewood, as you would expect. South Africa, Aidan Markram, Ryan Rickleton, Wian Mulder, Temba Bavuma, Tristan Stubbs, David Benningham, Kyle Verren, Marco Janssen, Keshav Maharaj, Kagiso Rabada and Lungi Ngidi getting the nod over Patterson. Well, we're almost ready to go. I don't think we're going to have time to chat too much, but we are going to jingle up, people. Yeah. Are you going to jingle up? Oh, yes, you're ready. You're ready.
One overseas now plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja. One overseas now plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja.
And he is going to be facing up to this man.
What's his name?
He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest.
4 slips as Rabada is in and beats the outside edge of Little Prod from Khawaja.
What's his name?
He was a bit of a high roller in the sense that he's missed a month of cricket because of...
He used to roll up some banknotes.
But that was
that is one of my
lovely
favourite jingles too. What a glorious
It's cracking, isn't
jingle
it?
that was.
It is.
It's men with Ven, with all of his production equipment.
Absolutely wonderful.
And
Rabada
know-how.
in again to Khawaja down the leg side. Varen takes. I just thought for a moment they might have brushed a bit of bat and he was going to launch the ball in the air. What a start that would have been. But no, nothing doing at all.
I think this is South Africa's chance, isn't it? They've won the toss and they've put Australia in. Who knows how it's going to bat as the day goes on, but there is some cloud cover and those additional nerves that come with the final. What do you think, Kat?
Varen very happy with that delivery, so I think it's going to go well.
Oh, we got the lights on already. Rabada in bowls. This one is just back of a length. Khawaja hops into position, defends into the on side. Now, Australia decided not to have any warm-up games. They just decided to have intense nets.
Okay.
And I saw a clip with Steve Smith, who was mic'd up by Cricket Australia while he was batting in the nets, and he was he's a cocky bastard. Here is Rabada again in. Oh, now that comes back into Khawaja a little bit, but he seemed already to have judged that it passed outside the off stump, but it did. Left it alone. 87 miles an hour. Opening from the nursery end, South Africa. So that means that the slope would be taking it back into Khawaja at Lords.
Good knowledge.
I like the idea of an intense net.
Yeah,
as if, so most of the time they just slack off in the nets. They don't bother.
Maybe they make the nets really tight. Is that what they mean?
He's in again to Khawaja. It dies a little bit. There's not a huge amount of carry or bounce at the moment. Maybe when Rabada puts his back right into it. That's left alone again.
It's the second one in the over that's just kept a little bit low, I think.
Sometimes does. I mean, the worry is that they get through the early stages and then...
It's difficult to tell who you're supporting here, Hendo.
Well, yeah.
All English people must be supporting South Africa. Come on.
Well, look, I mean, it's all... The strange thing is it's all about the survival of Test cricket. This is Fuller, and without really any foot movement, Khawaja just eases that out onto the offside. It's a maiden to start with. None for none. Who's doing socials?
It's me.
You're doing everything.
We've got a few, actually. Jessica, the Transmetal Alchemist, says, terrific song about our theme tune. Thanks, Jessica. Oh, hello there, says, disinterested hand job.
Hello.
Suter says, why is there no camera? Don't know, one for the bear, probably. Jessica, the Transcendental Alchemist, says, with both Marsh and Green unable to bowl, Australia have resorted to playing Webster as their all-rounder. Yep. Morning. Only voices, says Brian in Brisbane. Apparently our camera's not working, Bear. Hello, world, says Stephen Kelk. That bollocks, says, it's not even televised in Australia. Probably on some obscure app nobody has.
What?
It is. It's on an obscure app. It's on Amazon Prime. Is it Amazon? It's on Amazon Prime.
Oh, is that
it's
right?
ridiculous, and it's all. By the way, I'm seeing a 45-minute delay, a 45-second delayed
Lordy.
telecast here. So that'll be fun for Ball by Ball tomorrow.
Oh God!
Anyway.
Well, let's hope it sorts itself out. There are obviously some technical issues. Marco Jansen is going to bowl from the pavilion end. What an average he's got in Test cricket. 73 wickets at 21. We'll jingle him up.
He'll be bowling to this fella.
He keeps floating on a light beam with an average that is obscene. His name is unpronounceable.
He's coming in over the wicket to Labuschagne. He comes back into him, but Labuschagne is wise to it. Straight ball, defends it from the crease, and there is no run.
Jingle up the bowler.
You think Marco would play polo, but there's more money in cricket.
Now we're seeing an interesting graphic which says length to hit the top of the stumps, and you can be 6.8 metres away from the stumps pitching it at Lords compared with Centurion, and well, Perth is up in the gods. Jansen in again, full. Not exactly driven, but pushed firmly and straight. Bavuma into action. What a fielder Bavuma is. And he prevents the run at mid-off.
He also does a little rolling stop and then just leaves the ball where it is and strolls back to his fielding position. Leaves it there for pick up. It's fabulous.
If you're a fast bowler, you're allowed to do that. So someone else, you do. I'll do the bowling. You fetch me the ball, please.
Now, Kane Williamson is there having a cup of tea. And I think that's Mervyn King, the former Governor of the Bank of England.
That's a great spot, Hender.
Jansen outside the off stump, a little bit more carry this time through to the keeper. There is no run. A very quiet start. 9 balls, no runs on the board.
Dan De Castro's excited, he says.
The two Australians are basically taking the shine off the ball by glaring at it at this point. A little bit of action with the bat, but they're really just relying on the South Africans to tire themselves out, I think, is their strategy.
You've got 3 slips and quite a fine gully, a backward point and a forward short leg for Jansen, if you can get it up into the armpit. But it's full at the moment, and onto the front foot goes Labuschagne, defending.
Yeah, he's not just glaring at it, Labuschagne. He's yelling at the ball as well. That also takes some shine off it.
I think also doesn't the way that he gnaws on his chewing gum, that does it as well a little bit, I think.
Yes.
It's
good strategies from the Australians.
All part of the plan. So we're waiting for the first run. South Africa won the toss. Early start at 10:30. At least it's not September. The old NatWest Trophy and Gillette Cup used to start at 10:30. Jansen in, probing around middle and off. Decent delivery again, defended on the front foot by Labuschagne. And of course, that was the showpiece of English cricket at one point, certainly in the one-day sphere. And you look forward to it, you get ready, and then by 11 o'clock, 5 players were out. As it hooped all over the shop. And the game was done.
Mana's here is
too cold. I mean, these guys have just got short sleeves and a vest, so it can't be too freezing out there. It's not looking like it's about to snow.
Yeah, it was just a little bit muggy, a little bit near on the way over here.
Oh, now he's gone the other way with that one. Has Jansen taken it away from Labuschagne after a few in-swingers. Not a great deal of swing, but that one he got to just move away. And he beats him. He plays inside it.
Beautiful delivery. Beautiful.
He misses it by quite a way, to be fair, because it's done a little bit too much. But there you go. A second maiden of the morning. These Australians, they're so boring.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the boring early overs.
The boring early overs, yeah. Duck it.
Anyway, if we get some more of that swing, outswing and seaming, it'll looks like the slips are diving for catches. It's actually, they're not putting any back contact on it, but
That's true. They have actually played a few defensive shots where bat has been involved, but nothing attacking so far. Rabada into Khawaja, drops it down into third slip region where Marco Jansen moves around and has to stoop from his enormous 6'7" height to do the fielding.
Rabada Khawaja
looks like
is
he
quite
needs a bit more
satisfying to
protein powder, Jansen. I think he needs maybe he doesn't need to get in the gym, he just needs to have a little bit more something to beef himself up.
He's very skinny, isn't he? He's very skinny. It's amazing how far he can hit a ball, though, too.
Like Bruce Reid. Bruce Reid is snapped in half.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Rabada into Khawaja, and he discomforts him a little bit there on the hip. Takes one hand off the bat to control the shot. Into the onside, there is no
And
run.
let us know on the socials if you can see the video yet. Hopefully you can.
Yeah, they can.
Because I've got my cricket jacket on, and it would be a big shame if you couldn't see it.
Oh, it's very smart, Kat. Very smart. Is that what you wear to the MCG?
Although I'm not
This is
sure our screen is showing Cat. People say they can see two faces. Anyway,
right. Usually
Yeah.
they can see all three.
it is tremendous, listeners, because I can see it.
Wide of the off stump this time from Rabada, angling it across, but gets a little bit too wide, and Khawaja is not interested.
Yes, it's like the commentators who are on the official stream. They're all wearing suits. They're wearing it's Stuart Broad in a tie and a proper suit. None of this casual brown shoes with blue trousers business. So I'm doing the same. I'm quite formal today.
Very good. Unlike Grubby and...
I've got a collar at least.
You've got a collar, yeah. Rabada switches to round the wicket. Interesting. Tries to take it away from Khawaja, but he's quite happy to let it go outside the off stump.
Yeah,
You chaps look like you've got a uniform on. You're both wearing the same colour.
we do like to send a memo the night before just to make sure we're in sync.
Colour coordinated,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely.
Team Aqua.
I really want to get a Guerilla polo shirt. I had one in the days gone by, but you can't do them on Redbubble. You can only get normal T-shirts. Rabada in wide, and just for a moment, Khawaja thinks about pulling that, as it was quite short, and then perhaps judged that it was too wide of off stump, but it had to have fetched it a little bit, so in the end thinks better of it. We have the first super chat of the morning.
Come on.
Woo! Whoa, whoa, whoa.
YouTube Rap Super Chat.
It's an absolutely packed studio today, which is brilliant. Gary has just walked in and waved. Rabada in again, brings this one back, although mainly after it had gone past Khawaja's raised bat. 3 maidens in a row. Certainly not basballing it today, Australia. It's none for none.
It's Mog who has sent the first super chat of the day, 20 Aussie dollars. Look at all the fair weather bandwagoneers, he says, on the roster for this game. Where were you in the grim marches of the West Indies T20s?
Exactly.
Yes.
Who wants 248 in 20 overs when you can have none for none from 3?
Exactly. Now, this is proper cricket. Proper cricket.
Proper cricket. Is the super chat for any particular reason, or just a very generous donation?
It guarantees you're getting read out, let me say that, if you send a bit of cash.
It does. I thought maybe you guys in the studio might have to get up and do a dance or something.
I mean, people can request that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
go on. I've put the challenge out now. You know what the super chat is at my house, and that's puppies, possibly kittens, but I don't know where the cat is. So if anyone wants the appearance of any animals, it has to be super chatted.
You're pimping out your pets now. I like it.
Pimp your pet. Now, there's an idea for a company. Pimp your pets. Jansen into Labuschagne, full. Just outside the line of off stump, defended into the other side. Bavuma fields the cue. It's diminishing slightly outside the ground at the nursery end. That's where people come in mainly, or the Hobbs Gate. No, not Hobbs Gate. What is it? The Grace Gate. Sorry. sorry.
If you're at the Hobbs Gate, I fear you're at the wrong place.
You're in the wrong part of London, yeah. This, of course, is the first World Test Championship that's been staged at the home of cricket, as it's often called. Here comes Jansen. 3 slips go down, but he brings that back into the pad of Labuschagne. Too quick for him, too much movement, but going down the leg side, no chance of an LBW.
I've got a message from my mum, Kat, to you. So, yes, we can see Kat in top right screen corner. Lovely to see her sharing great Guerilla commentary, she says. Nothing about the jacket, though, but I'm sure she appreciates that as well. That's Barbara, my mum.
Love that message. Thank you very much from your mum. That's what's her name?
Barbara.
Barbara. Thank you, Barbara.
And nothing about us two then.
Well,
No,
I'll bring you another message in just a moment.
If you wore a nice jacket, you might get a message.
That's true. I don't think I've got any now. Left alone outside the off stump. Decent carry this time through to the keeper.
Brian in Brisbane says 2 dodgy heads and 1 good-looking head. That is no way to talk to Cat.
No, it's harsh.
Honestly.
Yes, you've got to be more specific, I'm afraid, otherwise we all feel insulted.
And Jessica says, oh my God, that is such a cute jacket. I want one for myself. Where can Jessica find one? Or did you make it? I don't know. Maybe you make your own.
I'm afraid it is a second-hand charity shop find, and it was also whoever made it. It's a homemade job from a charity shop,
Beautiful.
no less.
Oh, now this comes back into Labuschagne, catches a thick inside edge, and for the first time, we're going to get a run. We're going to get 2 of them as that goes away.
Whoa, what a mistake.
In the direction of long leg. And Australia are off the mark. Labuschagne has 2 from 10. Khawaja none from a dozen. But a little bit of a false shot, but he'll be pleased to get off the big fat 0.
Yeah, I'm disappointed. I wanted that 0 to stay there for as long as possible.
Yeah. And there was also quite an impressive cartwheel from whoever's there at short leg.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Unbelievably good.
I thought you were going to say someone in the studio had just done a cartwheel, and I'm looking around at the potential suspects. Left alone outside the off stump, hinting at coming back into the right-hander.
Who is that under the lid there? One of the short dudes. Anyway,
one of the
did a full cartwheel.
That is Rickleton.
Yeah, Rickleton.
Nicely done.
Do you want your opening batsman in that position?
You want whoever's best in that position, I'd say.
Yeah, and whoever can do cartwheels.
And
cartwheels, part of the job description. I'll bring you a couple of messages while we're watching replay of this no ball.
It's a no ball.
Yeah. Just as you were talking about your pets, Cat, message says, we can see Cat, but not that cat. Pirate Badshar, ahoy old salts and sea dogs. Hello, Pirate. Casual is good, he continues. I'm so casual I don't even own a suit. Get you, man. Sticking it to the man.
Well, since I've not had to go into work for 14 months. In fact, I hadn't been into work for 3 years before that because of COVID. But, all my so-called smart clothes, apart from the fact they no longer fit me, because I've grown somewhat, I just don't see the point anymore. I'm sorry, but I'm not trying to impress anyone anymore. And
everyone's got more casual though. I you used to see a few business women in heels on the train and so on. Not anymore. It's all runners and all flat shoes. It's changed a lot in Melbourne, Australia, at least.
Yeah, I think that's true. Oh, now just at the last moment, as Janssen is about to get into his delivery stride, Labuschagne pulls away for some reason. Now, we should say that there was a no ball, ultimately. It seemed to take them an awful long time to actually confirm that, but so Australia have got an extra, so they are now 3 for none. Richard Illingworth is one of the standing umpires, the other is Chris Gaffney, and I think we have Richard Kettleborough as third umpire. In comes Janssen, short ball. Oh, now he wanted to pull that and he wanted to get everything, and then he thought better of it, and he plays a very tame shot, slightly in the air, but fortunately finding the gap. Definitely in 2 minds there, Labuschagne, but he's got away with it. He's picked up another 2, and Australia are 5 for none.
Got a couple of messages for you. Farong channeling messages says, don't forget to mention the GPL. Oh. Yes. Do you like to mention the GPL, Hendo?
Even Messages is on the ball, even when he's at the match.
No, this is Farong.
Oh, sorry, Farong, yeah. The GPL is open for an hour and a quarter from the start, so that's till 11:45. And I'll tell you all about the GPL after this ball, which I believe is to be the last of the over, which gives us a little time. He's in, bowls, left alone by Labuschagne, who nods approval at Janssen. Is there one more ball for the no ball? No, we've had that now. That is the end of the over. The GPL, the Guerilla Prediction League, you have to estimate how many runs will be scored in the day in total. You have to get it on the nose, and you have to pay us £1 each time you do. You can have as many guesses as you like, and it adds a lot of fun to the final half hour of the day. as we look to see who might take home the booty. So go to guerillacricket.com, competition, and follow the prompts, and it'll all be explained to you in the Bears' finest lexicon. And get on it. It's a lot of fun. How much is in the GPL at the moment? That's what we need.
Someone will mention that. But meantime, I'll tell you, Dan De Castro goes, lol, England was 63 for none by now. And Mog says, hello, Barbara.
They would be.
Mog says, hello, Barbara.
Rabada into Khawaja, who defends a full ball. He's round the wicket to the left-hander now. That's what he's decided to do. Maybe hoping to slide it into the left-hander. Anyway, who we got on commentary apart from us on the what they call the real thing? Ian Smith's there. I'm surprised there's room for Ian Smith these days.
And Graham Smith, who's not a small man.
Two Smiths, two big Smiths.
Mel Jones from Australia.
She's in the team. She's not in the box at the moment, I think.
Ravi Shastri, he's everywhere. He's beaten him outside the off stump there. Had him a little bit on the walk. Khawaja, who still hasn't scored after 14 deliveries. 5 for none.
Well, I thought I could expect some support, at least from my own family, but my mum says, love what Kat's wearing. You guys will need to up your sartorial.
Yeah.
Great listening to you all. Thanks, Mum.
Yeah.
Where is your mum?
Because commentary is all about how good you look, as we know from Stuart Broad. Looks an absolute $1 million too, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Stuart Broad has got a bit of an advantage over Grubby and me. In comes Rabada, bowls off the outside edge this time, all the way along the ground to backward point. There is no.
Speak for yourself, Hendo. I'm very comfortable in my own skin. Thank you very much.
I didn't say you weren't.
You just said I was a scruffy bastard, basically, by association. By the way, Messi Jez says he's sitting with Richard in the top of the Compton stand. Great view, but very little info available. Very little info, about one replay every 2 overs, and no info on bowling speed, etc. Relying on us for the real info.
Well, I think the thing is that we're saving, it's an energy-saving measure for the England-India series, obviously. Rabada in, bowls. This one keeps a little low as it arrows in on middle and leg, and it's pushed up to mid-on by Khawaja. Rabada's yet to concede a run. He's into his 3rd over. And what's happened to Anrik Nortje? Is he injured again? Does anyone know? He probably is the actual quickest amongst South African bowlers, I would say. But haven't heard anything of him of late.
I'm not sure what's happening. But if you want to know the speed, Rabada is at 143-ish kilometres an hour.
Yeah, that last one, 87 miles an hour for those people still in the 20th century.
Sharp enough. Yep. Sharp enough.
Yeah.
Defended.
And I think now, at this point, with Australia 5 for none, it is difficult to bat. I don't think they're taking the shine off the ball anymore, people. This is hard batting conditions, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and they know, we know that Khawaja and Smith and the likes, these people can bat long times. Outside the off stump, too wide, no movement, really left alone. Again, I was looking at the big scorers amongst the Australian team. I think that in this team we have 7 double centuries.
Wow.
Khawaja has 1. Smith has 4. And is it Labuschagne who's got 1? I can't remember who the other. Someone else has got 2, but I can't quite remember who it was. Anyway.
Yep, couple of messages for
It'll
you.
Be head.
Yes, could be head. You're right. You'll see a 0 as long as that prick Marnus is out there, says Mog, but he's off the mark now. Colin says...
And plus, we just had a ball at 150 kilometres an hour, according to
good spot. Good spot.
So,
threshold. There you go, Messers.
Fast.
The real info, as you call it, Messers.
Janssen again, then over the wicket to the right-handed Labuschagne. And that's the first real positive shot, you'd have to say, of the day, although... It wasn't aggressive, it was just very nicely timed through the gap in the covers, and well, they might have got 3 up to the grandstand, but they've settled for 2. So
beautifully fielded just inside the rope as well.
Was that Maharaj?
So far?
Yep.
Very sharp.
Very pleasant stroke, actually. Almost looking exactly where he was trying to push the ball as he played it.
I think Maharaj is on 198 test wickets, so we might see him get to a milestone in this game.
Ah, right, okay. So all the runs have come off Janssen. All the runs have gone to Labuschagne, apart from the no ball. That means the score is 7 for no wicket. And Janssen is in again, bowls straighter, and that one is worked into the onside, and Guidi is after it, and they will get 2. So Labuschagne just coming to life. 8 to him now, 9 for no wicket.
And even though Khawaja is still on a blob here, he has faced more of the deliveries and he's looked better somehow than Labuschagne.
Labuschagne looks nervy to me. That first delivery he received, and he went, I'm going to have to move my mic away from my mouth, he went, no! Like really expelling some of that nervous energy.
He's got that sort of fidgety look about him. He's batting on off stump, if you're interested in where he's guarding up, and he plays that one defensively. Now what's he doing there? He's waving his arms.
I think he's worried about the stands. I think he's waving at people in the stands who keep standing up. Casuals.
Yeah, MCC members, you can never control them. Look at them with their white jackets on and their lanyards.
They do whatever they like. They're walking around and they're getting in trouble.
So bloke crouching down, he looks like that character from the Fast Show, Arthur, who's based on Arthur Askey.
He's glaring at Labuschagne as if to say, I'll do what I fucking like.
I've got a lovely white jacket on. I've got to show it off to people.
You might be getting a bit of glint of light off his lanyard.
Indeed. 3 slips in the gully. This one's much better from Janssen. Not only does it start to come back as it's well left by Labuschagne, it then moves considerably. Well taken by Varenne. And there is no run.
Yeah, the classic Lord's wobble after it had passed the stumps.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Janssen's going to take the top off stump and it'll be Labuschagne. That's what I'm guessing. What's your prediction, guys?
He'll need to pitch it up a bit further, I'd say.
I suspect that Australia are going to be 370 for 2 by the end of the day.
Well, according to Lockie on YouTube, total runs today will be 7 at this rate.
This one, he tries to fool Labuschagne by just pushing it across him. No real movement, but just the angle different. To again left alone. I mean, talking about Khawaja still being on a blob after 18 balls, I mean, I don't think that's going to bother him at all. He's a man who's built for long innings, isn't he? He's been there and done it many times now.
I've got a lovely heartfelt message, genuinely, at the end of this over. That's all right.
Beautiful. I've only got 4 more minutes. I've only seen 9 runs. In he comes again, wraps him on the pad. They'll get a leg by here, I think, as it is past the diving Rickleton at short leg. Chris Gaffney is just waiting. He's chatting away. And it's a no ball, in fact.
No ball.
It's a no ball. That's what he was waiting for. And now he signals so many things for umpires to remember. No balls, leg buys. So we got an extra ball this over.
So that was pitching in line with leg, and Labuschagne didn't pick it up. So that's a bit of a problem on his eyesight or his reflexes or something.
I think it came back into him. It was a massive no ball. It was an Amir-like no ball.
Well, yeah.
Not quite that to that extent.
But almost a foot over.
I think it's the first time now that Janssen is going to be bowling to Khawaja, and he's in, and he takes it away from him, but he watches it well, leaves it alone, and through to the keeper it goes. Is that the end of the over? It is. Australia, after many overs, are 11 for no wicket. No, it is the end of the over.
I have a lovely message here from Jerry Pelser, who goes by the name of Books, Beer and Bullshit. And he says, my wife was an ardent cricket fan. I've not watched a game since she died 4 years ago. This is the first time engaging with the game since. And you guys and Kat make it worth it. Isn't that lovely?
That is very
and he is
lovely.
Welcome to the community by Stephen Kelk and by Mog and by Jay, who's with us. Hey up, Jay. Just to add, thank you very much, Jerry, for being there, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far.
Right, it looks like this will be our last over. Oh, now Tomo started early. He's on the beers already. Jeff Thompson is there. Looks like anyone who's anyone in the cricket fraternity there. We saw Graham Gooch minus moustache. No moustache.
He hasn't had that moustache for about 30 years.
Has he not? But he's had a moustache, hasn't he?
No, he's been.
Just to be clear, this is a player who's not at the balcony getting ready to bat. This is someone who's out in the stands, well retired, who's having a beer.
Well retired.
Many years retired.
but a superb player for England. Here comes Rabada over the wicket to Labuschagne, maybe for the first time, and he tries to get that up into his ribs. Doesn't really rise as much as he would have hoped, and it's defended down into the onside by Labuschagne. They're looking at Labuschagne in the 2023 World Test Championship final, and there was gaps between bat and pad. There were edges to the wicket-keeper, but so far he's batted very soundly indeed, I would say. Don't forget the GPL. Get on it. How much on the GPL, chaps?
Loads.
And the GPL, of course, as we predicted, is probably 15, maybe 20 runs for the day, is what everyone's suggesting at the minute.
Labuschagne manages to defend this past the short leg, and they run through for a single, so he's not going to face Rabada for long. He moves to 9, Australia 12 for none. 167.
So it's almost the end of our shift here, and we've got some other Australians on the line coming in to commentate shortly. We've got Sapun coming in, so that will be great to get a bit of a mixture.
It will indeed. Not sure who's on ball by ball next, but I suspect it's Bear or Tony. Bear it is. Round the wicket, he's found the edge, and he's caught! Khawaja is not going to be there for any longer than 19 balls. He's got the blob. He's not going to go on and make a big score. He's back in the pavilion. Rabada has struck.
The crowd says, you're out.
So, Kat, before you go, and as our newly elected sartorial officer, perhaps you could answer Sam Hurst, who says, thanks to the commentary gorillas, loud and clear here in Dublin. I wondered if you might have any comments on the great Matthew Hayden's hat. You seen that this morning?
I've seen that so far.
Yeah, he's terrible, and he shouldn't wear that hat like a complete tosser.
Well, he's completely bald now, isn't he? He's completely bald, so maybe that's why he wears his hat.
He looks like a complete what?
Tosser.
Yeah, tosser.
Tosser, thank you. No, I just love hearing that word, thank you.
Now, just one thing I want to say about that catch. He's taken a first slip, and I think a very good catch to his left by Bedingham, because the man at second slip was kind of coming across him.
In front of him,
and you could see, we've seen plenty of those dropped when that happens, but he clung on, and that is a really crucial wicket for South Africa, really is.
Markram came right in front of him, so he's almost unsighted there as it was going into his hands. Good reflex.
And it went fast as well.
But and I was completely wrong on who I thought would be out first. So anyway, this means we've got Cameron Green, and that's going to be wonderful to watch.
Well, he's been in magnificent form in the county championship for Gloucestershire, hasn't he? Oh, we're seeing Khawaja walking up the stairs. His head's lowered. He's come so many miles for a blob. It's tragic. Anyway, Cameron Green's
He'll probably get another go.
Taking guard.
Can't find a green jingle, I'm afraid.
Oh, it's there somewhere. We were looking for it earlier.
Sure it is.
200s and 650s in his Test career, averaging 36 already. But he's up at number 3, which I'm not sure how often he's batted there, if at all, in Test terms.
Sorry, here's Cameron.
We are the Cameron Green Appreciation Society.
Back over the wicket, I imagine, for the right-hander. He's in. Oh, well, that swings it. I thought I was going to go too far, but somehow he's got a little bit of bottom edge on that as he pushed at it. And we've got a first boundary of the morning down to fine leg.
Woohoo!
1, 2, 3, 4.
It was kind of an afterthought just to have a little push at that, because it swung a long way down the leg side. As I say, he got an under edge, and it's got him off the mark straight away.
Lost his direction there, didn't he, Rabada? Bit of a freebie.
16 for 1, 9 to Labuschagne, 4 to Green. 2 more balls of our little session, and then we will be replaced and possibly exterminated. Outside the off stump, left alone, our AI commentators will be coming in to replace us.
We'll be taken around the back and shot.
Lovely ball, probing around his off stump. He had to play at it, and maybe just it bounced a little bit more on him. I don't think it moved a lot. Maybe the angle just it straightened from the angle. Not a lot that Khawaja could have done. Such as the opener's lot. He's in again. He's found the edge once more. Has that been taken?
Oh,
brilliant catch!
It
Brilliant
has.
catch! It's all coming good for South Africa. Green goes. I thought that surely had dropped short of the slip, but Rabada has struck twice in 4 balls, and
Incredible.
wow, Australia 16 for 2.
Oh, once again.
And again, it's Markham this time,
Again.
and Mulder at second slip was diving across him. Brilliant slip fielding from South Africa, really wonderful. And Rabada has struck again.
Game on.
Wow.
I was about to say that I thought Green had been batting at 3 in the county cricket.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, too late now, he's gone.
No, I was meaning in international cricket. I don't think he's been that high
Yes.
yet, has he?
No, I don't think so.
So 4 off 3, short and sweet. Oh my God.
Everyone's favourite.
Oh my God, here he comes. That was the end of the over. Rabada has 2 for 5.
Whew, all the excitement. See you later, everyone. We're doing a changeover.
Certainly are.
He treats the fielders like they're not really there. Hits the ball in the air across the boundary line. He ain't going nowhere.
16 for 2 when Smith comes to the crease. We're having a change around. I'm just waiting to see as Supan is there.
Yes, I am.
Hello there. So while the other 2 Guerilla beasts get into position, your early thoughts, Supan?
I did not want to see Smith and Labuschagne batting at the same time. I did not want to see it. I was hoping for Labuschagne to be the first wicket because he should not be an opener. And they should have just played Constance. But now that it's Smith and Labuschagne, we have a very dreary 2.5 hours to...
well, hopefully one of them's going to fall really quickly, Supan. I mean, that's what the Bears praying for. As you might have guessed, obviously, this side of the Atlantic is probably going South Africa.
No, that's fair. South Africa are my second team or third team. Don't get me ranking the teams. That's going to cause some controversy.
First ball to Labuschagne from Jansen's 4th over is driven out into the covers. He'll get a single. He's the only one who scored any run. No, Green got a forward, didn't he? Fortuitous forward. And that was a cracking ball that Rabada bowled, though. I mean, it was angling in at sort of just the inside of leg stump, straightened. Cameron Green's bat didn't come down particularly straight. It went low and it went fast. And we had Mulder. Was it Mulder?
Well, Markram.
It was Mulder. Yep.
Yeah.
He went across Markram, and that must have been quite tricky to keep his eyes on it, but he did, and he kept it both hands very low. Great catch. For everyone saying
great
he
work
scored
in the slips.
Yeah, it was great work. I mean, considering he scored 2 tons, and everyone was saying
10:30 start at Lord's Bear.
Well, but it is almost
something's always going to happen.
Yeah, but the fucking sun comes up at like 3:30 in the morning, for crying out loud. It's you might get a little bit, and it is, but it's more overheads, isn't it? I mean, it's quite humid out there, and it's cloudy. That one is across Smith, who does his lovely little leave, ticks and everything. We should have a jingle for Smith.
Here he is.
Stop fidgeting, Steve.
Just stand still.
Stop playing with yourself.
Oh, it's very unsightly.
Stop fidgeting, Steve.
Stop fiddling about.
Stop playing with yourself.
Oh dear.
Stop fidgeting, Steve.
You look a bit mental.
Stop playing with yourself.
Keep your hands to yourself.
Stop fidgeting, Steve.
Oh,
Stop playing with yourself.
you will go blind.
That
swung
one
in.
swings back into Smith, who works out to mid-on. Now on Howard Smith now 36, is that right?
Yeah, I think so. So back-to-back tons for Cameron Green. Don't quite for Gloucestershire.
Don't count for much when it comes to a World Test Championship final.
At Lord's on an overcast 10:30 start.
No, I mean the thing is, you're always vulnerable when you come in, no matter
Against
how
one of the best
good you
bowlers
are.
in the world.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, and as a bowler, you always want to be bowling a new man, don't you? I mean, you figure you've got probably 5-6 balls where you've got a good chance if you can get it right on the spot. You can induce a mistake,
Yeah, aside from the 2 no balls, one of which took way too long to be called a no ball, it just the bowling from South Africa has just been very, very good.
Yes.
Just nothing given away.
No, and that's good. You know, it's nice to see after 7.3 overs over 17 runs being scored.
Don't forget.
By last night, 100 have been scored by this time.
Yeah, well, yeah. Rabada absolutely loves Lords, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got an average of 19 point
He's got
something.
13 wickets at 19. A 5 for last time in 2022. You've got Lees, Crawley, Pope, Broad and Anderson in 22, when I think South Africa won by an innings, didn't they?
Yeah, they absolutely battered us in the first test.
Both these teams won at their last time here.
And
Australia 2023 with the Bairstow walkabout, etc. Of course.
It wasn't that
more
the one
jiggery
with
pokery going on with the sight screens.
Yes, a lot of it.
Wasn't that the last wicket stand when Pat Cummins got 40 odd and won the game and Stokes dropped him in the deep?
Yeah, but it was a funny test all round.
It was a bit. Anyway, Smith is facing up to Janssen. He's coming around the wicket to him. Pops it out on the offside to point. There is no run.
Smith moved his guard to a fourth stump line there?
Something like that. And then walked across another stump. I suppose lots of people have tried over the years, tried bowling around his legs, and it never seems to fucking work. But, I mean, it is the kind of obvious ploy, isn't it? And as he gets a little bit older and a little bit slower. When he scored 5 tons last year, didn't he, in the test year? Something like that. Did really well against India. Didn't he score 2 tons in that series last winter?
Yeah.
Summer for you guys, I suppose. Janssen around into the stumps. And, of course, Smith just works it out to mid-wicket and he'll get himself a single. I don't know if Janssen will continue over the wicket, around the wicket, to Labuschagne. I wouldn't bother. I'd try and stay over the wicket. Even to Smith, try and fox him, get that in-swing going. Try and beat the inside edge of the bat and then maybe shove one across. That's what he should be trying. Janssen's gone for 12. He's coming up to the end of his 4th over. He's remaining around the wicket to Labuschagne. Oh! That is around the wicket, and I don't know if that was off the thigh pad or off the bat, and whether it carried or just dropped short. They've got a leg gully. He's pretty close, actually.
No one's acting like it's a wicket.
No, no one's appealed, so presumably either came off the thigh pad or dropped short or both. Anyway,
I've got my 45-second delay coming through, so I'll be able to have a closer look.
Jessica, the transmetal alchemist. Jessica, the transmetal alchemist. So one of the weirdest test matches in history, England versus Australia at Lords in 2023. Well, there was. England, of course, went into that festival of hooking, having seemed to be in fairly good order. Bairstow went for his walkabout. The Lords members all got restive. I mean, but at the end of the day, I think I'll be honest and say I think the right team won it. Right, Kieran Roseblade. At least they've still got Klassen to rely on. Then, well, they don't because he's retired, isn't he?
Yeah.
Lockie 6. Deja vu is French for Smith and Marnus. Seen it all before.
Well, Rabada beats the inside edge. Smith's bat was nowhere near that. He went right across the stumps, got hit on the thigh pad. It was going over the top of probably middle and leg, so no one appealed. But he missed that by a mile. Nowhere near it with his bat.
That was a cracking ball because he's bowling.
Temper Pavum is probably wondering where his Jofra Archer equivalent is.
Yeah.
Well, Rabada is your Jofra Archer. I mean, he's not maybe quite as quick, but he's quick. He's fucking good. I love
up the hill
KG.
as well from Rabada. So he's got it moving both ways with the.
Oh yeah, it did as well. Yeah. That one goes straight on, and Smith fidgets outside his off stump and crab-like takes his bat away in a windmill fashion.
Isn't this 2019 all over again with these two? Wasn't that Labuschagne came on as concussion sub? Do you remember? For Smith.
Yes,
and played exactly the same style of cricket.
Basically, as you rightly say, Super, essentially just mimicked him.
Oh Christ, that was that Labuschagne.
Yeah.
Oh fuck no, it's Smith facing. Well, it's also got down the bottom. Yeah,
but the two of them.
Yes, I know.
Had the 2019 concussion incident.
Indeed.
Well, only one of them had the concussion.
Down the leg side. Won't be a wide. Excellent. No, it's a dot ball.
This doesn't look right to me. We're seeing Stuart Broad in his South Africa outfit coaching Kagiso Rabada. Just doesn't sit right with me, Bear. What do you make of that?
I don't mind it, man. I really don't. It's a test that doesn't involve England. I think you know, how much can he teach Kagiso? Not a great deal. I mean, okay, how many Test wickets did Broad get? 600. That's down the legs again. Good take by Varane behind the stumps. It's going further and further down the leg side, but he leapt to his left.
You have to ask yourself, who else will hire Stuart Broad?
Well, I mean, to be fair, as much as we deride him, I mean, if you're going to bowl in England in English conditions, there are two men you would go to. One is Jimmy Anderson and one is Stuart Broad. I mean, he gets derided a lot, but he's got more wickets in Test cricket than McGrath did.
Don't forget, Rabada's taken his wickets at what, 13? Was it 19 at 13 or 13 at 19? In
at this ground? Well, exactly. So I don't know how much you can really teach him, but he hasn't bowled here recently. You know, I guess Broad has. There might be some slight changes. That one's defended out on the leg side, and there's no run.
I wonder when he previously took those wickets. Can anybody remember? Was Rabada operating primarily from the nursery end or the pavilion end?
No idea. Probably took wickets on both ends.
Because he's definitely making the nursery end, or the Tim Murter end as we like to call it still, his own this morning.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. Super chat.
All right. After this ball, that'll be the end of the over. And then you can go away pleasantly. Oh, the short wide gets what it deserves from Smith. He punches it out. Should be a 4. Out to the cover boundary. It is indeed.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
YouTube Ride Super Chat.
22 for 2. Brian in Brisbane. Shit's sake, he says. I go away for a few minutes and you lose me 2 wickets. Is the bear available for a delivery later? Brian, is the Pope Catholic? Does a one-legged duck swim in circles? Absolutely. If you have a delivery coming our way, we will be here to take it.
We will indeed.
Thank you very much indeed.
I mean, they can always ring up reception. They're in during the day. And they can be led to reception, and we can pick it up from reception. I can give them a code, or I can go and meet them downstairs, as long as I know they're at the door.
Kieran
we don't have a bell.
Kieran Roseblade's possibly quite rightly saying to me, Tony, surely he's given enough to England cricket that we can let him go and work with another team. I like Broady. Leave him alone, Tony. Yes, you're absolutely right, Kieran. I do tend to agree as well. Good luck to him.
Unfortunately for me, the Box of Dreams is no longer operational this year, so I don't have an address for Brian to send unless he's happy to send stuff to my personal address.
Ngidi's into the attack. We'll have a jingle for him. Starts off. He's a little bit slower than the other two. First ball swings away but starts wider and goes wider.
Here he is.
There is no run.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play Lungi and Edie. Let's play Lungi and Edie. Are you down for Lungi and Edie?
Oh, fished at unnecessarily by Labuschagne. It was wide and it was a little bit of a way swing. It was probably on about 6 stump, but Labuschagne went and he dropped his bat just inside. Could have quite easily nicked that through. And there is no run.
One of my favourite cricketing names,
Lungi Ngidi.
Because it's his middle name, which is True Man.
Lungi, True Man Ngidi.
I think it's actually the True Man, I think might be hyphenated. I'd have to double check. Lungi, True Man Ngidi.
Named after Truman?
No, I don't think so. What, Fred?
Yeah.
No, I think more...
no, wasn't there a
president? The president?
Yeah.
Probably not.
You never know. That's a nice shot by Labuschagne. It's too full. Swing away. Easy for someone Labuschagne. He's faced 25 balls now. Should be in. Gets 4 runs.
2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
Driven out through the covers.
The ones that have gone for runs have always been the slightly wider, slightly over pitched. Most of the runs, apart from one tickle down to fine leg, have been through the covers. They're super, haven't they?
Well, that's because you're just driving for a little bit of something, aren't you? With a little bit of a fuller length. You've got to take a chance every once in a while.
Just me, or is the outfield quite slow this morning?
I imagine it's pretty green. It might pace it up. I mean, the sun's going to come out this afternoon. That's a better line and length. Maybe a bit too short, but closer to the off stump. And Labuschagne just goes back and defends on a back foot. drops it in the offside, and there is no run.
Well, we got 3 slips and a gully, and there is movement in the air from the pavilion end, which is where Ngidi is bowling from.
Alright.
It's not full though, is it? I mean, it's
Wow,
3/4 full maybe, but plenty of people
Well,
still dribbling
someone,
in.
was it Gary was saying there's still tickets for some of the stands available at 60 quid this morning?
Is it the school holidays or is it
No,
everyone's just working on?
no, middle of term time. In fact, it's exam time at the moment. Oh, that's a decent ball from Ngidi. Arrowing in towards the stumps. Defended. Back down the track. There's no run.
Yeah, it's just Wednesday's such a weird day to start a test match.
I guess they're hoping that it goes 5 days and you get the denouement happens over the weekend.
Yeah, that would make sense as well.
But I got a funny
And
feeling.
I guess
got a funny feeling it'll end by Saturday.
The 10:30 start presumably must be to just make viewing a little bit easier and get a longer viewing time in Australia.
Yeah, that half hour doesn't matter.
No,
doesn't make a difference.
What time is it starting? About 7 or 8 in the evening then?
8:20.
8:20. Okay, so that's defended into the offside by Labuschagne. There's no. So you could get till tea and go to bed at 2 in the morning. That's not the worst.
Yeah, it's better than one of the Ashes where it was going till rain delays just till 3 or 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
So.
Well, so I mean, it'll all be over by 6. You're in Melbourne, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm in Melbourne.
8 hours ahead at the moment, or 9 or 10?
10, I think.
10. Oh, okay.
Can I do some quick messages?
Yeah, go for it.
Woof, morning primates. Maybe Broady could do some advertising for headband sponsorship. Love and sausages, as ever, from Mutters. Jessica, the Transmetal Alchemist. I think Broad would do better with the shoelace sponsorship. Muttley says, yeah, good to see you, Supin. I've missed you guys in the Box of Dreams. Kieran wants to know why the Box of Dreams is out of action. Has it got a leaky roof?
Too many cats.
Too many cats.
No.
And I think Russ has moved, hasn't he? That was the other thing.
Yes.
He's moved off to... Yeah. We're hoping he's going to set something up somewhere else. And Mr. Handjob says, hi, Tony, hi, Bear, hi, Supin. There you go.
Hi to you, Mr. Disinterested Handjob. That one is on the back foot, forced out to point by Labuschagne. There's no run. That was awful by Kawaji. He's done, isn't he?
Well, these are replays, right. Jack Perry, disappointed with Green, was hoping to see him do well after 3 centuries in recent first-class cricket.
Well,
yeah, doing okay for Gloucestershire. Different kettle of fish on a 10:30 Lord start with the ball moving against Kagiso Rabada, who just takes wickets for fun here.
Absolutely. Rabada is still going. He's bowling at Smith at the moment. I mean, this is his 6th over. How many did he get? 7 tops, I'd have thought. He's just had a wicket 2 overs ago, so he probably wants to bowl for a couple more.
He's dropped his speed down a few k's, so that last one was at 140 k's per hour. So he's obviously going to need a rest at some point.
Yeah, it's the opening spell of the final, isn't it? So, you know, if they can get another wicket now in the first hour, that'd be sweet, wouldn't it? 30 odd for 3. Rabada in. Getting through these 2 as well is anyone's dream. That one is left alone outside the off stump and there's no run. These 2 can properly punish you. Although Labuschagne's not been that great over the last year or so, has he? I mean,
he struggled in the Border Basket Trophy. I was really hoping they'd give Constance or McSweeney a chance and to open with Kawaja in England and just give him some prep for the Ashes, because Labuschagne should not be opening in the Ashes over summer.
Well, I mean, do you think Kawaja's going to be there for the summer? I mean...
Yeah, Kawaja will be there, will be his last series.
It could be a series too far. That one is defended square on the offside and there is no run. I mean, he scored 100, didn't he, against India, but did bugger all else. And then he's got runs in the subcontinent. Likes to play spin, clearly. But at home, it's not looked fantastic. And he gets stuck on a crease all the time these days. All the time. The way he got out today is the way he gets out every single time. And you just bowl that ball at him, eventually he's going to make a mistake. Defended square on the offside, and there is no run from Smith.
Labuschagne's been playing again with Glamorgan, I think. Just the one game from memory. I might be wrong. I might be doing him a disservice. I know he's played at least once for Glamorgan this season. I don't think he made in many runs there. In fact, I think it was against Middlesex.
He hasn't made a great. Yeah, he hasn't made a great amount of runs for. I'm keeping a rough eye on him, but not been making waves particularly for Glamorgan, who's still in the second division, aren't they?
Yes, with Middlesex.
With Middlesex, yes. Rabada in. Smith plays it on the leg side. Thinks about a run, but it's not there. 26 for 2, South Africa. 11 overs done.
Yep. Eric J, at last some real cricket, he says.
Yes, it's lovely, isn't it?
Jessica, I'm just going to call Jessica from now on. The difference between 7:30 and 8 isn't all that much. Stumps is to be called at 2:30 a.m. My alarm's set for 4 a.m. Got to work tomorrow. Do I dare stay up all night?
Yes, stay up.
All night for yes.
I've got
easy decision. Stay with us, Jessica. 100%.
It's the World Test Championship. It comes around once every 3 years, 3.5.
I think it's 2, isn't it? Yeah, it's 2 years, every 2 years. I mean, they should make it every 4, and everyone should play everybody.
Well, that's what we discussed. Oh, you'll hear quite a discussion all about different ways you could organise the World Test Championship.
That's
the
drinks.
Bishop and Bear.
Is that drinks already?
If you want to tune in.
Shouldn't
One of the
be.
benefits of being a patron, it is drinks, so I can get in a few more messages. Let me see.
No.
Kieran says, same differences between fine leg and deep backward square, really.
Oh! It wasn't drinks, they were just showing them rubbing something on their hands. That one is prodded at by Labuschagne, swings away and beats the outside edge through to the keeper, and there's no run. VM Mole is the other pace bowler they got, isn't he? He's not particularly pacey. I was hoping they'd bowled Corbin Bosch, apart from the fact he's got a great name.
Yes, he certainly does.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer to the bat, the way Ngedi's going.
Yeah. Labuschagne doing that on the walk. I mean, he had that interminable innings, didn't he, against India in that first test where he scored like 3 or 56 deliveries or something. That one, he's got to get that. He needs that ball, constantly bowling that ball. It's just a bit too wide, the one he's just bowled, and it's swinging away. Get that on a roundabout off stump, 4th stump line. That's the one that's going to get him. No, get a lot of decent batsmen as well, to be fair.
I do have an important message actually over on Twitter, which I know we don't look at much, but I'm glad I have looked.
Ooh.
It's from Sean Barry, who says he's got a spare ticket for the final today, and maybe days 2 and 3 because his mate can't make it. He can transfer you the ticket. All you need to do is download the ICC app. If you're a Guerilla Patreon, get in touch with us and say that you'd like it. And we can put you in touch with Sean, and hopefully you can work it out to get yourself a ticket.
Ooh, look at that.
Does that involve a flight to London?
Well, you can do if you really want to for tomorrow and Wednesday, if you're close enough. I suppose you could leave now. You might get here 24 hours, straight to the ground. That one is left alone by Labuschagne.
So message us on YouTube and or Blue Sky and or Twitter, and we can put you in touch with Sean Barry, who's got a ticket for a Guerilla Patreon if there's anyone out there who wants it. Obviously geography, a more favourable geography than poor old Super might be might be helpful, but there we go.
You could do it for anywhere in Europe, couldn't you? Not for today, but certainly days 2 and 3. And Greedy in. He's probing that line. It's just a bit too wide, and Labuschagne loves to leave. Leaves that one, and there is no run. We're going to have a switcheroo. I know we're going to get one more over, I think.
Already?
No, we're going to have another over.
I only just sat down. That's ridiculous.
I know. Try and switch on. I've set up so if you switch to Firefox, you should be able to find one of the tabs has the rotor on as well.
The what on?
The rotor.
I've got the rotor. I know what the rotor is. I wrote it there.
Who's on next?
Actually, that's it. I'll keep it somewhere else. Here we go. I've got it. I can tell you who's on next. It's going to be Grubby, you doing social, so God help us, and Gary.
Defended into the offside, and there is no run. Labuschagne's on 14 off 34. Smith 5 off 16. Australia 26 for 2.
I'm saying it now. Travis Head will get a double ton.
Yeah, he's the one that
he's
the one that everyone should fear, really. I mean, he's in sublime form for the last couple of years. Scores a lot of runs.
Well, he won the last final. Was it 160 odd at the Oval?
Well, something like that.
And then he went and won the World Cup final.
Precisely.
In the same year.
He's on a rich vein of form. Again,
and
he's another one.
Get someone out with his spin bowling the over before lunch. Australia
he is a
bowling.
match winner.
He certainly is. Occasionally it's got a fail. Labuschagne drives that one nicely. Oh, poor bit of fielding really at cover. Should have probably stopped that. It's going out to the boundary. Is it going to make it? No, it's not actually. It's been stopped by the skipper, Temba.
The massive long legs of Temba Bavuma.
And they get back for 3, I think. I'm going to have to come up, but I'm pretty certain they ran a 3. They did indeed. That is the end of the over. 29 for 2. The Aussies after 12 overs. 12 overs in an hour.
I think we are changing, aren't we?
Gary, discuss.
Gary coming in. Grubby coming in. You're staying where you are, Bear, so you can be a
Can
bit
you
of
change
continuity, and I'll change the picture. Yes.
Absolutely.
See you guys in half an hour.
See you in half an hour. Lovely. Well, it's been a good start by South Africa, one would have to say. And they'll be reasonably happy. I think they probably want one more wicket. And they'd love to get through these two and head, really, wouldn't they, for 100 runs? And then they would think maybe job pretty much done.
Yeah, hello, Bear.
Hello, Grubby.
You all right?
Yes, I'm very well.
Saw you arrive at the studio this morning on your bike.
Yeah, I did come
looking
on
very athletic.
Well, you know, I've got a peloton now.
Have you really?
Yes.
You didn't even give me a backie on the way in. Anyway,
No.
now we've got a change of bowling here, which is going to be this fella.
When things get desperate, you don't need to worry. Just stop me and motor out in a hurry. When things get desperate, you don't need to worry.
He's going to run in and bowl to Marnus Labuschagne, who's on 17. He allows this one to pass through. Good start from Mulder there. And I think Mulder's going to have to add something with the ball to this team because he's going to be batting at 3 and he only averages in the 20s. Could be a game of number 3. We've seen Cameron Green already, who's been shunted up to that position for Australia, get out cheaply. And he can't bowl in the match, whereas Mulder can, and that's probably why he's been selected. We also welcome Gary Naylor to the summarising chair. Hello, Gary.
It's my first time. I'm absolutely delighted to be here.
Debut.
Is this my 5th or 6th venue for commentating? But I'm not going to complain. And I think South Africa will win this from a very scientific point of view.
Mulder,
Gary does science.
2 slips and maybe a 4th slip as well. This is defended stoutly by Labuschagne. It's the offside. There is no run.
And the evidence is that we're in Ladywell here. My first time, as I say, in Ladywell, and I thought it was Ladywell Black Mambazo, the band, but it's actually Lady Smith Black Mambazo.
Okay,
but that's close enough for me to put the serendipitous connection.
And that's a South African band, is it?
Yeah, it's a South African band, and therefore this is South Africa's week.
I'm calling it now. That's pretty fucking.
Labuschagne faces up to Mulder again, defends it in front of him, does a little dance, and no run. It's 29 for 2, so it's very much been South Africa's morning so far. And from a neutral's point of view, and we're not really neutral because we want South Africa to win,
yes.
but
will we try? No.
We'll try. But to make a game of it, I think it was a good. It was a good thing that South Africa won the toss, put Australia in under cloudy skies, and it's always going to be tough batting in a final in those circumstances.
Yeah, especially at 10:30 in the morning. Everybody knows 10:30 in the morning in England, and especially at Lords, is a tough gig.
Yeah,
I think it is. But I was saying, we're nearly at fucking midsummer. The sun comes up at like 3 in the morning. It's not that,
outside the off stump and left alone.
Today's a little bit cooler.
It's a classic June day. It looks it's a little bit nippy, but then you sort of step outside and it's a bit muggy as well. It's classic June.
Well, what's going to happen is that the clouds will be burned off by that high sun, but it does take a little while. And to be batting anywhere in England before the sun's over the yard arm is difficult.
Can be.
And
true.
So it's not a tough first hour. It's a tough first hour and a half. And, it's borne out by the evidence, 29 for 2.
Some good bowling, though.
In the 13th, there is some good bowling, but you expect good bowling.
Even though we've got an hour left of this session after this ball, Mulder to bowl it on off stump, and it's defended into the offside by Labuschagne. Even though there's an hour left, a good hour left, and they could get 2, 3, 4 more wickets. I think if you gave them 1 more wicket guaranteed, and Australia go to lunch at, say, 70 for 3, I think they would take that all
They
day
would.
long.
They would definitely take it if that wicket was Stephen Smith.
Yeah.
And I think they probably would as well. You get 3 wickets before lunch, and the opposition haven't got away. It's not like Crawley and Duckett have got 125 up.
We have a super chat, by the way, at the end of the
Super chat. That looks a bit of a kind of AI graphic, doesn't it?
Labuschagne faces Mulder, beats him on the inside edge. He left that fateful gap between bat and pad, which has undone him a little bit in the past. But he gets away with it this time, and Mulder starts with a maiden. And do we have one of these, Bear?
YouTube Brian, super chat.
We do indeed, Brian.
No shipping, unlike the bucket hat.
Informs us the order it is in. Bear has the details. I'm just hunting them down.
Ooh. An order, you say?
An order.
Oh, Brian, you're just the best bloke in the world.
He is, isn't he? It does look good too. Well, it will be coming. I don't know how we receive it. But it's our first attempt at this. I'm sure we'll get better at it.
2 doors to get to. We've got a delivery coming.
There's an element of motivation about this, isn't it? Because,
we have
free food is always welcome, isn't it?
We must find a way, and we shall.
Well, Sutu does say, Gary, what the fuck are you talking about? I agree. It's very tenuous, your link.
Well, I mean, it wasn't entirely a piece of statistical evidence. It was meant more to amuse than it was to substantiate. On the substantiation, yes, win the toss, bowl at Lords at 10:30. It does shift the odds a bit, which I believe, Grubby, they have shifted.
Well, yeah, I've not looked at what they are currently, but I do know at the start of the game, Australia were 4-11 to win the game. South Africa were 5-2 underdogs. So, you might have looked at that and thought, well, South Africa got every chance.
Did
certainly having won.
Put a bit of money on?
I did not put any money on this occasion.
Well, I mean, I'd say they're a Stephen Smith wicket away from being favourites, as you said.
It's probably 5 to 6 the pair right now.
Yeah, that's what I would guess.
I know. I'd imagine the English betting market, Australia are still favourites, and maybe South Africa will come into about.
You might be right.
Let me have a look.
2-1. Stephen Kirk says, why did I organise a 2-hour exam inspection right now? I don't know, Stephen. That was rather dumb.
I've done a bit of exam invigilation sort of 20-odd years ago, and there is nowhere that time passes more slowly than during an exam invigilation. And that includes test matches at Ahmedabad.
I've got one for you. I was going up to see my mate on Saturday in N18, just a couple of stops north of Seven Sisters, in the rain, waiting for 15 minutes for a train, while realising very gradually, as I was surrounded by an increasing number of cowboy hats, that Beyonce was playing at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
Yes. I missed...
Those 15 minutes passed very slowly, let me tell you.
I missed the Beyonce crowd on Friday because she wasn't playing on the Friday, because I was up at Walthamstow. This is one for all you non-Londoner listeners,
I'm sure. Gaz, at the dogs.
Not at the dogs, but Walthamstow is... gentrifying at a hell of a speed, I'll tell you that. And I was up there for Soho Theatre's new Outpost, which is in an Art Deco cinema, and very agreeable indeed to see the Tiger Lilies. Unfortunately, the sound wasn't great, and they had an AI video, which was a bit irritating. But it's always worth seeing Martin Jakes, and he didn't let us down.
I'll bring you betting news. Current odds, you can still have 7-4 against South Africa.
Wow.
And Australia 8-15.
Well, it won't change that much.
Yeah, but it reminds me of when Alan Minter fought against Marvellous Marvin Hagler.
Ooh, ouch.
And apparently Minter was favourite in London, and in the Vegas sports books he was like 8-1 against.
Yeah.
And back in the day when only city traders could move currency around, quite a few of them did some hedging in one country and betting in the other, and made a fair bit.
I mean, I know I'm at 40-odd years distance, but I'd have been steaming into Marvellous Marvin on that
absolutely.
occasion. And Gidi starts a new over, and this has been tucked away down the leg side by Smith for one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Easy for Smith, that.
I met Marvellous Marvin once.
Did you?
Yeah.
Under what circumstances?
I was doing something for some awards thing, and it was great actually. We got taken to Berlin and Milan. We're staying in fancy hotels and eating Wagyu burgers every night. But it was Laureus Sports Awards or something like that.
The Laureus Sports Awards.
And there was Steve Waugh was there, Marvin there, Boris Becker was there. There was some.
No, you were right the first time. Boris Bonker, you were right the first.
I've got a video of me. I took of Boris Becker. Oh, it was a leg slip. Boris Becker, this NFL player, Marvin Hagler.
As Ngidi fires one into the legs again. Maybe this is a bit of a plan. He just got it wrong last time. It's tucked to square leg and fielded because they brought in a leg slip / leg gully.
Yeah, but they didn't have the leg slip. Would have been swallowed. Anyway, go on, Bear.
And Ed Moses playing basketball in some court.
Wow, you've met some absolute legends. Did you have a chat with them?
Some of them, yeah. We weren't really. We did some interviews with some of them, but it was more just a sort of overall filming thing.
I think. I'm pretty sure, I haven't checked it, but I think the Laureus World Sports Person of the Year was not even shortlisted for the BBC Overseas Sports Personality of the Year. A biscuit if you can tell me who it was.
As fired in to middle and leg by Ngidi, full of length, and Smith plays it defensively to mid-on. There's no run. Well, I mean, Bear mentioned in passing there Ed Moses. Now, I'd say he's one of the best sports people of all time. Was it 8 years he went unbeaten? 400 metre hurdles. Like that. Broke the world record several times.
What was your question?
Well, my question, I'm pretty sure the winner of the Laureus Sports Personality of the Year, or Sports Person of the Year.
Which year?
Last year.
Oh, last year.
Did not get a shout even on the shortlist for the BBC's Overseas Sports Personality of the Year. Not that Spotty carries any weight at all these days. It's an absurd thing.
It is a bit.
Smith facing Ngidi. 3 slips and a leg slip are in play. This is wide of the off stump this time. He's not quite got his line right here. Left alone by Smith.
We have another super chat.
Woohoo!
YouTuber super chat.
One Jeremy Henderson who says the first super chat from inside Lords, as far as I know. Don't forget the GPL. Yeah, the GPL is open. It's open until 1:10 today, so the end of lunch. Started off at about 166 quid this morning. Get in there. You know what to do. You go to the website, go to competitions tab, read all the rules, enter, buy your tickets, guesstimate how many runs are going to be scored in the entire day.
This one is flicked a very, very thin edge, and it goes between the wicketkeeper and the man who's been brought in at leg slip. It bisected them perfectly, and it's going to bring Smith.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
You know, if that was anybody other than Stephen Smith, I'd be saying you can't play that deliberately. But because it's Stephen Smith.
Yeah, exactly. So the plan looks like it's working to an extent. He's not going to put the shot away.
They never do.
And
I don't think batsmen can put that shot away.
I mean, they if you've got a leg slip there, often you just see the batsman hit it to leg slip. Ian Bell used to do it all the time. Just hit it to leg slip and walk.
Wasn't there a test match a couple of years ago where England did exactly that? And they put one in, and the next balls, whoever it was, just ping, straight to the leg slip.
I think they often don't see it.
Ngidi outside the off stump, and Smith chops down on thin air, as he so often does, in an incredibly annoying way, and that's the end of the over. It's 37 for 2.
I'll put you out of your misery after the tweets, or whatever they are, YouTubers.
Tubes. Disinterested hand jobs. So surely you all know Lady Smith from her work with Paul Simon. No.
Yeah, Graceland, I think.
Yeah, it probably was Graceland, but I didn't know they were called that.
Oh, right. Got you.
And he also says, Tiger Lilies, my previously low opinion of your musical taste has improved, Gary.
I've seen the Tiger Lilies 3 times now. Excellent they are. So, you want to... There's two possible answers. The first answer is a man who took on one of the greatest sports people in history and matched him, if not besting him, which is Tadej Pogacar, who won the Giro, the Tour de France by a mile, and the World Championship.
I'm not going to get it if it's
But
a
it was
cyclist.
not Tadej Pogacar. It was a track and field.
Ooh, okay.
Mulder bowls to Labuschagne, and that just dropped short of second slip, where a diving Markram fielded it smartly, but it just landed in front of him.
Yeah, but it landed in front of him because Labuschagne had no pressure on the bat at all, and That's one of the differences between an absolute class batsman and just a very good one, because it's bounced a yard short there because he's taken the bottom hand more or less off the bat, so it didn't carry.
But a bit of a technical deficiency in that his bat was coming down from gully.
Yeah, always.
Absolutely true. And in these conditions, those technical weaknesses are going to be found out, even at 83 miles an hour.
Which might be good for these conditions. Here's Mulder again to bowl at about that pace, just outside the off stump. It goes through to the keeper.
So you've got to the end of the over. Track and field, not shortlisted on the BBC. Last year, Loris Sports Personality of the Year. I mean, I'm saying that. I'm pretty certain I haven't Googled it.
Oh, what about Duplantis?
It is Mondo.
Come on!
Mondo. Yeah, he's
the
classy.
pole vaulter. Yeah,
Well,
he keeps doing that thing that Bubka always used to do, is the world record goes up by the tiniest increments you're allowed every time.
Yeah,
There's no point breaking it by 5 centimetres,
Yeah.
then you miss out on kind of $5 million.
Exactly.
It's the American Swede, who is quite funny when you hear him speaking Swedish.
This is outside the off stump. Labuschagne lets it go. Yeah, he's pretty much American, but
yeah, he's
of Swedish.
He's
parentage.
American, but yeah, his mother was Swedish, and his father, I think, was pole vaulter. I think they might both have been.
Yeah.
But he doesn't speak Swedish as well as my two kids, that's for sure. But fair play to him. He's just fantastic, isn't he?
Why did he start to go to... how long has he been living in the States?
Well, he grew up there.
So why did he go... Well, I mean, not that... why shouldn't he? But, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to. I mean, I don't know about Jesper and Linus, but I suspect that they might want to represent Sweden, to be honest.
Mulder outside the off stump again, and Labuschagne thrusting his arms skywards. That's that pass through. He's currently on 17 and 45 deliveries. Smith has 13 from 22.
A few years ago, when I asked Jesper about whether he feels English or Swedish, he had an interesting answer, which was that he felt European, because whenever he's going through airports, it's Europe. He felt Swedish, and he felt London, but he didn't particularly feel English.
English or British.
Yeah, because
or a citizen of the UK,
I mean,
or whatever.
It's hard when you're surrounded by all of the paraphernalia of what is presented as English culture. It's only one version of English culture, but it is the prevalent one.
Labuschagne forward in defence here, ball that was full and on middle stump, defending it into the onside.
I mean, my version of English culture is football, cricket, sports,
pub culture.
Pub culture. It's especially the language. It's some of its history, industrial history and so on. But that's not what you get presented with. You get presented with, England, England, England. So how can you identify with that?
Well, yeah.
There's a great song if you want to hear about that sort of nationalism, and it's by the Wind Up Birds, who are a Leeds band, I think, and it's called There Won't Always Be in England.
Very good.
Labuschagne shoulders arms once again to a ball outside off stump, and it starts with the bloke. He sort of sprechgeschangs it. That's the right word, isn't it? He goes, I have, it seems, committed a crime. I didn't shed tears for this country of mine. And it's all set in a pub when England have just lost on penalties or something, or just lost an important game. And this sort of, bulging necked vein bloke has a go at him for not caring enough about England losing, and the conversation moves on in an expected direction. It's a great song.
And I'll remind you, it's my job to bring in the obscure operatic technical terms rather than yourself, Grubby.
It's a word I only learnt recently in another podcast I do. If you like Sparks, for example, Russell Mail often uses Sprechgesang.
Yes.
And Guidi is going to bowl to Smith, who is very square on as he looks to address this ball, but as usual, in perfect rhythm with his own body parts as he defends it into the offside.
There's a show at Southwark Playhouse not very far from here, which has a lot of that form of singing in it. Can't remember what it's called now, but it's. But I had to use the word in the review.
Yeah, it reminds me of that video that Hendo sent on the WhatsApp of that. Who did Wimbledon beat in that final?
Walsall,
the Walsall fan.
Was I didn't.
Inconsolable.
Yeah, other people have told me about it. It sounds quite funny.
It was hilarious.
As it turned, so this is when Wimbledon beat Walsall in the playoff final after this ball. And Guidi, this one keeps a bit low. Not the first one we've seen keep low as it goes through to the keeper, and that will encourage the bowlers further. But yes, Walsall lost to Wimbledon in the playoff final, and then someone took a video of a Walsall fan just inconsolable on a bench saying something like, "We were 14 points clear,"
yeah, exactly.
And then it turns out the people laughing at him were his own mates who also were Walsall fans.
Well, there's a line, isn't there, about Little Nell or the old curiosity shop, and Little Nell might be a character in the old curiosity shop, where someone said you'd have to have a heart of stone not to laugh. And the same was true of that kid in the Manchester United-Tottenham game, where they picked him out laughing and jumping in the first half and inconsolably in tears in the second.
Smith gets the ball just outside off stump, and he's shuffled across his stumps to play it into the covers. But off the back foot, no run.
You know, you might say that's in poor taste, it's only a kid and everything else, but you know what? My response would be character building.
Exactly. And also, who doesn't love seeing kids fall over, like on You've Been Framed?
Just. The only thing better is seeing dogs fall over, to be honest.
Or Danny Baker, who you and I went to see with Not Fred last week, on his radio show years ago. My favourite bit of radio ever, was someone getting their 2-year-old kid at one end of the room wearing a cycle helmet and a pyramid of empty Quality Street tins at the other end of the room and just saying, go.
Classy.
It was superb. Smith.
Batting on leg stump.
Well, and then off stump. And then allowing it to pass through. Shifty. I wonder what he said when, who was it saying he was mic'd up in the nets the other day? One imagines it's a constant stream of consciousness.
Yeah. And the other thing...
Chuntering to himself.
The thing about Stephen Smith, and we've seen it, say, for 15 years, I was at Lord's for his debut in 2010 against Pakistan, is that he does the most important thing, but he gets there in such an unusual way, is that when the ball meets the bat, his head is still, he's not moving, and his eyes are level. But all a bit before and all a bit after, none of those things are true.
Yes. Yeah. So you want to copy, if you copy him at all, copy where he ends up, not how he gets there, necessarily.
Well, that's why at one point you think it'll all come undone, won't it?
Except it seems to work for him. Another ball that's wide of the off stump, another one where Smith hops across, and another one that keeps a little bit low.
Well, he did have a testy period, didn't he? I mean, he had a good last year, but he had a year and a half before that where he was not really scoring many runs.
He didn't get a century for something like 2 years, which when it was unusual for him not to get a century in something like 2 tests.
Same for Kohli, wasn't it? Went a couple of years without a test ton.
It's
not an easy
This game isn't easy to do. There's Big Merv.
With his big tash. What a man. Is everyone familiar with the Merv Hughes, Javed Miandad bus driver story?
Yes. The young people won't know because they tap in and tap out these days.
Smith faces Ngidi. Another full ball. This one he gets just right in the slot, drives it through the covers, and he lined him up for a few there, but this time it goes for 4.
I mean, you think he's reaching for that, but we've seen it happen literally thousands of times.
Yeah, as you said earlier off air, one that speared in, and he just clips it into the leg side from right off middle stump, and we all go, ooh, that would have been plumb LBW, but it wasn't, because he hit it as he always does.
Because it's Stephen Smith.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. In that period where he wasn't getting any runs, he was missing them, and he was getting pinged LBW, wasn't he? I mean, that was...
I mean, it was technically not getting any runs. I think he was still averaging something like 34.
Yeah, well, I mean, considering he
was
a
big drop-off for him, but...
it's a big drop-off for him.
57 or something, wasn't he, with previous to that?
It's definitely a case of even when he's bad, he's good.
Yeah, being no doubt he is still very much the main man for Australia, and although the man at the other end, Marnus Labuschagne, would like to be,
he's not.
Certainly isn't, and he's himself in a bit of a dip in form, which makes his pushing up to opener even more critical potentially.
But
in this game.
we know what's permanent, don't we?
Class. I'm not sure Labuschagne is class.
I think he is.
I disagree.
Oh, I think he is.
And here is another bowling change coming back into the attack after 2 runless overs. This man. First ball defended up to mid-off.
Hoping to bring an X factor.
I can't hear you.
Are there any cricketers called Scully? You think of any?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I can remember the Scouser comic character from the late 70s, early 80s who was called Scully. He was kind of a Kevin Turvey character, only he was a Scouser.
That previous 4 that Smith hit, I want to talk about that in just a moment, if I may.
Can someone go and get...
To
guys!
Labuschagne, and this hits him on the pad outside the off stump. No shot offered. Big LBW appeal. Illingworth says no. It did look like it was probably missing. Always looks worse when the batsman leaves it, which he did on this occasion. Bavuma has a decision to make. Is he going to take a risk? Is he going to take a risk and go for the review? We don't think he is, and it looks like he's going to let the clock run down.
It's missing another stump.
Yeah, I would say so. given not out, I beg your pardon, on the field. The previous 4 that he hit, his feet were nowhere near the ball.
No.
It looked like he was reaching for it, but he lined it up in the previous few. He let a few go, and then he just felt in good enough rhythm to flay it. Well, not flay it really, but just caress it through the covers. But it looked an ugly shot because his feet were nowhere near it.
Yeah, it did look problematic. But so we've seen it too many times before. But it's another characteristic of Stephen Smith's batting was evident in that shot. In that he hit it for 4, but he only really gave it enough energy to go to the boundary. He never hits the ball too hard.
Yeah, this one he allows to pass through again, just the ball on the length outside the off stump.
There are 2 things that follow from that. The first one is that he's not going hard at the ball, so the ball often drops in front of the slips with those soft hands.
Yeah.
And secondly, he doesn't have that thing where you get the tightness in the shoulders and in the wrists, which can stop your skills. Yeah, I would have missed another stump. And again, you just kind of wonder, why does nobody else do this? But it's because it must be really, really hard to do.
Yeah. I'm going to make a point, if you don't mind, that involves Kevin Peterson in just a moment. This is speared in towards mid and leg, and Marnus tucks it into the leg side. There's no run. KP, whatever you might think of him as a man, was a tremendously talented, wildly talented batsman.
Fantastic.
And he did one of these masterclasses on Sky a few years ago, where he talked about, people talk about get your foot to the ball. He goes, I don't subscribe to that. Says, get your head to the ball.
Oh,
get your head to the ball. So head over the ball, playing it under your eyes.
Play it under your eyes.
It doesn't really matter where your feet are if you get that right. And actually, Smith is quite a good example of that. And lots of modern day batters that we see don't move their feet very much. And think back to someone like Marcus Trescothick from years gone by. But what they did when they were good is everything lines up.
What I would say,
as this is defending back to the bowler, yes, Gary,
is that it's easier to do that if you're 6'4".
Sure. Yes.
And when batsmen are out of form, and I remember doing a piece, and I got some help from one of my fellow journos in the front row in the Lord's Media Centre for this, because he found some photographs. It's when Jason Roy had that spell opening for England in Test cricket, and found photo after photo where the feet, the hands and the head were in diagonals, either the wrong side, either the leg side of the ball or the off side of the ball. And I said, if you're doing that, you're just not going to middle enough.
Mulder bowls outside the off stump, allowed to pass through by Labuschagne. That's the end of the over, 41 for 2.
And of course, in one day cricket, it didn't matter because there was no slips.
Yeah, and I feel sorry for Jason Roy. He was asked to play like that. Do what you do for the 50 over team. Do that for the test team. Didn't come off, and he got dropped. But it was kind of wrong time, wrong place.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
But also the point about height. Yes, of course, with those balls on a length, you can make fuller balls if you're that height. But someone like Gavaskar from years ago would often play the ball late and often off the back foot, but the principle still applies.
Yeah, but he did have his nose. He did have his feet in the right place.
He did. He was much more technically correct.
We can see that in Khawaja as well, in that it's wrong now. He's a short man and he has to get everything lined up correctly. And if he's not, but I mean, I think the main problem with Khawaja, having seen him against India as well, we were talking about this off mic, is that I think the eyes, he's 38 I think, and the eyes begin to go, so he's not picking up length, and therefore he's not forward, not back, and he's getting caught on the crease. And I hate to say this because he's been a fantastic ambassador for the game as well.
Fantastic 5 years.
But he looks like the end is nigh for a Test career. But give him the Ashes, lads, please.
Yes, please do.
Yeah. Now we've got another bowling change, another opening bowler coming back into the attack.
You'd think Marco would play polo, but there's more money in cricket.
So he's got 3 slips. The tall left armour coming round the wicket to Steve Smith. Bit of a change of angle for Smith to deal with. And he shoves it into the leg side, as he so often does.
Can I just say how much of a fan I am of Marco Jansen? I mean,
you can.
He's got everything you want from a fast bowler, in that he's tall, he's left arm, he hits a horrible length quite often, he's got some variations, and I love his attitude because he never looks very happy. He doesn't waste energy.
Yeah, South African, they're
smiling.
never happy.
but he really, you wouldn't want to meet him in a dark night, would you? But
this is full and driven by Smith up to mid-off. There is no run, and Smith is berating himself for something. Applause from the slips.
Technically, he could be better. He could run through the crease a bit more. He could probably find 3 or 4 miles an hour more if he really, really wanted it. But I think he's averaging about 22 in Test cricket. Why would you want to put yourself under more pressure than is necessary?
And if I can repurpose an old line, and Marco Jansen has snapped in half. He could. He looks like he can snap it off. He's really tall.
Yeah,
and wiry.
Wiry.
The will.
This one is tucked off his legs by Smith, just straight onto his pads there, and from that round the wicket line, it's always going to be a free run.
Yeah, he never doesn't get a run in those circumstances. Yeah. Those double 140s at Edgbaston when he came back from the ban.
Yeah.
I think the greatest performance I've ever seen from a player in a test, to make 2 140s in the first test of the Ashes to win the match. But he just kept taking those singles off the hip over and over again. 3 yards to the right hand, 3 yards to the left hand, no matter where he put the field. It was absolute masterclass.
And sometimes he'd be doing that for off balls from outside off stump as well.
He was just brilliant that day. Even the crowd applauded, having booed him all the way to the crease.
Yeah, I think you have to when you see something as magnificent as that. It's defended by Marnus, who's back on strike. Jansen does that thing that he does quite frequently, which is follow through as if to get the ball and then ignore the ball, and lets one of his teammates do it for him.
There's Woodhouse's line about a Scotsman and a ray of sunshine. It would definitely apply to Jansen. I think you're not going to confuse the two, are you?
There's also Alzari Joseph, who I'm not sure I've ever seen him smile. Not many reasons to smile for West Indies, but he glowers, doesn't he?
Totally. He looks
the whole time.
He looks pissed off the entire time.
Yeah, Labuschagne's averaging 47. You can't say he's not a class
I mean, it was over 50, so it tells you he's had a tough time recently. This ball he ducks, but actually takes him on the shoulder. That was a sharp bouncer from Jansen, and because he was taking evasive action, that's going to go for leg byes, but 4 of them.
Who doesn't enjoy left armour, 6'6", 6'7", round the wicket bowling a bouncer?
The batsman. That's who.
Yeah. That's true.
And that was a vicious one, really. Ducked, but it took him, I mean, just
it didn't
at the
actually
top
get
of his
up.
Yeah, on top of the shoulder, top of the back, flicked his jumper on the way through.
That's
nasty.
I don't want to set Hendo off, but that's the ball I think that Bethel's got to work out a way of playing, and it's not to play Test cricket, and it's not easy. Even Labuschagne turns his head there.
Faces up once more to Jansen. This time is thin edge behind, and he's gone. Jansen has his man. He's softened him up with the short one before, and that was tickled through to the keeper, an indeterminate prod, and South Africa do have that 3rd wicket that they were craving. Game on.
Yeah.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says
You know, I was bigging up Jansen before, but that's why. That is absolute classic Test match bowling.
Quality fast bowling there from the tall left armour.
Oh, it's a thin as
absolutely
the ball didn't really do much either, did it?
Well, it was the ball
just
before.
held its line, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ball before, of course, where he had to take evasive action in it.
And he turned his head. He didn't like it.
Yeah. And that one, the foot wasn't quite there. He didn't quite. His body wouldn't quite let him get forward as he would have wanted to. A little prod at it. The ball did very little, as you say. Probably just held its line from round the wicket, if anything at all.
But the length was perfect.
Yeah.
It drew him forward, but it wasn't quite there.
Fabulous piece of bowling.
Just fabulous. And with that, I think we've got a change.
Yes, I think now would be a good time. Tony's writing notes.
Is it a 3-person change? I think it is.
Who's on? Okay. Supin's still there, isn't he? Yeah, there he is.
Hi, nice to see you.
I'm still here.
You're getting some fresh meat here in the commentary box here in Ladywell. I'm not saying that on air, Tony. No matter how much you might want me to. Marnus trudging his way back through the long room. He looks sweaty. He looks pissed off, and in a strange way that makes me happy. Now then, Supin, I'm going to throw to you. What do you make of the game so far? While we change up.
Well, Travis Head is coming out to bat, so it's going to be a complete change in feeling. I think there's going to be another 300 runs scored before the end of play. So if you're in the GPL, make sure you get those bets in.
Thank you, Supin. Right, 46 for 3, and striding to the crease, moustache both droopy and bristling. If you can do both at the same time, for Australia
Travis
is the
Head
man.
will find a way.
Is the man who won them the last World Test Championship with a magnificent innings at the Oval, and then went on to win them a World Cup final in Ahmedabad, wasn't it? It is, of course, Travis Head. But it's Mulder who's bowling this ball to Smith, because it was the last ball of the over. Smith leaves outside of the off stump. There is no run, and the score stays on 46-4-3. In fact, that was a no ball. Richard Illingworth is one of the umpires. He's wearing a rather jaunty hat with a black band, and his glasses sat atop it.
Illingworth was one of the umpires at Malahide, wasn't he, when we did the Ireland Pakistan?
I think he was. I think Nigel Lalong.
Lalong, yeah.
What's
happened to him?
He's still around.
Is he?
Yeah, no, he's still around.
I haven't seen him for a
So
while.
it was a no ball. No free hits, of course. 3 slips go down, and that's left alone by the ever fidgety Smith, who's continuing to fidget in his Smith-like way. We should very soon jiggle up Travis, but maybe we'll wait till he's going to face a ball. The hero
I'm
of the
surprised
Oval
no
and
one's
Ahmedabad.
been able to bowl Smith out as he's moving across stumps.
Well, that's been
surely someone should have been able to do that over the years.
You would have thought, wouldn't you? Absolutely. And many have tried, and few have succeeded.
Well, they have indeed. Well, Grubby was saying if you could offer 3 wickets down at lunch to South Africa, they'd have bitten your hand off. That's where they've got at the moment. That one is pushed into the onside again in a sort of rather ugly manner by Smith out towards short square, and it's a dot ball. 47-4-3. South Africa won the toss. They looked up. They say you look up at Lords, certainly at 10:30, starting earlier for a...
I think they looked up,
Aussie
saw Father Time and the clock,
They
and
did.
thought, hang on, let's have a bowl.
Let's have a bowl. They did the right thing too, because they got 2 early wickets, both to Rabada. In comes Vian Mulder. Across his stumps goes Smith, and he does that classic Smith-like leave where he sort of turns sideways, half helicopters his bat, and then goes away kicking the turf like a naughty schoolboy who's been told off for chewing gum in class. And it's no run, 47-4-3. But
Looked like the
Rabada...
bounce has been a bit unpredictable this over.
Yeah, well, I was about to say, rather to change my intro, I was stood thinking, what am I going to say when I come on? And I was really going to say only Rabada had looked particularly dangerous, if we were honest, of the South African bowlers. That's defended by Smith back towards Vian Mulder, who fields tidily off his own bowling. Smith goes down on his haunches, holds his hand up, says no in a very loud voice to Travis Head, who I don't think had the slightest intention of running anyway. And once again, there was no run. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Supan, was I thought Rabada from the nursery end had got the ball to do plenty. He'd taken those 2 early wickets, both caught in the slips. But Ngidi, Janssen, Mulder, none of them had anything like the same venom until Janssen really got that ball just to nip away, and the third one went down, and it was Labuschagne. That one's an ugly shot again. I mean, I'm going to keep saying they're ugly shots, but it'll probably be on 150, and I would still be saying how ugly they are, out towards cover. And there was
It does
no
feel
run.
like Smith is trying to artificially increase the run rate. He's not waiting for the bad ball anymore. He's trying to make something happen, and
yeah,
there's no need to play like that right now. Just consolidate your position, get through to lunch.
Well, I think, Subhan, the other interesting thing is like how will Travis Head play, because he's a naturally sort of counter-punching, attacking player, isn't he? He might come out and try and put pressure on the South African bowlers.
3 slips are down. That one angles into Smith, who again is rather squared up, but as somebody said, don't watch what he does getting there. Look at where he is when he plays the ball. End of the over, 47-4-3 after 19. Hendo, you're on.
Now, I'm not sure where we were up to, but I'll just jump in and hope.
Wade in.
Muttley says yes. Eric J says Janssen interceptor. So I imagine this is all relating to the dismissal of loose bus change. Fuck's sake, says Suter who is going against the grain, seemingly supporting Australia. Janssen is probably the best all-rounder in the world at the moment, says Jamie Wilson. His bowling has improved a lot in the last 2 years. I think his batting's pretty good, actually. He can hit a long ball. Mr. P says, haha, Paul Marnus loving this. Baby Shaker says, I tuned in at the wrong time, was looking for something to fall asleep to. What is the Lord's weather forecast for the test, says Mr. P? It's pretty good. Pretty good, I think. And Sutu says, I can confirm there will be weather. It's very true.
Well, there's certainly weather today. I think we're not going to be interrupted, we don't believe, but there's certainly been enough to make the ball be a little bit tricksy early doors at Lord's. 47 for 3, Travis Head's going to face his first ball from Janssen, who comes over the wicket, left armour to left-hander, and a swing and a miss from Travis Head outside of his off-stump through to Carl
Typical
Vereen.
Travis Head, that's just his warm-up shot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Next one's going for 6.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, a little thin edge through there, and then he looks like an idiot, but at the same time, it was a ball that asked to be hit. But whether you would actually do that first ball, generally speaking, when you're 47 for 3.
Also, I'll tell you what interested me as well. Australia have very much taken a leaf out of Brendan McCullum's Bazball book for this.
What?
I'll tell you about that.
There is no Bazball going on here.
That's left alone outside the off stump. High leave by Travis Head.
Yeah, please explain this, Tony.
I will explain that to you, because they could have been netting for the past week. They could have been playing a practice match for the past week. No, they went off to play 4 days of golf.
But they have been playing. They did have an intense net.
An intense net?
Yes, I was saying this morning they had
put
a very
up a
intense
net in a tent.
Something like that, yeah. Maybe in a marquee on the nursery,
golf
club or the nursery.
I don't know where
ground.
they were. I think they were up in Scotland, actually.
Well, that's a good place to play golf, isn't it, I suppose?
47 for 3, Marco Janssen, the destroyer of Labuschagne. The 3 slips go down on that offside, and Travis Head pushes this out towards short mid-wicket.
No, I would say that's not Bazball.
It's more.
If you're not going to get time on the actual Lord's pitch, just the players are fit. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Like Bazball is being absolutely reckless when you come out to the crease and then blaming everyone but not accepting any responsibility for your losses.
Well, England have become a little bit more circumspect, to be fair, of late.
Well, will they be though? I mean, you know, I think maybe Bazball. Well, you can't say they have, because 498 against Zimbabwe on the first day. That was very Bazball.
Janssen in, and that's Fuller, and it's flicked nicely off his legs by Travis Head. That will be his first runs in the scorebook. Rabada it is, who fields down at deep mid-wicket. And they should have come back for 2, I would hope. Yes, indeed, they did. Well, the last cricket Steve Smith played in anger was against India in Dubai, which will have been the Champions Trophy, wouldn't it?
Do you know, these things are going... I've completely forgotten who won that. Was it India?
Yes.
I know they won the T20. No. Who won the... Who won, was it Australia? Who was it?
India.
I don't know.
Good question. I've forgotten now.
No one cares about the champions.
Marco Janssen is going to rescue us from not remembering that by bowling a full ball to Head, who goes back onto his stumps and forces away into the offside. And there is no run. He got 100 in both tests in Gaul, did Stephen Smith, but that was back in February. It was, yes, in Dubai, so it was against India, that's right, 73. Didn't they get to, wasn't the final Australia and India again, only India came out on top this time around?
I really can't. Someone will have to tell us, because I can't remember. It's honestly, it's the
last ball of this over. Janssen in, short and cut beautifully by Travis Head, who got right on top of that, absolutely smashed it away to the cover boundary for 4 runs, and he has seems to have found his timing.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Well, 20 minutes to lunch, and this could be the counter-attack. Mog says, watching this fuckwit Smith bat is getting my dander up. Suter says, Tony, England is no relevance in this match. Stop trying to shoehorn them in. Eric J says, get off my land then. Not sure what that's all about. Mr. P says, I was at Lord's when Archer knocked Smith over. Great memories, cheating git. No, I will never forget. Suter comes back. You forget about Atherton. Farong says Champions Trophy ... Definitely not Bangladesh. Definitely.
And he comes up and worked off his legs by Smith to very short fine. There isn't a short fine leg, so Vereen it is who does the fielding. They take a single.
Atherton was a knobhead too, says Mr. P. I can't abide cheating. And Eric Dale tries to soften it by saying soil is at least natural but sandpaper. So we've got material differences here, really, as regards to cheating.
So it's
quite literally.
Yep.
95 minutes till the first sandpaper joke came through, so I think we're doing pretty well there, guys.
Yeah.
Well, we have got a sandpaper jingle if you really want
that
it.
was Newlands 2018, was it?
Yep, so I remember calling that game and being very confused with what was happening.
Right, 54-4-3. We've had just the first ball of the 21st over, which is being bowled by Ian Mulder from the nursery end. A nursery end that was dominated early in proceedings by Kagiso Rabada with those 2 early wickets. Lord's filling up now. I'd say it's healthy.
Three quarters
full, we would think.
Yeah, something like that.
Travis Head is a study in concentration. Ian Mulder in, and Head goes up onto his toes. That covers off at least 2 body parts in the playing of that shot.
Decent smattering of
Pushed
members.
Off, no run. Oh yes, you don't want your member smattered though, do you?
Well, I was thinking
you want to try and avoid.
I'm sure some of them were alive when they arrived.
But Lords, well,
that's why they're having all the problems with the side screens.
That's right. Yes,
we are contractually obliged every so often to say that Lords does indeed look a picture. It looks a slightly overcast picture today, which undoubtedly played a role in the decision. This is 148th Test at Lords, if I'm right. Round the wicket to the left-handed Head comes Mulder, and Head plays in nicely out to short mid-wicket. They scamper a quick single and put 1 more on the score to take it to 55.
Super. I don't know what you feel, but I just got a sense now that it's time to give a couple more overs to Rabada just before lunch with Head there, a little bit of extra pace.
Like Head will go after Rabada and do what he can, and there's a chance of getting a top edge there if you play it right.
Yeah, and also with the way that he plays that cut shot, often aerially, I think I would taking a slip out and putting a third man on the offside. Actually, they've got 3 men on the offside. They are taking a slip out and putting them at mid-wicket.
A short leg?
No, mid-wicket. I think it's going to a sort of fairly square mid-wicket.
So yeah, we got 2 slips and a gully. 4. Mulder is full and straight and defended by Smith and slightly fumbled by Mulder in his follow-up. Yeah, I would agree with Rabada 100%. Since 2011, in August, which I think was when Nathan Lyon made his debut, he's got the best bowling average of any bowler in the world, as Rabada, at 22. Not to mention the fact that he just has phenomenal figures at Lords. Got 7 wickets last time in 2022. 5 in the second innings, 2 in the first. I think Mulder is going to be.
And Maharaj is the spinner, isn't he?
Yeah,
he is. That's worked nicely off his hip by Smith down to fine leg.
So I'll probably see Maharaj halfway through the second session.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how successful the pacemen and the medium pacers continue to be. If the pitch flattens out and nothing much is happening, they'll probably go to him earlier. But I mean, Mulder's not bowling badly at all. Don't get that impression. He's only conceded 3 runs and he's into he's almost completed his 5th over, but not feeling as if he's threatening.
Not attacking enough.
Yeah,
it's not.
There's 2 slips and a gully. That's not too wide, but Head just gave himself a bit of room and flayed it away to backward point. They will come back for 2. One's man down there. It's fielded. It's Tristan Stubbs. Always sounds like that. I always think of Tristan Shandy, but it's not. It's Tristan Stubbs. 58-4-3, 21 completed. Smith on 19. Travis Head 9 off 9. You do sense he may be the man for Australia. He has been in previous finals. Hendo.
It's gone a little bit quiet on the Twitter sphere. Baby Shaker says the mics need balance, boys. That's Bears.
Who's Mike's?
I'm not sure. Who is Mike? And why is he unbalanced? I mean, the bear. I can't see the bear at the moment. He may have just nipped out for refreshments.
When we see him return.
Oh, he is there. The mic's on. There are balanced bear.
Mic balance issues there. 58 for 3. 2 for 9 off 6 overs, Kagiso Rabada. Wow.
Yeah, I think Mulder is the one who, like, he's letting the pressure ease a little bit for Australia. Like, they're not too worried about his bowling, so they're just letting it play out and not too fast. While the others, they're much more defensive, playing against Jansen, Rabin.
3 slips go down. Jansen comes around the wicket to the right-handed Smith, who drives him quite sweetly. A gorgeous looking off drive. The not so long legs of Temba Bavuma are thundering 8 to the dozen and will bring it in short of that long off boundary, and they will make 3.
We need a bit more. We need a bit more information, Baby Shaker. Who's louder than anyone else, or is anyone particularly soft? Can you give us a little bit more information? That would be handy.
The technical sound balancing department is stood poised to fiddle.
Yes,
but it would be helpful to know who they want to be fiddling with, if you understand what I mean. 61 for 3. There's old Jay Shah. He's going to be here, isn't he?
What, a Guerilla?
No, we're not in Guerilla. No, he's sat.
We're great.
I mean, that would be a scoop.
That really would, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oh, we'd have some things to say to him, let me tell you. Right, Marco Jansen continues this time too. He's coming over the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head. A little bit of late movement, not much. And Head stays very still, guides it out to deep cover. In Geely Fields, there's no run.
Yeah, good ball in one way.
Oh, took a single, I beg the pardon.
A good, in terms of movement, yeah, but it was a little bit too full, wasn't it? Just needs to pull it back a little bit. Oh, there's Matthew Hayden with with Hashim Amla.
Why is Matthew Hayden wearing a great big cowboy hat?
Because he has no hair.
Because he's Matthew
Well,
Hayden.
neither does Hashim Amla, and he's not wearing.
But he doesn't care.
He doesn't care about having no hair. 62 for 3. Steve Smith, some may say, looking ominously determined. And Travis Head, well, we know what he can do. That again is carved by Head, slashed really away through backward point, all the way for 4 runs. Not much
Smith
whip.
actually there.
Oh, that was it. I beg his pardon. It was Steve Smith. Either way, it's 4 runs.
Kieran Roseblade asks, is Mike Balance any relation to Gary Balance? No. Although Gary Balance...
Distant cousins, aren't they?
Gary Balance had a fantastic jingle or two, and we should dig those out. Bear is busy destroying the best stuff from Brian's delivery. Tony is slightly quiet, says Mr. P. And Jay Grover says they're all bloody soft.
Oh,
well, that's
dear.
just because we're Southerners.
So yeah, soft Southern Shites.
Aye.
Well, so you can't level that at Supin. Round the wicket to Smith. Oh, that's a leave, but it's a Smith leave, which is sort of half a pull shot, which he didn't actually ever intend to connect with. More of a flap. Through it goes to Varane, no run.
With my delay, I was expecting him to have hit that onto his own stumps there.
We're fine.
How far behind are you, Suvan?
It's 45 seconds, pretty much
really?
exactly. I don't understand why.
What? Even
I'm on the same feed.
You're on the same feed.
Like I'm on the official app, and that's 45 seconds behind. So I'm just using through.
No, but are you on our feed though? Are you looking?
Yeah, I'm on both. I'm on
YouTube?
both.
Oh, that's weird. Right, that's defended in front of his off stump by the busy. Let's call him busy rather than irritating Stephen Smith. Into the offside, no run.
Tony is deep in thought, thinking of nefarious puns. Probably true. Jack Perry says Smith seems more settled with Head in, not going after as much now that Head can lift the strike rate. Yeah, that's a very good point.
Oh, there's Sir Andrew.
There he is.
Also
is he a
man
now?
of no hair. No, I just call him that. I don't think he's quite been given that title. Jansen round the wicket. Oh, that was again angled in to the right-handed Smith. I thought he got plenty of bat on that. So does umpire Gaffney.
Yeah, there was definitely bat, and even if it was pad, that was definitely going down leg.
It probably did too much, didn't it? It swung quite a long way.
It was pads, yeah.
I think I'd have a go for that, to be honest.
And Temba has done it. Yes, and it gives us the chance to see Marco Jansen next to Temba Bavuma.
It does indeed.
Always a joy.
We should play a review jingle.
Shall we play a little review jingle? Here we go. It's a bowler's review, isn't it? Here we go.
That was out. That was out. That was definitely out.
Was that definitely out?
I don't know.
I suspect also that they've gone for that because it is Smith. And if they could get him, I suspect if it is hitting, it's just clipping, so he's probably going to get away with it.
You sense this could be an absolutely massive moment in the game, though. Already on the first morning. 4 down at lunch. Crikey, that looks to me like it's...
Nowhere near the bat.
Nowhere near the bat, that's fine. Richard Kettleborough is the TV umpire, but to me, that looks like it's going to be missing leg, and it had already been given as not out. So I'd be very surprised if this isn't one review down for South Africa. I don't think it would even be umpire's call. Mind you, impact is in line.
Done a lot.
Yeah, umpire's call. Okay, it was umpire's call down leg. So the review is retained. Everyone's a winner, really, except that there was no wicket. South Africa don't lose anything. Australia keep their batsman there. And umpire Gaffney says, you know what, I was right, but only just.
Yeah.
And, everyone's happy.
Well, I'm not, because...
66 for 3.
I mean, I would have said any other batsman, I would say, was unlucky if they got out like that, but not Smith. I don't mind how he gets out.
22 overs complete.
Indeed. Let me do some more tweeties. What's Bloy soft? I think that's Kieran Roseblade asking Jay because he missed out the D from Bloody. Hayden is wearing a massive hat because he's a massive Bradman, says disinterested hand job. The Bish has been on the Terps, says Ferong, question mark.
Have I?
Bears on the feed of pies that Brian in Brisbane sent.
Vian Mulder round the wicket. 2, the left-handed head who flicks him again beautifully off his toes. Back of the square. And they take a single. 67 for 3.
There must be a mistake. Surely he should just be given out regardless of the umpire, says Mr. P. Lol. Yes, I agree with that. This is, Australia get to 75 for 3. At lunch I think they'll be reasonably happy.
I think they will.
When they've still got Smith and Head sort of leading the charge already.
And then you've got Carey coming after them. You've got Cummins and Stark. You've
got Webster. I haven't seen anything of Webster, to be honest. I don't really know a lot
Switches
about.
over the wicket, and that one was a terrific delivery, just shaped away from a little prod from Smith, who looks back and replays the shot and gives him an appreciative nod, whilst possibly simultaneously self-admonishing at the same time. Just did enough, just a little away. It tickled away, didn't it? Just sufficient.
That's gone up the hill, hasn't it? I think that's gone up the hill.
Up the hill
to get a pail of water
to Bedfordshire. Up the wooden hill to Bedfordshire.
Indeed,
it's not wooden.
Indeed. Oh no, it's not. It's coming.
He's bowling from the nursery end, so that was down the slope, or the Tim Murter end, as we like to call it. That one again shapes in from Mulder to Smith, who defends into the offside. No run. Those of you who know Lords will know that Lord's slope is exactly 1.3 Tim Murters.
Kieran says, here's the thing though, if that was given out, then it would be out. So how can the same ball be both out and not out? What do the umpires actually do?
It's Schrodinger's ball.
It is Schrodinger's
ball. It's
known
as Schrodinger's ball.
What do umpires do apart from count the balls? Well...
If you guys want me to bring out Schrodinger's equation, I mean, I can do that, but it's
been a while. Are you a mathematician or
a chemical engineer?
Right.
Turns, and that stays a bit low. Smith jabs really into the offside towards short cover, and there is no run. And he's replaying the shot about 5 times. Now he had for a while, Supan, really sort of toned down some of his the more excessive of his ticks and gurns and mannerisms, but he seems to have rediscovered them. Would you think this is just nerves for the big occasion?
No, he doesn't get nerves. He just changes what he does over the years. So I think he's now gone back to.
He does seem to have reverted
more
to
obvious
full
number of ticks
driven straight back to the bowler who eschews a dummy throw, but Smith hadn't left his ground. Everything was safe. It's been a tight over from Mulder. He's been looked not necessarily particularly threatening. Well, that was that one that moved away. That was with Janssen, wasn't it, in the previous over?
No.
Yeah, was it this over? 67 for 3.
Yeah, it doesn't look to me as if we're going to see Rabada before lunch again, although I would have liked to have seen an over or 2, but we're not going to get it.
But they're 3 or 4 overs behind run rate already?
Oh, are they?
Well, presumably they're not going to dock them.
22 overs.
You're not going to get dock points in the final, are you? That one, inside edge. No. The player, I could hear the player in the background going, double hit.
No, you can do that, Bear.
He did play it down onto his toes.
Perfectly reasonable.
And then jabbed it away with the bat, but we seem to move on comfortably enough. It's a good ball from Mulder, short.
That looked like a no ball, or very close to it.
Yeah, it's gone backwards off the bat, hasn't it? And he's then
played it down by his feet,
and then he's knocked it away with the bat, which is fair enough. Although, what happened to hit the ball twice as a method of dismissal?
I thought
it's gone. I think it's gone. I think. I mean, obviously, if he'd used his hand there, he would have been out-handled ball.
23 overs gone, 67 for 3, Hendo.
Yes, well, I'll break off because
Marco Jansen is already in. That's past the outside edge of a tentative heady prod. And through to Varane, no run.
I think that Jansen in this little period up to lunch is actually getting more movement than he was with the new ball.
Yeah, I agree on that. There's definitely more shape happening.
There is. There was that ball he brought back into Smith, and there's this one that he's taken away from Head, the left-hander. So just one more wicket and before lunch, and South Africa will be kind of cock-a-hoop, I would say.
Well, they would be. So already you would say their morning. That's down leg. It's a very sharp take. He's going for a leg side strangle. He has got him. He's got him with a leg side strangle. Travis Head is not going to be the first innings hero of a final this time around. He's gone for 11, strangled down the leg side. Brilliant diving take by Carl Varane away to his right. Australia are 4 down after 23 overs, 67 for 4. Lords is working its early morning magic. Jansen and Rabada have helped that merest Supan, the faintest of tickles.
Oh, what a catch that is.
But what was a superb take by Varane, who I think has been playing for Notts, if I'm right.
I was trying to think who he'd been playing for.
He's been playing for Nottingham, doing quite well for them. But boy, is he happy now, because he has taken an absolute blinder. He's removed Australian danger man Travis Head. He's gone for 11. Caught Varane, bowled Marco Jansen, and Australia having been put in. Indeed, that will be lunch. So at lunch are 67 for 4. And Supan, you can't really argue anything other than that has been South Africa's morning, hasn't it?
Yeah, like I think if Head managed to hold his wicket, you'd say the rest of the day would be a good contest. Now, after lunch, Rabada's gonna bowl again. Like it's gonna be very tough for Australia to see this day out, I'd say.
Well, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Smith is still there. We shouldn't discount that. We're going to see a bit of Bo Webster, Alex Carey, who's loves Lords. He loves the long room. He loves the men in the long room.
Well, he hasn't got Johnny Bairstow to watch walking. No, I'm not allowed to mention England though.
Oh no!
Let's forget anything about England. It's not about them. Not this game. Right. So as we said, 67 for 4, resoundingly. South Africa's morning, having put Australia in. Khawaja went for a duck, flew Rabada. Cameron Green, he only made 4, also fell in the slips to Rabada. Marnus Labuschagne was caught behind off Jansen, and Varane again has just taken a brilliant diving catch down leg to remove Travis Head. Smith, the not out batsman. Bo Webster to come. 67 for 4, Hendo.
Right, Schrodinger's ball. Yeah, we said that. Jack Perry, Barney Hall. Oh, hello. We've got an advert on the YouTube which takes the it's up
there in front of you.
Tweets.
Oh,
no, I was going to do the tweets. Yes, he says hitting the ball twice is only out if you're trying to score runs with the second hit. I mean, who would do that? Who would be that silly? Anyway, Kieran Roseblade. Yes. Feck off, Aussies. Let's go, Saffers. That must be Broad's influence. Of course it is. Although he didn't have a David Warner to get out. Aman Mogg says, "Ha! F you, Australia." Why is it so many Australians hate Australia? It's interesting, isn't it? Duncan Innes, whose tweet I really want to read out, and I always want to read out a tweet that says "message retracted." Rick Myfraps says "Oi!" (?) and exclamation mark. Lockie 6 says apparently Duckett gave SA a few bowling tips. Yeah. Mog's comments make me smile, as they do us.
Oh, we're always chuckling away to them.
We're always chuckling. Mog just makes us smile, and you all make us smile, because you're there for Guerilla Cricket, and that's the important thing, isn't it, really?
We should go soon for our little lunch. I'm just going to do a quick hello to Janny, who's a South African travelling to Glasgow. She doesn't say why, or he doesn't say why. However, he or she says, thanks for the coverage. It's the only way I can follow my team. Jenny, you are most welcome. Stay with us. I think you could be hearing plenty of exciting stuff post-lunch as well.
Well, I would say, if you have just discovered us and you found us the only way that you can listen to this, please pass on that message to anyone else you think wants to listen, because, we like lots more people in our community. So that would be grand. Anyway, that is lunch.
I will just say as a final word.
Yes.
All of the Aussie cricket chats I'm part of is wishing Boland had been included in the lineup instead of Hazelwood, because based on today, Boland would have demolished South Africa. If he had a chance.
I have some hot GPL news.
Go for it.
The hot GPL news is that it's actually open until the end of lunch. So you still have time until 1:10 English time.
Was that a bare unilateral decision?
It was probably a bear when he set up the GPL didn't realise it started at 10:30. Who knows?
Okay. Right, we'll be back in about 32 minutes. Exactly.
We will. See you after lunch.
See you. Bye.
Hello, I'm James Gray from Tennis Unfiltered. It's just me today. I'm here to tell you that we've teamed up with HSBC because they're sponsoring the HSBC Championships at the Queen's Club this summer. You're probably familiar with the HSBC Championships, but this is the first time that they're sponsoring the event. The event at Queen's is one of the biggest warm-ups, and this year it's even bigger because you've got men and women competing at the famous club in West London. And what a list of men and women as well. Carlos Alcaraz, Jack Draper, Taylor Fritz, Madison Keys, Emma Raducanu and more. It's going to be a heck of a championships to celebrate the return of women to Queen's for the first time since 1973. And thanks again to our partners, HSBC, who are proud to sponsor the journey's great.
Hit the open road with Mario and friends in Mario Kart World. There are new characters, vehicles, courses, outfits, items, and you can drive virtually everywhere. Play Mario Kart World only on the brand new Nintendo Switch 2. With a big vivid screen and powerful performance. Get a Nintendo Switch 2 with a download code for Mario Kart World in a special bundle. Out now!
Hey Spotifyers, Damson Idris here to celebrate Tommy Hilfiger's Apex GP collection. Fueled by the thrill of speed and the power of style, Tommy Hilfiger's capsule collection merges performance-driven design with limitless confidence. This isn't just a look, it's the uniform for those on a journey to achieve their dreams. Discover Tommy Hilfiger's limited edition Apex GP collection, inspired by F1 the movie, only in cinemas June 25th.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring? Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station. The Bishop and the Bear, bands beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. We are sort of in the middle of the white ball series between England and West Indies, which England, of course, have wrapped up the ODIs and the T20s, probably in lots of rain, about to start. Perhaps more significantly, we're a week or so away. It starts on the 11th for the World Test Championship Final. And we're going to focus most of today's natterings around the bar on that. But to do that, we have representatives from both competing nations. Richard Asher on the 45, who's going to be at Lord's and then in our studio to join us, which is fantastic. So welcome to you, Richard. What can we get you to drink?
I will have a beer. Because we're in England.
Any kind of beer?
Not one of those horrible dark things.
You want a nice
fizzy
lager?
One. Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. All right. Well, we can get you one of those coming up. And travelled here overnight so much so that she's dressed in her pyjamas all the way from Melbourne, is the inimitable Kat. Hello, Kat. Hello again.
Hey
How
there.
are you?
Hi, Tony. Hello, Richard. G'day, Bear. And I can tell you what I would like to drink. It is, in fact, what I am drinking, being still in a different time zone. I haven't quite adjusted to England time. I'm actually drinking rooibos tea, which I feel is a bit of a traitorous move because this is, of course, South African tea.
Oh, that's interesting.
Good on you, Kat. Good on you.
Well, obviously, we've also got a barbecue going in the pub garden as well. So we've got springbok, shrimp, kangaroo, and
you mean a braai?
And biltong. Braai or barbecue, whichever you want to call it. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's done properly, it's a braai.
It's if you say so.
Braai, that's the word I was thinking of.
If it's done Aussie style, it's a barbecue.
It is. Put another shrimp
Or just
on
a
the
Barbie.
Barbie, you're absolutely right. Okay, so obviously, and our landlord is here as ever, who's feeling quite pleased with himself because the studio is up, running, and humming with minimal mishap so far. Bear, is it fair to say?
It is fair to say. Yeah, it's all it's running as it should do. We've got new seats.
Oh yeah, the seats that once you sit in them, Richard, I've got to warn you for your trip.
They're comfy.
You might want to arrive at least 20 minutes to half an hour early because that's how long it takes to get from the front of the chair to the back.
Well, you don't want to miss
that you
the toss
sit
anyway.
back deep in them would be an understatement. Right. So, first interesting question: who of us genuinely understands the format and how it works that has got these teams to the final?
Can I say something about the format? All I understand is that it doesn't matter what the format is, England will complain about it. That's all I know.
Well, I wasn't going to complain.
Feisty.
It wasn't going to be a complaint. It's
Well, I'm complaining. I'm complaining about fucking the overrate nonsense, especially after the Ashes last year. 2-2 series, what we ended up 40 points less than the Aussies? Outrageous it was. It was outrageous.
Well,
I love the overrate thing because it brings strategy into what would otherwise just be a game of skill and strength, right? So
Well, yes.
strategy
But
into it.
the crazy thing about it is if you don't bat, what was it? If you don't bat 80 overs or you bat over 80 overs, which because Australia kept batting over 80 overs, so our overrate kept getting done, and we of course bat like crazy men and never batted 80 overs, and so it didn't matter to the Aussies, even though both teams were getting fined for overrates. The whole thing it's a bit crazy, and I kind of agree that if you're going to have a points contest, you should really get rid of that. Fine, have money fines and all the rest of it, but it shouldn't come into the points format, I don't think. But hey, I think they are going to get rid of it, so I'll be happy with that. Not that we'd have got in there
Australia
anyway.
did also get deducted some points, by the way. They got lost 10 points in the fourth test versus the Ashes test. So
Yeah, they did. I know it was, but because
we got dinged more than they did, I've got to say.
Exactly, that's precisely my point. And I don't think really, if you're trying to find who's the best team, as I say, I don't. If you have monetary fines and all the rest of it, if you want to go down that route, fair enough. But the points fines seem a bit ridiculous. You're trying to find the best teams and considering tests don't rarely last 5 days. Let's be honest.
A fast game's a good game. Come on, the best team is the one that could get the overs done. They should just do it like
well, no, I mean, if you have look, fair enough. It ends up being a draw, then maybe there could be something in there. But I mean, if both teams are done at the end of day 4 and the game is done, then who gives a shit, really?
Well, I can tell you, interestingly enough, just so you do know. One thing that I found out. The idea for a World Test Championship was apparently first mooted in 1996 by Bear, and they all enjoy this, none other than Clive Lloyd.
Excellent.
And then it got batted backwards and forwards, where it came down to either keeping the Champions Trophy or playing the World Test Championship over what would have been a 4-year rather than a 2-year cycle. And they tossed it backwards and forwards for all kind of reasons and eventually came to a conclusion about how to do it.
Well, I like that 4-year thing, actually. As one of the points I've been thinking about in the last couple of days, if we talk about how to improve that format. Obviously, the biggest issue with it, apart from people not being able to understand, is not everybody plays everybody, which is a fundamental flaw if you're going to have a league. And it's never going to work over 2 years, especially if the IPL is going to gobble up half of every year, which seems to be the trend. But if you did it over 3 years or even 4 years, because if you want to give an event credibility, a 4-year cycle has something to be said for it, because then you're in
It's a proper
Olympics
World
and
Cup,
World
isn't
Cup
it,
League.
Richard? 4 years. It's a
Yeah,
proper World Cup.
and it allows enough time for series between all the top nations, and maybe even series that are longer than just 2 tests.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? They're trying to bring it in that the minimum series should be 3 tests for the next.
And I think that would be a very good thing.
That would be a very good thing. Obviously, you can have more, but a minimum of 3 would be good. But I'm still banging on for the Bears idea, and whether it's 8 teams or 4 teams, but you have it in.
You'd have it all in one country at one time, wouldn't you?
I would have, even if it's just the last 4 teams or the top 4 teams. You have a little tournament over a couple of months. You know, you can get 6 tests in, and the winning side. Wouldn't it just? But I mean, the winning. If you have a minimum of 3 tests in a series, you can play 3 tests in a month quite happily for the semi-finals. And then the final will be a 3-test series over the last 2 months. I mean, I originally said let's have the top 8 teams. You can have an entire summer in England, say, or whenever in India. But I also think it should not always be in England. I love the idea of this Test final, for example, when played on a fucking Bunsen burner in India, would be hilarious, would it not? I mean, it
is time for Lords to get one. 2013, by the way, was supposed to have been when a final would have been at Lords for the World Test Championship, but they delayed it, and decided to reinstitute the Champions Trophy instead, which is why the Champions Trophy was played in England at that particular year. But I got to admit, I don't know about you, but I love the idea of I mean, it's all about timing and other commitments and too much cricket, which you hear all the time. But the thought that you dedicate a full summer in one country, which would then be a touring summer for others, and I'd play the games. It doesn't matter if some of the tests are played simultaneously. That would be great. If it was Australia and you had one test going on in Brisbane, another in Adelaide, and one in Perth,
that'd be fantastic.
It would be great.
And the thing is, if it was played on a month basis, I mean, there are enough days in a month, for example, for 2 games to be staggered just 4 or 5 days apart. You could still.
I mean, these days you could pick which channels you wanted to watch them on, so choose the one you wanted to watch. If you think about watching golf, for example, you never follow 2 golfers or the Ryder Cup or whatever it is. You never follow the same golfer all the way round. You always jump to where the action is. That would be a different way of watching it, particularly as it got to the sharper end of the tournament. I'm kind of all for it. But I can tell you very quickly, so you know, each team does have to play 6 series. It's 12 points for a win, 6 points for a tie, 4 points for a draw. The series have to be a minimum of 2 tests each, and the way they get over the fact that, well, if you play different amounts, you've got different points at stake. That's not fair, is it? It's the percent. They do it on the percentage of points available, which ultimately decides.
Which is a really crap way of doing it.
Well, it's the only way.
It's the only way if people don't.
The way it is.
Well, exactly.
But what it's a fair way of doing it. It just means you can't be like, oh well, if this team wins, they're going to have 10 points instead of 8. You've got to get calculators out, which no unaccepted journalist has bothered to do. But
here is the one that I think Kat, Bear and I are going to throw at Richard. Although we are happy that South Africa are there, and let's be fair. I think it will be a great final. I've got to be honest. But
it's fantastic when we don't have India or England. It would have been even better if there was no Australia. Great when the top 3 don't, the big 3 don't make it. It's so funny.
Well, I can tell you.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So it all started, didn't it, after the 2023 win for Australia at the Oval over India. Since then, England, by the way, have played 24 tests, including 5 test series against Australia, India, then the West Indies, Sri Lanka, Pakistan and New Zealand were all 3. That's their 24. Australia have played 19 tests, so they've obviously played 5 against England. Pakistan, West Indies, New Zealand, India also 5, and Sri Lanka. So they played, that made up their 19. South Africa, Richard, have played 12. So they played heaps less. Okay, they had a tricky 2 against India, but they were at home, not away. So played on South African wickets. Then they played 2-game series against New Zealand, West Indies, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan. In all honesty, that's a bit like getting to the FA Cup final by only playing teams in the conference apart from one series. That seems a bit of an unfair situation, doesn't it? Discuss.
On one level, yes. You have already referenced my key point I was going to make was that we did play India in this cycle. Yes, South African wickets, but let's not forget India have won all over the world, including Australia in recent years on multiple occasions. They have never been able to conquer South Africa. So that is one little feather in the cap that I think really does mean something. Yeah, there's a certain justice, I think, actually, in at least one team squeezing in, if you want to call it that, with a minimal amount of tests, which is, if the fat cat powers that be, I mean the big three, England, India, or Australia, want to earn lots and lots of money by playing each other all the time, which makes it harder series for them to win, then there's got to be a flip side to that. They've left teams like South Africa, also New Zealand, West Indies, and so on, out in the cold as far as the fixture list is concerned. But they are taking percentage points off each other while they earn lots and lots of money playing each other. And that allows one of the, let's say, smaller nations to get into the final. And from a cricket geopolitical perspective, I think there's a certain justice in that.
I do agree with that.
That's very well argued. You've earned yourself another pint on the house.
Yes.
They're all on the house anyway. But
Sri Lanka could have squeezed in as well, couldn't they, if they'd have beaten New Zealand away or something like that,
It would be better if we didn't have to talk about cricket geopolitics, I will add. Like, if we could just have this as a
I'd say there's one...
never talk about money, would be lovely.
Because I think there's kind of two overweight cats and then there's one super fat cat.
Hang on. I think you've got to pick your words a bit more carefully on this around this particular bar.
Well, yeah. Well, the super fat cat is obviously fucking India, and now they have Jay Shah in charge of the ICC. Are you putting some other stooge in charge of marketing or something as well? I mean, they're basically taking all the top positions of the ICC. A bit of a joke.
It's a glorified event organizer. You know how I feel about the ICC, but that's another
story.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
Did you? Well, okay. However they've got there, I think Austria. It'd be great if Austria did. I was thinking where you live, Australia.
Yes, greetings from Austria, as it happens. Sitting in Vienna right now.
Yeah, wouldn't it be great if some more interesting countries came into the pool so that we could travel to some other places? I mean, we're sick of travelling to the same countries to watch cricket. Let's get some other countries into the mix.
Broadening the amount of countries that play Test cricket is a Guerilla fundamental mission. That's one of the reasons we do what we do, and we do it for free.
Yeah.
I mean, we could go anyway now, and watch the lesser matches.
Now, okay, so here's my next question, and then we'll really get into the meat and potatoes of what's going to
Can't we just talk about the next round of the World Test Championship and just ignore the current one? I'd love to talk about the next one that England's going to win, instead of talking about South Africa and Australia.
Well, England winning it is interesting. Did you know, both of you, that this is not the first Test match between Australia and South Africa at Lord's?
That is news to me, and I hope it's from before my time.
Yeah, marginally. We think Messers might have been there.
Is it the Tri-Nations? Wasn't there a Tri-Nations in about 1912?
Yeah, all very good. That's exactly
1912.
Right. It was 1912. South Africa, I think, went... They got one win against Australia in about 1911, and then they went 30 years plus till 1952 before they got another one. And they sent a pretty weak side that was pretty used to just bowling on batting, and they got one draw, which I think was at Trent Bridge. Otherwise, they lost every game. But it was the triangular. Australia won by 10 wickets, but it
something
does
for them to hang their hats on, I guess.
Well, absolutely, yeah. They won by 10 wickets. Herbie Taylor got 93 though for South Africa, and Sid Pegler took 4 for 79. For Australia, the stars were Ron Bardsley, who is a name you may well know, 164, and Jimmy Matthews got 4 for 29. I won't go into any more detail on that. But yeah, the interesting thing was, that it was a complete disaster of a tournament, and it was an unprecedentedly wet English summer. So hardly anyone went to go and watch it. And the Daily Telegraph at the time said, basically, the English public doesn't really care much to go and watch South Africa play Australia. they're only interested in England, which probably would be the sort of Telegraph attitude now, to be honest. But
Well, now, of course, there's enough expats hanging around from both countries that we don't need the English public to fill Lords.
Well, that's very true.
Yeah, there'd be at least 30,000 of expats, surely.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, the capacities at Lords only about 25,000 anyway. So,
if you want to make sure you fill it, there are some tickets available apparently. If you wanted to make sure it's absolutely full, you basically recruit in Earls Court and Wimbledon.
Yeah,
and then you've covered most of the South Africans and Australians in England, I reckon.
Yep, that's about
those
right.
who are travelling over like yourself. Right. So we'll forget 1912, although it is a fascinating story if you ever get the chance, which I'm sure we'll talk about more during the actual match itself. Tell us about why you think each team is going to win. We'll go with Kat first.
That's always risky.
Put our case for Australia and who to look out for.
It's always risky to ask me to place a case for Australia when I probably would prefer South Africa to win. But still, I will. I'll place the case. The case for Australia is, I guess, it's a pretty experienced team. I mean, they're coming in with all of their people. They've played Test cricket. They've done this before. We've got the lineup of Cummins, Stark, Lyon, and Hazelwood. Like they're just going to. They're going to roll through South Africa. So I think that it's the experience of that team and just the miles in the legs. We've got Cameron Green coming back in. All of those things all help. But unless they all have a terrible day, like Smith, Kawaja, Head, I mean, they get very old. They're very old now. Even Cummins is very old. They could have a terrible day and then South Africa will just whiz through with all of their young guns and do well. So I do think Australia's going to win. I hope South Africa wins. That would be a lot funnier.
Yeah, I mean, the only players... You had two players, Australia, in the IPL final, Hazelwood and Joss English, and even then there's, sufficient recovery and travel time and the like.
4 overs Hazelwood had to bowl, didn't he?
Yeah, he had to bowl. I mean, the IPL tournament is long and it was sort of weirdly interrupted as well this year. I mean, do you think, Kat, that one of the interesting things is... I'm looking out the window of the pub at the moment. Obviously, it's everywhere in the world because it exists virtually. But my particular part of it is in England. It's pissing with rain, and it's likely to be for most of this week. And I believe it's 10:30 starts. Now, I've seen a lot of cricket at Lords, and 10:30 starts quite often means the ball. They always say it's a look up, not look down wicket at Lords. If Pat Cummins wins the toss, do you think he'll see if he can get amongst them early and put South Africa in? It's hard to tell. I think probably they would want South Africa batting last, I think. So I think that's the main variable. So I think he'll just win the toss and bat. And there's plenty of spare days for rain, right? So
there's one spare day, isn't there? I think
there is a spare day, yeah.
Tests don't last. Yeah. Anyway, Richard, what's your take?
Well, I don't necessarily think South Africa are going to win. I prefer feeling like an underdog, and I think South Africa is justifiably the underdog. But I can, of course, make a case for South Africa winning, if you like, and that would be South Africa wants it more. Australia has plenty of cricket trophies. This is just another stop on the schedule of finals in which Australia play. They've already won a World Test Championship. Currently the reigning champions, in fact, have also beaten the big teams that we rarely get to play against in regular Test series, and play Test cricket more often. In fact, the very fact that we've got a Test match is for South Africa something to celebrate. Never mind that it's the World Final. It's a younger and hungrier team, and South Africa is just back home in the media in terms of launches and sponsorship and send-offs. Made more of a splash out of this, which totally reveals how much more it means to South Africa. The team is carrying Castle Lager sponsorship, which is actually a bit of a nice throwback for us nostalgia Guerilla cricket types. Yeah, you'll probably remember Alan Donald sporting Castle logos back in the 90s.
Baby de Villiers wearing Castle at some point. I can certainly see.
Quite significant that they've got on board for at least this match, and maybe it can go further if the match ends well. But yeah, that just reveals how much it means to South Africa, even at a kind of commercial sponsorship kind of level. And there is another thing you can add to the case for South Africa is Although all teams visiting Lords do tend to raise their game, and England often as a result don't have such a great record, South Africa, I would say, particularly good since their return from isolation. 5 out of 7 wins at Lords, including on the last tour, which was actually, apart from Lords, a pretty low moment for South African cricket. 5 out of 7 since the isolation era. Australia only 3 out of their last 7 at Lords. That also includes another neutral venue game, which was against Pakistan, which you might argue it didn't carry the same weight as England.
We covered that.
England would have.
That was joyous.
Yes, a special game for
18.
Guerilla cricket.
Yeah. 6 out of 18 overall, but yeah, you're dead right.
Your Starbucks is ready. Beans ground, milk frothed, shots pulled, velvety milk poured into a double shot of dark perfection, and that's the good stuff. The baristas are ready. The finest coffee beans are ready. The Starbucks you love is ready. Hello again, from the Starbucks Coffee Company.
I was just
certainly won the last one.
To say what I want them to say.
Yeah,
comparing the last 7.
They won by an innings in 22, if you recall, and they won in 2012 by 51 runs. Yeah, Graham Smith.
Back in the day.
Bloody Graham Smith.
You're absolutely right. If you go back to 98, they won by 10 wickets. If you go back to 2003, they won by an innings. It was a draw, which you don't see many of these days, in 2008. So you're absolutely right. If you look at recent-ish form, and it is recent-ish, and don't forget the last time at Lords for them was 3 years ago.
And
nonetheless,
if there is a home team by success recently, it would be South Africa on that stat that I raised, and also that South Africa were topping the log. I'm not sure if that means they will actually get the home dressing room. I've been trying to find this out. Maybe it still has to be tossed for, but I would have said as log toppers they should get the home dressing room.
Oh,
if
that's
they do,
a good question.
Do you want that? Or do you want to be in the visitors' dressing room where you can look up at the honours board and see Graham Smith, Makai Ntini, etc., etc.? I'd love to ask some of the players.
Well, that's a very good question. What do you make of their? It's a pretty powerful pace attack. I mean, both sides have got a decent pace attack, but South Africa's 6 pace bowlers they picked up. Am I basically right? Rabada back after his various minor drug misdemeanors, which we certainly won't judge. But
you won't fit all 6 into the team, but you could fit quite a few. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the Aussie pace attack. If you're going to have Hazelwood, Cummins and Stark, it's plenty to get batsmen quaking in their boots. Although, looking at the Australian record in England over the years, it's movement that has cost Australia something. So I'm all for early starts and the ball swinging around. Not that South Africa necessarily will cope a lot better, but we've seen maybe in recent Ashes series that's where Australia could be vulnerable.
Well, I mean, I think if you go to... Sorry, Bear, off to you.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm just looking at the squad tonight, but this is it. What I fear is for South Africa's batting, really. I mean, it doesn't look massively strong, and that's probably been their weakest suit coming into the series. And
experience is...
Yeah.
I mean, you look at Stubbs, Rickleton, Bettingham, I mean, they've all got around 10 test matches to their name. Compare that to the number of caps in the Aussie team. The bowlers stack up well against each other, but batting side, experience-wise,
what do you expect the 11 to be? I mean, bowlers-wise, what are they going to go? Kagiso, Lungi, Dane Patterson.
Well, I like the idea of Patterson in the team. It's by no means a given, but this is a guy who can swing the ball a bit, and it's the same for Mulder. We're not talking express pace, but again, coming back to using the conditions, especially if it really is 10:30 starts. I just always thought Patterson, he's got to be on that 11 for Lords. I've never been the biggest Ngidi fan at Test level. Somehow, I don't feel like he's quite established himself in the team, but they'll probably squeeze him in. And of course, Jansen and Rabada. Rabada did a lot of damage in that 2022 Test match. It's worth noting, where South Africa.
Oh, Rabada is class, isn't
against
he?
England. Absolutely. He will be motivated. There are days when he just doesn't appear up for it, but this time he will. I mean, it's Australia.
interesting one because, I mean, he's been smart enough to go and play for Middlesex, hasn't he? So we've seen a bit of him at Lords. I'm just looking at his figures at Lords. 2 for 46 and 2 for 86 against Glamorgan in April. 2 for 29 and 1 for 116 against Kent. And then 1 for 51 and 1 for 25 against Leicestershire, which Middlesex lost. He's picked up wickets in every game for Middlesex this season, reasonably, but he's not. I wouldn't say he's set us alight, but he's been good. But do you think the experience of having played consistently and recently at Lords would give him the edge if you're going to make the cut on who's in and who's out for South Africa?
It's really hard to tell what's going on in Shukri Conrad's mind sometimes. There's been a little bit of chopping and changing in recent tests, even though a winning habit has built up through that period. Patterson was actually left out of his home test match over New Year, even though he'd bowled pretty well in the South African summer. And I mean, that seemed like a strange decision at the time. A guy who'd really earned his place, especially for his home game, and Shukri left him out there. Was that an indication that he's not so much in the mix for Lords? I don't know. There's a school of thought that Conrad likes to reward attitude rather than figures. So that comes into play. He does have the guys that he likes and believe have earned a spot in one way or another, and it's not necessarily always down to figures and statistics. Maybe something still hangs on what's going on at Arundel as we speak. If it's not raining, I'm not sure. What's the weather like over in southeastern UK?
Well, it's pretty much raining everywhere at the moment, I think.
Okay. Well, theoretically, still 2 days to go there where South Africa could have a bowl. Maybe if Shukri hasn't made up his mind yet, that could still play a role. There's question marks for the SA team still and exactly how it's going to be made up. And I think the same does go a little bit for a couple of spots in the Aussie team.
Well, that was my next question to Kat. Top order for Australia, because there are some holes and some weaknesses there that have been seen over the last year or so, I suppose. Bowling attack settled, but who's gonna be the top six for?
Yeah, well, I think it's not exactly a weakness. It's more a shuffling of who's going to go where. I think they've got too many choices for number 2 at the moment. So no one's sort of locking down the spot. So I think we were talking about this before, and we thought maybe Marnus is probably the most likely for number 2, but it could be Green, it could be Inglis, could be Constas in that order. And then Green will definitely be in the side, but will he be at 3? It depends. He could be at 2 and Marnus could be at 3. So we've got plenty of choice there. Smith and Head are then locked in at 4 and 5. But then again, you've got should be Bo Webster versus Inglis, and probably Webster pips him for the all-rounder, more all-rounder capability and better bowling. So I think there's a few holes, but they're gaps, but they're not negative gaps. They're sort of just bursting at the seams. Which one will go in?
Well, tell us a bit about Bo Webster's. I mean, I'm looking at the names in that Australian lineup. I mean, is Scott Bolland likely to be in, and could he be the Bob Massey to rip the final apart with a? Is he the type of bowler who, if there is a little bit of Lord's movement, best equipped to do something with it? Do you think?
No, I think Cummins is number 1 there, followed by Stark, followed by Hazelwood, and then Boland would come in 4th. So if something happens to the top 3 fast bowlers, then it's Boland, but I don't think Boland wins over the 3 of them. It's partly experience too at Lords, right? It's partly just,
Those 3 have earned it. They've earned the right to be picked, really. They're probably all going to be hanging up their boots fairly soon. We've got mass retirement coming up for the Aussie team. So from a script writing perspective, not that I like saying it out loud, it would obviously be fantastic for them to kind of just put the seal on their careers, this group of players.
We were all a bit scared of Boland coming into the Ashes the last time, but England decided to take him apart, and he was pretty ineffectual actually, and I thought he'd be very effective in England, but people got on top of him because he's not the quickest, is he? But surely you've got to go Bo Webster. I mean, Josh English is a keeper as well, isn't he? I mean, why are you going to pick an all-rounder as your keeper? You don't need Webster's a bowler,
because we've got Head as the backup keeper for Carey anyway, so you don't really need Inglis. I mean, unless he was doing extraordinarily well with the bat,
I'm on ball by ball,
but still,
so
you want
I'm
to
going to do the
there.
jingles as well.
Yeah.
But then, see, you say there's lots of spots for number 2, but None of these batters
Are you
really
on
bat
socials
to,
or
do they? And it's a mindset and an experience thing as well. And what's his name? Other open Khawaja.
Yeah, but they bat at number 1. I mean, really, what's the difference between 1 and 2? Come on, we say they're not good at batting 2, but they've all batted at number 1, so they're all fine. They're all fine.
Have they all opened? Cameron Green?
Oh yeah, Cameron Green certainly has.
Oh, okay.
Inglis has.
Are we on there?
We are now.
Well, welcome back for the second session of what's already shaping up to be a damned interesting match. Before I jingle up the man of the morning, I'm going to throw to you, Tony. Is it as good as it looks?
What, for South Africa?
Well, for us, Test match. Stephen Smith still in.
Yeah, I think it's shaping up magnificently. You couldn't have asked for more if you're South Africa. 4 wickets down, having won the toss, puts Australia in. Danger Man went last ball before lunch. Travis Head, who habitually wins finals for Australia, but who may yet, but not in the first innings. He was out for 11. And Rabada and Janssen. Rabada initially, but then Janssen, who hadn't really seemed to be doing that much, all of a sudden was starting to get that little bit of extra movement.
Yeah,
Add to that, Lords is filling up and starting to look perfect and lovely. All good, I think.
Well, it usually fills up after lunch, but it usually fills up on the nursery ground with people having picnics. But you'd be a mug to pay the kind of prices Lords demands and not be watching this. And I'm going to jingle up the man of the morning because Rabada bowled well, but I think it's Janssen who is the spearhead of this attack now. And here's his jingle.
You think Michael would play polo, but there's more money in cricket.
He's going to be bowling to a man who will be new, I think, to some of our listeners, although we've seen him play Test match cricket before, and he took to it like a duck to water, as the cliche has it. It's this man.
I know a man by Webster, and he'd bat for you in worn-out shoes, the sky-high hair, the sloggy bat, and bland off his.
Oh, Mr. Bojangles. I've realised.
Is it Mr. Bojangles?
Well, the song is Mr. Jeff doing Mr. Bojangles for Bo Webster. I think that was the connection.
Had something from the Dukes of Hazzard. One of them was Bo, wasn't he?
Oh, probably.
So. Yeah. We only remember
Bo and Luke Duke
and Daisy. As this ball goes through to the keeper, it's short, bit of a loosener from Janssen, who is completing the over, having taken the wicket of Travis Head off the last ball of the previous one.
Everyone remembers Daisy.
Yeah. We're seeing the wickets go down now, some indeterminate stroke play, but it can be, and in fact in this case is, somewhat unfair to the batsmen because they were worked over good and proper by some excellent bowling. And Australia got lucky with a few tickles down the leg side, but Travis Head was strangled off that last ball. This is outside off stump, taken by the impressive Kyle Verreynne behind the stumps. Smith has 26, holding the side together like it's 2012, and Bo Webster yet to get off the mark. You can contact us via YouTube. Is that the best way these days?
YouTube is
Blue
best.
Sky, still Twitter, but we don't look at Twitter as much as we used to.
No, I don't either. And you can join the GPL league, but not until tomorrow.
Yeah.
As Janssen, left arm around the wicket, quite sharp, and that carries through at waist height to Verreynne, left alone by Bo Webster, who's got a very important job as the all-rounder here.
He's been doing all right for Warwickshire, has Bo. He made 85 against Yorkshire at Headingley.
Yeah.
Made 41 against Hampshire at Edgbaston recently.
Yeah, with all due respect to Ben Code and George Hill, he's up against a notch or two better in Rabada Ngidi.
But he's also been taking wickets as well.
Yeah.
4 for 57 against Hampshire in the second innings.
Janssen, as this ball's clipped off the legs of Bo Webster, but there's a man there, it's shortish backward square, and hands on heads from some of the South Africans. We're yet to see whether that was close to the man there, and He looks disgruntled, does Marco Jansen, but that is his resting disgruntled face, so it's going to be that way. A smile breaks out as he takes his glasses from Richard Illingworth, I think. And 2 batsmen come to the middle. And we come to your YouTube comments.
Well, there aren't any, which has come back
There
straight
aren't
after
any.
lunch.
There aren't any.
People talking about... well, no, actually, Dre's just arrived. Hello, Jay. He says, Mr. P, I'm from Yorkshire.
Yorkshire.
We never whinge. Get a bit mardy sometimes, though.
True. They made an entire, 25-season BBC sitcom of old men whinging, didn't they? And I never watched it because I don't like whimsy, but Last of the Summer Wine, was that?
This is not a surprise.
Oh, no, it's not a surprise. Always open with your best bowlers. And Temba Bavuma has his critics, but not, I suspect, for his captaincy, more for the fact that he needs more runs. What would be a better time than this to get them? Cut beautifully by Stephen Smith. He seldom misses out on those looseners outside the off stump, and it was one from this man.
No one faster, no one harder. What's his name? What's his name? Tell me, what's his name?
So often the way, isn't it? I mean, he bowled 6 overs for 9 this morning. He was absolutely on the money all the way. 2 early wickets. He looked sharp as a tack.
He's in again, is Rabada. That's outside off stumper. It's a little wider, and Smith leaves that alone. I agree with that, but most of the batsmen that we've ever seen actually play Test cricket, first ball facing after the break, they get a short wide one like that. They think, I'll let that one go. But Smith must be, I think he's the best I've ever seen at taking quick singles. He's up amongst the best I've ever seen at putting the 4 ball away for 4.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, the first, probably the loosest ball he's bowled all day.
Yeah,
was the one first after lunch.
Another one wide of off stump, and Rabada seems to be slightly labouring to the crease. His run up is much shorter than it used to be.
That Lord's lunch. The Lord's lunch.
Yeah, the Lord's lunch. I've had a few Lord's lunches in my time. I can tell you they're pretty damn good.
Matthew Hayden has now taken his hat off.
He has
doesn't
taken
wear
his hat off.
We saw him wandering about over lunch quite a lot, and he genuinely looked like he was about to walk on stage at the Grand Ole Opry in this enormous 10-gallon hat.
He did. As Rabada's in again, it's a little closer
Or
to the
Stetson,
stump.
rather.
And Steve Smith, somewhat twitchily, no surprise there, gets across, just defends it back to the bowler. Have you ever seen Jim Furyk take his hat off?
No.
He always wears the hat, does Jim Furyk, and I once saw him take the hat off. It was like Hunter S. Thompson taking his hat off. It was amazing.
I worked with Jim Furyk was the chap who had this really weird swing, didn't he?
He did. It used to sort of go up and round and back and then hit the ball.
I'll tell you in a minute.
Made a lot of money on the circuit. As this ball is wide of off stump, he throws his hands through it to Stephen Smith. He knows there's no third man. It's an entirely safe shot, despite the oohs and indeed the ahs here in Ladywell. And it was one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, now bear in mind, I'm an absolutely terrible golfer, always was. But I was working for Nokia, and they'd just come up with analysis software you could do on your phone. And they were sponsoring a tournament at Sunningdale, I think. I'll hold that thought for a minute.
Yeah, 2 4s already in the over for Stephen Smith, because he does want to put the pressure back onto the bowlers. And with a full ball, he's now punched through mid-wicket. There's a long chase there for, I think, Maharaj, because he's left arm throw. And they're through for 2. So he's taken 10 off the over there, Stephen Smith. They would have talked about putting the pressure back on the bowlers. What better man to do it than Stephen Smith? Yes, let's go back, Tony.
Anyway, we had the demo tents up, and Jim Furyk, who was the number 2 at the time, and me, who was, who I think played off about 26. And I'm stood there with the Nokia phone and Jim Furyk, and I'm saying, well, now, I think we can see what you're doing wrong here, Jim. Because every
yeah,
and he took it in good part, to be honest. Bear, anyway, over to you.
We have Rick My Fraps. He says 3 boss hogs talking about Daisy Duke. I don't know. Jay says first beer spit of the day. Cheers, thanks, lovely for that. Nitin says Three-man army. Good evening.
It's Janssen, and he hit Stephen Smith in the midriff, not the midriff, as keeps getting said on BBC, but with a slightly quicker ball, and Smith for once missed out on the 4-ball there. Yeah, we're not boss hog because we don't walk around with a Confederate flag, which was the case in the Dukes of Hazzard. Yes,
do you think he might have been a Trump voter in his day?
I suspect if you've seen the film...
A lot of them are.
If you've seen the film Sinners, I think he's one of the characters in that. Although not the Michael B. Jordan character. As Janssen is in again, he takes Stephen Smith on the pad. He's a good bowler, this lad. That one angled into him. Smith was back when perhaps he should have been forward, and for once couldn't get a bat onto it. And it just goes off the pad to first slip, no run.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? Rabada was getting all the early morning movement, and Janssen took a while to do anything too threatening.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, either side of lunch, he seems to have found the nip and
Yeah.
zip that Rabada has probably slightly lost.
I think he's bowling wobble seam, which is handy if you can do it at Lord's, especially on a day like this. But the sun is now out, and he gets behind this one to Stephen Smith, and somewhat edgily, as I think Tony was doing some juggling there.
I was juggling my pen.
And goes, there is no run. So 78 for 4. The scoreboard's still looking anemic for the Australians, but the fast start after lunch by Stephen Smith has helped that scoreboard. What are we looking at as par score here today?
Oh, what a good question. For the day, would be interesting to see. Bear can tell us. What are people thinking on the GPL, Bear?
Well, you can have a look on that computer. I can't tell you on this one.
Right. I can't at the moment.
Here is Janssen round the wicket. It's wide of off stump, and Smith leaves it alone and does a few histrionics afterwards.
I did see Messi gone 303 to 353.
No chance.
With his threes. No, I don't think so. No, well, not with a start, but you never know.
Sun's out.
I'm thinking about 240 for 6 if I had to put money on it. I think Lords does have this tendency to flatten out quite dramatically.
It does, but...
What, you think they're only going to lose 2 more wickets the entire
Yeah,
day?
I don't think it's going to be
I'd
quite
be surprised.
as threatening this afternoon.
225 all out for me. As Janssen is in again, wide of off stump, through to the keeper. There is no run. It's the end of the... Oh, no, it's not quite the end of the over. There are 6 balls in an over.
I'm hoping for 150 all out. I'm telling you.
Webster's in at 6. Is Alex Carey in at 7? He's a good bat, Alex Carey, for a 7.
Yeah, actually, he's the one that I think comes in and gets a counteracting, 80 to 120.
He's not, he's a fine bat, but he's not a kind of counter-attacker in the way Adam Gilchrist was, or indeed Matt Pryor. He's just a good bat. As again, Janssen takes Smith, who's struggling to read the bounce off the pitch at the moment, and it just dribbles away to the leg slip. Always a good position for Stephen Smith. Australia 78 for 4, and the Tubers.
I need some new glasses. Can't read anything these days. Although I like this from Jay. Eric J says Scousers tend to whine rather than whinge. To be fair, Jay says Scousers could recite the Gettysburg Address, and it would still sound like a whining mule.
I got told. I may have told this on Guerilla before, but I found myself thinking that I sounded like Kenny Everett, who grew up 3 roads away from where I grew up.
No.
And because Kenny Everett modified his accent the way I've modified mine, I had to when I was giving classes to 200 odd students at once, and I thought it could be called a kind of posh Scouse. But my nephew nailed it when he said it was tamed Scouse. So I think I speak a kind of tamed Scouse these days. After I've been down here 43 years, as this ball from Rabada is just pushed into the offside, and there is no run.
Bo Webster is from a place called Snug.
Snug.
It's a suburb, I think, or it's very near Hobart in Tasmania. I looked up, never heard of it. So I thought I'd look it up. He was one of only 2 famous people to come from Snug. The other one was a James Hines Gillis, who was an early 20th century industrialist and pioneer of hydroelectricity.
Beautiful ball from Rabada. It pulled Webster forward. He played slightly down the wrong line through to the keeper. Snug sounds like a place that'd be on the island of Thomas the Tank Engine, which was Isidore. Is it Isidore? Isdor?
Yes.
Isildur.
It's the Isle of Man, though, isn't it? Under different name. I think it's the Isle of Man under a different name. But Snug, wasn't there a character called Snug in a sitcom? As Rabada is in again, and this is on middle stump. He plays slightly across. That does Bo Webster, inviting the leading edge, and he scoots through for a very welcome single to get off the mark from his 7th ball.
His highest score of 57 in his 3 tests so far has Bo. When he got that on debut versus India this year, he also took 3 wickets at 24. He's taken best bowling 2 for 6 versus Sri Lanka in Gaul.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't look out of place, but for many years growing up, the Australians kind of didn't really trust all-rounders, as Smith gets this on leg stump, and of course he puts it away through mid-wicket. It's not going to go the whole way up the slope to the grandstand, and it's hunted down by the South Africans, and they're through for 3. Yet the Australians never liked the kind of third change seamer and number 6 come 7 bat at all-rounder. They always felt, play your best bowlers, play your best batsmen. But an all-rounder, as we know, can balance out a side, and this is the key moment you need an all-rounder, though. An all-rounder that comes in at 340 for 6 and moves the board onto 480 is handy. But an all-rounder who comes in at 60 odd for 6 and moves the score to 260 for 6 is rather more useful. This cuts Webster absolutely in half from Rabada. That seemed a mile up the hill, I think. So I'm not sure what happened with that one. Temba Bavuma doesn't know either. Another great take from Verena, who's been absolutely fantastic on one of the harder grounds to keep wicket on. Let's see. Oh,
good old wobble seam, wasn't it?
It was up the hill, because he'll be still bowling from the nursery.
It's definitely up the hill. And, you can't play those. Simple as that. It went over the top of middle stump, having pitched well outside off. In fact, it might have gone over the top of leg. He's in behind the next one, to his credit. And it's the end of the over. Australia are 82 for 4. Smith has 40 and Webster has a rather fraught one.
Farong says, will the Saffers be batting this session or the final session? Maybe not.
I don't think so.
I think they will be batting for an hour or so this evening.
Lennox Lear says, I think everyone in the Dukes of Hazzard were Trump voters. I think you're right. The main character's car was called the General Lee.
Yeah.
Had a Confederate Navy Jack on the roof. It did indeed. Yeah. And they always used to. They went through a lot of cars and that thing, didn't they? It was always jumping over ravines.
Yeah, it was on. I mean, I don't want to upset Marg, but it was always on the kind of same time as Doctor Who, and I always made it a point of not watching Saturday television after the football results had come through, because I hated all that stuff. So here is Janssen again to Smith. He's taken on the pad. There's a big shout for LBW, not least from in the room. And Chris Gaffney says no. Temba Bavuma is slightly squeezing a spot on his cheek while he's wondering whether to go for the DRS. It is Stephen Smith. It was close, but I think they think it was going down the leg side. I think Janssen is saying, I think it's missing, mate.
No, I think Janssen's saying it's Steve Smith. Let's do a DRS. They haven't. They retained one earlier. They might as well give it a shot. I mean, it's very full. Well, it's probably going down. I mean, he is bowling around the wicket. It's quite a wide angle, but it looked good.
The ball has seemed a lot since lunch. It seemed a bit before lunch, but the pitch does seem to have woken up. It does happen at Lord's. We haven't seen a projection of the path of the ball, but yes, we'll tell you when we get one. Stephen Smith swivel pulls this down to long leg, and he'll happily get off strike. He now goes to 41. He's been so much the best batsman in this lineup, it's ridiculous.
I'll tell you what I did notice there. Steve Smith was shaking his head quite, no, that's not out, no, which is fine. But when he was shaking his head, his helmet must be quite loose, because his helmet seemed to be wobbling backwards and forwards with almost like a life of its own.
Give your head a wobble, mate. I burst into a little bit of Ange Postecoglou there.
Yes. Now
Big Ange.
Big Ange.
The man is out. Well, that's not surprising.
So we are, mate.
Yeah, he'll land back in Scotland and win a load of shit, no doubt.
So we are. There's Janssen again. It's take on the pad. That must be close. There's a big appeal there. I think that's a better shout. I think they will refer this.
I think the problem is with the angle. I think you're right. I think it's going on to hit the stumps, but I think it's hit him outside the line.
I think at best this is umpire's call. He goes early, does Bavuma. I think this might be out. Webster just thrust a big Jack Callis or a big Shane Watson type front pad at that. He was taken on
he's
the
out
pad.
then if it's Shane Watson.
Yeah, halfway up the shin. I think this is out.
Well, I think, yeah, but you've got the same problem as you have with the previous one, and the fact is that he's coming around the wicket from a very wide angle, and the question is it able to hit the stumps and hit in line?
Yeah.
Wide and high and slanted across a right-hander. I think
it's hit him in front of off. It may just be umpire's call on impact.
Well, in which case...
He'll be not out.
Not out.
Yeah.
It's all down to the Kettler.
It's all down. It's Richard Cattleborough who's sitting in the pod there, looking at pictures. Yeah, we remind you the original decision is not out. I think at worst this is going to be umpire's call, so I don't think they'll lose the review. I think Bavuma's got this right, calling for it. And dear me, Marco Jansen's a handful, isn't he?
He is. He's got a twin brother, you were saying,
Yeah?
doesn't he? Who's also 6'7" or so.
Not as good a cricketer, but still, I think plays.
Bo Webster's 6'6".
Yeah, and Cam Green as well.
Yeah, Bo Webster reminds me actually of Cameron Green. You know, it's I'd never really seen him before, so quite interesting.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, I think he might have played in. We're seeing it now. It's hit him umpire's call on impact, which is what we thought. But it's also hitting middle stump, so it shows that there is plenty of scope there, because it was a tight umpire's call on impact, hitting middle stump, and it could have gone either way. That didn't need to be much further across, and it would easily have hit middle and leg, even if it was not umpire's call on impact. But he survives, does Webster. He has 1 from 10. It's a very fraught day.
He doesn't look very comfortable, does he?
He looks like this is somewhat foreign conditions with a swinging, seaming ball.
Has Bo Webster ever played county cricket?
Yeah, he's played this season for Warwickshire.
He has been playing for Warwickshire.
Oh, right, okay. So he's been warming up. He knows the conditions.
But George Hill and Ben Code are a bit of a different proposition.
We literally started this whole session by talking about his scores for Warwickshire, Bear. You were sat there.
Was I?
Oh, well.
I probably didn't have my headphones on.
No, that might
technical
possibly
shit.
not.
Here's Jansen again, and he gets a short one, does Bo Webster. He's got no timing, gets a bit of a bottom edge, but it goes down towards the mound stand, and they'll take a very welcome 284 for 4. It's all action stuff, this test match. I watched England against West Indies last night in the T20, and every other ball was hit for 6, and you're just thinking, oh, okay, here we go again.
It's so tedious,
And now, in this, every ball is a narrative of its own. Every over is telling a story. Every session is vital. This is the real McCoy.
I'm looking at his figures I'll hold the thought for a second.
As Jansen round the wicket again is in an inside edge from Webster. Dear me, he just thrust his hands at that and got a bit lucky. The ball dribbles off the pad, goes into the offside, and they're through for a single. Well, if he fights this out, Webster, and makes 50, I'll take my hat off to him.
In the Sheffield Shield, this last 24-25 season, played 7 for Hobart, averages 28, highest score of 113, taken 19 wickets at 30, including a 5 for
Tasmania then?
For Taz, sorry, for Taz.
He couldn't have played in the final then, I thought he did. Steve Smith reaches for this, but as he always seems to do, somehow he gets plenty on it, and just when they needed it, would you believe it, through deep point. I mean, he's not the captain of this side, Stephen Smith, but he is so much the leading batsman. What a player.
Well, my first impression, looking at the more recent of those games for Tasmania, was that he was more of a bowler that bats.
Yeah, I think he is.
But if you look at the season more broadly, then he clearly had a ton. He got that 85 for Warwickshire. He's clearly can handle a bat.
Well, he's 31, I think, and we know that bowlers who bat become batsmen who bowl as they go into their 30s. You know, Jacques Callis is a
Test
perfect
50
example.
to his name as well now.
Rabada's in, and Webster drives at that. It's a lovely extra cover drive. He'll feel the release of that.
That's the ball you want, Nip. Just short and wide of off stump, and just one to climb into, just to lean into.
We have a super chat.
Tin.
Super chat. Is it this what I need to do?
Go for the short one, or else we'll be here all day.
Number 3.
I thought it was there, but
It's
is,
in
I can see it from
marketing 2.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
huge LBW shout. Webster, who was taken on the shin coming forward, but I think there was an inside edge. Is that what they're...
I don't know. I don't think
at?
so, but hey. It's from Zip. He says, morning, all nice to hear Gary again.
Oh, thank you.
But maybe check his levels, Bear. Gary's over-modulating a bit. Yeah.
It's that side that seems to be the problem.
Sorry.
It's that mic or that.
No. Put the mic back where it is. I turned you down on the desk, you muppet.
Oh. It's voodoo. It's voodoo, I tell you.
This is the problem. We don't have any compression because the compressions don't work. That's fucking out, man.
Oh, what's...
Why are they not
But again, I don't think
reviewing
the
it?
impact was in line again.
I think it was in line that time.
That's I thought.
His right arm over.
That's why I said it's an inside edge, because I couldn't understand why they're not...
Why are they
calling
not
it.
reviewing that one? That's ridiculous. It's
have a look.
plumb.
It's hitting him. It's hitting middle, 3/4
You're
of the
right.
way up.
That was impact in line.
It's hit
He's
right in front of
definitely
off
hitting the
stump,
stump.
and it's going on a hit middle and off.
He kind of crouched down there. I
All
mean,
eyes
maybe
on
that's what's
timber.
fooled them, but...
Well, they missed it. They waited too long.
Rabada's in again. He's going to have to get Bo Webster out. That one jags up the hill. And yeah, what's wrong with this? He goes down to Bo Webster and he almost collapses his back leg. And it's just so out.
That's out.
Was there an inside edge?
Maybe there's an inside edge. Yeah,
No, I
was-
didn't see an inside edge.
Temba Bavuma thinks there's an inside edge.
Okay.
I mean,
They all
that's
think
what I
there's an
called it, but it was only because I thought otherwise it's out and they were not overexcited. It's the KP stance with the legs wide apart and the back halfway between them. As Rabad saying, that's another quite nice ball there, but well played by Webster. To misquote Barry Davies, he played it by not playing it.
Temba's now trying to look extra busy because I think he may feel he might have missed out on one there. What's he got? He's got 4 slips, really, isn't he? It's not even a gully. It's a wide 4th slip.
I think he's
I don't think there was an inside edge.
No,
boys.
I didn't see an inside
I
edge
didn't
there.
see no fucking inside edge. Bollocks.
Well,
Bollocks!
Temba Vavuma's just called it double carpet at Newmarket with the tic-tac there. As the ball goes through and dies on the way through to Verena, who wears one on the knee and hops about to show his pain. But that's unusual because the ball's been going through at waist height and that one died, so it suggests, but I've seen this before at Lords, the pitch just gets better and better for batting. And it's the end of the over. Australia 94 for 4. I mean, it's just non-stop action here.
Nitin Deshpande asks us, is the weather good? Yeah, it is going to be good, and it's going to be good for the entire test, I think. He also says if Smith is out, then 175 is hard to get. Yeah, that could be right. Kieran Roseblade says...
There's one to come. I didn't realise, Bear, but continue.
Kieran Roseblade says, every over tells a story, every session is vital. It sounds like that song.
Impact in line, wickets in line, 3 red lines. The only thing that would have saved him was the inside edge. It's an extraordinary cock-up, really, by both Janssen and Bavuma, because it was hitting middle halfway up, as we suspected. As this is a fantastic ball from Rabada that Webster fences at, but the reason he was fencing at it is the ball just jumped away from the bat, and again up the slope.
Well, Rabada, who's always seems to have a bit of a short fuse, that's going to be even shorter now. You can see it on his face. I think he feels robbed in that over, and yeah, you're right, they missed out, I believe.
Well, I believe so, but everyone thinks it's an inside edge. Bollocks.
No chance.
Now, Kieran Roseblade says, every over tells a story, every session is vital. Load of shite, that. It's just a bit of cricket, lads.
Every sperm is sacred.
Well, that's what it reminds me of. Every sperm is sacred. Brian Wasty says, bad umpire, ruined the game. Well, you know, you've got reviews for exactly that.
Yeah, but it should have been given out on the field. It really should have been.
Everyone keeps saying inside edge.
But if it is an inside edge, the batsman always refers it because the batsman should know the inside edge as Smith gets in and defends that. I'm always more willing, if there's reviews left, for an umpire to take a chance on an inside edge.
But I mean, if the umpire genuinely thinks it's an inside edge, you can't give it out because it might be out.
It was already given not out, so the batsman wouldn't need to refer something that had been given.
But if the umpire thinks it's a slight tickle, they can give the decision out, knowing that the batsman should know.
Here he is. Come on.
No, this is Stephen Smith defending.
Yeah.
Uglily.
The sun is out at Lords. There's no wind at all. South African flag limply on the flagpole. As this ball comes back an absolute mile, and Verena is diving to take a ball down the leg side that was pitched well outside off. And Stephen Smith is saying, look, mate, it's doing all kinds here. And he's right. I don't know, these two can't have been bowling half an hour between them yet. It did pass the outside edge, though. It's a big yahoo from Stephen Smith, who perhaps is thinking, unless I get the run soon, there's going to be one with my name on it.
Bit like Baldrick's bullet.
He has 45 to Stephen Smith off 69. He usually goes in the 60s. And gets a bouncer from Janssen, just lets that one go. It's at the ground, of course, where he was felled by Jofra Archer, but showing his extraordinary will. Stephen Smith, you'd never think it would have even happened. Such was his willingness on the day, and then willingness in later years simply to play the short ball the way he's always played the short ball.
Can we ask the green room then, who's watched this as many times as us, did we actually see for that LBW? I'll hold the thought for a second.
As Janssen is in, defended, no
rubbish,
and we're hearing there's a big inside edge.
And yet
we didn't see Snicko.
We're watching the same. Yeah, I was about to say, did Snicko show it as a big inside edge? No, well that's it. You see, I didn't see. We're all looking at the same thing as you are, and the three of us sat here didn't see an inside edge at all.
Is there Snicko? There must be, mustn't there?
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Snicko. We haven't seen Snicko. 94 Australia. Janssen is in again. This is defended by Stephen Smith, and all that optimism of those boundaries in the first over after lunch. And I was saying that the pressure is back on the bowlers. Well, these are high-class bowlers, and they're now back on top over the batters.
Yeah, if you're Australia, you're going to know this partnership is so crucial.
Well, it's
keeping Smith there is crucial.
These two, the next one with Alex Carey as well. I think Carey's a better bat than Webster, but obviously he's keeper rather than all-rounder, so they're playing him at 7. As Janssen is in again, lets it go to Stephen Smith, and then calls for a new set of gloves, possibly wanted just to stall the game for a bit. And as we're stalling the game, we can go to your
Maiden over too.
Well, what have we got here? Nitin Deshpande again says, pitch is unpredictable, say something. Well, I don't think the pitch is that unpredictable. The old one has kept a little bit low, but I mean, it's still early days. The pitch is pretty good, to be fair.
Yeah, it's a skill of the bowlers, the wobble seam, I think.
Exactly, there's a lot of wobble seam going on and some very skillful bowling. Eric J says Steve C is looking for an authority on shovels and precipitation. Who's Steve C? Steve Kelt?
No, that would be a K. We're due a change, aren't we, very soon?
Yeah, we are. We'll get one more over in, I think.
Okay.
Well, yeah, we've got 1 minute till we'll have a change, so we'll get one more over. James Moriarty. I love that name. Moriarty. First Felix Jones, now Stuart Broad. South Africa out here rewriting sporting colonialism. But this time with contracts.
We've seen a picture of the Tate Gallery with some Van Gogh posters. That exhibition finished ages ago, as did Bo Webster's attempt at that shot, because again it cut him in half from Rabada. These two are bowling absolutely superbly. And welcome to the first over after lunch, or rather it should be, because it's the first ball of the 31st over, and we're already half an hour behind on the
miles away
90
from that.
overs.
It's also the time when lunch would have been if they'd started at 11, so it would have been the first over after lunch.
It's true.
Were it the 11 o'clock start.
It's all true. The sun is out at Lord's and Rabada's in, and this is very full, and it's played nicely actually by Bo Webster, who got, he got a bit of a half volley on leg stump. Your eyes can light up and you miss that, and all of a sudden you're LBW, but he just played it back, and there was a bit of slight comedy fielding as the bowler first tried to get it, and then the mid-on, but they stopped it in the end.
Well, you don't normally think of Maharaj as being the most athletic of fielders, but he was backing up superbly there.
Yeah, he's a fine bowler though, Maharaj, the Jeff Goldblum of the South African team. Just a hoik there by Bo Webster, feet in concrete, waves the bat at a ball, and misses it, and it goes through to Vereen. I mean, that speaks to a scrambled mind to me.
A little bit, yep, you're right.
Nick Cook suggested, I think, is a bad suggestion. Maybe the umpire should automatically review LBW.
No, we can't have the game any slower. Rabada's in again, and this is just defended on a fourth stump line, and Bo Webster again a little bit nervous, takes 3 or 4 steps down the line. Steve Smith sent him back, and he sent him back because I'm not sure they would even have crossed before the stumps would have been thrown down. Steve Smith just goes down as a quiet word with the inexperienced Webster. So just, get the heart rate down here. Got a long time to bat.
In the background, Hendo is prowling, going through his warm-up, his limbering up exercises.
Is he?
Yeah. That's it.
Who's on next, Hendo?
There's Rabada in again. It's another inside edge. Again, the feet were locked in concrete. Again, the hands went to the ball, but not the head and not the feet. Inside edge. Ball goes down, and Aidan Markram. It is Aidan, isn't it? Aidan Markram.
It is Aidan Markram.
Yeah, he's the white ball skipper, and he's given some good encouragement from the slips here. I mean, this South African side do seem a bit more demonstrative than a lot of South African sides that we've
but
had
I think they would be at the moment. They're 4 wickets down. They know a 5th one would be, worth its weight in gold. They're conscious the sun's come out.
Smith as well.
And if they know one thing, South Africans, this is not edge, because Rabada just seamed that a mile up the hill. Verena took it in front of first slip, and Bo Webster has been on the rack in that over. To his credit, he survives. And if there's one thing South Africans know, it's the weight of gold, Tony.
They do. They certainly do. 94-4-4. Right, do you want me to move across, Hendo? I can do that. All right, if you do the jingles as well, I'll stay here if you're happy. Gary's... it's a bit like an articulated lorry trying to turn in a small parking space, watching Gary getting out the chair. I'm on social. 94-4 while Hendo settles in. We're also going to say a welcome to Tom Wise.
Hello
who
guys.
I found prowling the Lord's Media Centre, looking a bit lost, like he needed a gig somewhere in a commentary service.
Thank you.
So he's found one, and he's with us. Hello, Tom.
Hello, thank you for having me. Nice to be here.
Damn, you see, Tony, you spot the best laid plans. I was going to say, I know everyone out there considers us to be all wise, but we now actually have a wise man with us.
Oh, well, indeed.
But it's too late now. Ngidi is in. That was quite a military medium first ball from him. It says 83 miles an hour, but I'm not absolutely convinced. Now, as Dan used to say on TMS, what's your name and where do you come from, Tom?
I'm originally from Cambridge. My name is Tom Wise, as you've said. I'm studying journalism at the minute, and I thought this was a good opportunity to come down, watch some cricket, and have a chat about it.
Absolutely right. That's what we do on an almost daily basis, certainly in the summer. 94-4. I've got a feeling that Webster's going to get 100. It looks to me like it could be his day. Or it could be Smith. He goes onto the back foot and chops that out to the cover boundary. They have got someone patrolling there, so just a single on this occasion.
Thing is, Tom, like me, will have watched an awful lot of cricket at Lord's, and the sun coming out like this would bode better for Australia than for South Africa, wouldn't it, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. This is the time to be batting, really, isn't it? As the day moves forward, like pitch breaks up a little bit, and I think this is the moment.
Well, it's Webster facing. He hasn't looked convincing, but sometimes those innings which get off to quite sticky starts end up producing something quite magnificent by the end of it. This one he plays out with not much foot movement into the covers. There is no run. 95-4. Yes, so Tom is part of the Guerilla youth wing that we are bringing through, which also includes Billy. Where is Billy? Oh, I saw he was going up to Lord's today, but all the trains have been cancelled from wherever he was.
Either Hampshire or Newcastle for Billy.
Well, he said he was at his grandma's, I think.
Oh, right.
God knows where she is. And Ngidi, a little bit wider on the crease. Onto the back foot goes Webster, plays it defensively into the covers. Finally, the sun has burnt off the cloud a little bit and is shining down on Lords, shining on the righteous from South Africa, but not so much from Australia. And Ngidi doesn't look completely convincing from what we've seen, but we only saw a 4-over spell. second spell of the day for him. He was chosen in preference to Patterson, which I think was a little bit controversial amongst some South African fans. Wide of the off stump, too wide, and there is no man back for Webster, and he brushes that away off the back foot through the covers. Big gap, and that is 4 runs.
I'm looking over a 4.
Still attacking, aren't they? Still quite attacking, the South Africa field placings.
I think they've bowled really well today. Rabada, I think he's got 5 maidens now. Ngidi, he's doing a good job himself. They look good.
I think the worry for South Africa is that they haven't got this breakthrough this afternoon they've been unlucky not to have, and whether that will cost them in the long run. Here's Ngidi again, that's better. Back of a length, forcing him onto the back foot. He's a tall man. Pushes it up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, and I think, would you say that Webster's sort of getting into his stride a little bit now? Like, there was obviously the chance to have him out a few overs ago, and is he sort of, he's getting a bit more comfortable now? Like, you sort of missed the chance almost?
Yeah. Well, I think that can happen, absolutely, especially if the pitch gets better and flattens out a little bit. There still has been movement, certainly for Janssen and for Rabada. In fact, probably more than there was first thing this morning, actually, in the air, certainly. There's
a lot of welcomes for you.
To Tom?
To Tom, yes. Yeah, some of these you will have heard before. You do have to have a thick skin if you work here, let me tell you. The first one I read was Lockie the Sixth going, bloody hell, it's Prince Harry. But I am sure you've heard that one before.
Yeah.
And you are anything but spare. We're delighted you're here.
To be fair, Prince Harry's got a lot less hair now.
Well, yeah.
I think it used to be a better thing than it is now. Now it's quite insulting.
Rabada starts a new over. That's too wide, and that's played with some flamboyancy. Added an extra sort of little circle there to the shot at the end of it, did Smith. And would you believe it, Steve Smith's got another bloody 50.
Of course he has.
At Lords. Yeah, it was written in the stars, I'm afraid to say. And I suppose rather begrudgingly we're going to have to play one of these.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job has only just begun.
And he follows it up with a very well spotted single. It was a much better ball. They might even get an overthrow here. No, I think Smith's run too far past the wicket at the non-striker's end. It was a really poor ball from Rabada. I mean, it was an absolute gift. Actually, toe ended it a little bit. He was having to reach so much for it.
It's a great shot.
But I love the sort of extra circle that he put in, like sort of, I don't know, lassoing.
It's just Steve Smith, though, isn't it? He's just so unorthodox. Like, he just does his own thing.
He does his own thing, and he plays to the crowd a little bit. This is driven off the back foot by Bo Webster, but he picks out the man at square cover. The Australia 100 has sneaked into view. 104 for 4.
Do you think he's like that if he's just going about his normal life? I mean, say he's popping down to Bunnings Warehouse with his missus. Do you think he picks up a bit of grouting for that, and then just sort of quickly puts it back, picks it up again, replaces it, then plays it in his mind before twisting it around?
Could be.
His missus must be going, for Christ's sake, Stephen, calm down.
He doesn't sleep, does he, either? Outside the off stump, little bit of away movement, but it started too wide. Webster was able to leave that. He's got 12 from 30. Smith, 51 from 77, and 36 of those runs have come in boundaries, which kind of bears out the point I think Gary was making, that he's put away the bad ball, but been very watchful otherwise.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? He's really punished those bad balls, and he's really made the most of them.
In comes Rabada again. Webster hops a little bit. as he gets in behind that one and defends. There is no run.
The name Bob Ross is getting mentioned hairstyle-wise as well.
Oh, Bob Ross. You know who Bob Ross is.
Yeah.
Do I? Who's Bob
Oh,
Ross?
he's the
painter, the artist.
The painter who, he died a long time ago, but they started to re-show his programs on BBC 4, I think it was.
Yeah.
And he sort of created a whole new fan base. Was he edged that one? That's an absolutely delicious delivery from Rabada. Had him pushing at that outside the off stump, and Rabada will feel much aggrieved that he didn't find the edge there. It's the end of the over, 104 for 4.
Jay Grover says, welcome Tom, proper mint ginger fro. Let's see. Stephen Cox says, Jay, do you think the new lad has any Sheffield blood in his ancestry? Don't think you do you?
No,
from
not
Cambridge. You're from Cambridge.
Yeah, real southerner.
He's from Cambridge, but he's a Norwich fan, so we've got to keep him away from Grubby.
Well, there we go. Guerilla Youth Wing sounds somewhat sinister, says, yeah, when we have used that phrase, we have been told that before. Jay Grover says, Billy's grandma's probably in Balmoral. Tony and Hendo, can you ask Tom if he's interested in my cousin, please? Apparently. Well, hang on a moment, Kieran, haven't we been down this road before? There was somebody else you were trying to...
Hang on, that was Billy.
Trying to market your cousin to.
2 slips and a leg slip now, and
it was Billy. Yes, it was.
And Guidi is probing that area, trying to get Smith to glance one into the hands there, but he steers it to square leg instead. There is no run.
We'll consider yourself asked, Tom, just in case. What we've never found out is anything actually about Kieran Roseblade's cousin.
Oh, okay.
Other than, in fact, we're not even sure if it's a male or female.
They're just desperately single. Is all you know about them.
However, we suspect they're available.
Yeah,
it's looking that way.
Yeah.
The leg slip has gone. The third slip has come in, and Guidi is in, and he tries to pull that to Smith, and again he takes it in the mid. Riff, as
absolutely right,
as Gary will have it.
No drift involved.
Well, it's a no ball. But I will say, I don't know about your mid, but my mid is drifting.
My mid's drifting outwards more than it should. I'll say that.
Absolutely. Big no ball.
That's a massive no ball. Crikey Moses.
Been a few of them. Been a couple of them, hasn't there today?
Yeah, there have. Strangely, is it something to do with Lords? Should we bring back Amir and say, we now forgive you, it was all about the ground, it was nothing to do with spot fixing, and we're going to compensate you for jail time. 105 for 4. It's Ngidi from the pavilion end at the moment, and I just feel the frustration is going to grow for South Africa if they can't find their way through one of these in the not too distant future. This one he brings back into Smith plops that into the onside, easiest of singles. Now, I don't know what other people think, but and I'd have to look back on footage to tell, and I'm too lazy to do that. But Smith, he's always had this shuffle across to the off stump, but I don't remember him batting quite so far outside leg stump. He's literally taking guard on a 4th stump.
Yes.
Outside leg. So it's odd. But it seems to be working very well for him, and he's not really put too many feet wrong today. And Guidi in bowls, and that's keeping a little bit low, but eased off his pad by Bo Webster for a single. Moves to 13 from 33. 107 for 4. Sneak in a
message or two.
Yeah.
Nitin Deshpande says the danger man Smith is depressing South African players. Clearly thinks he removes Smith if you want to win. Philip Shaw says Kevin Peterson's commentary, love it or hate it, you've got to hate it.
Very good. Tweet of the day, that is. And Guidi again into Smith. And he leaves this one, which is angled in at him, but still missing off stump by a couple of extra stumps. And there is no run. Now, I did hear you talking on your Bishop and Bear podcast last night before it sent me to sleep, which was nothing to do with how interesting it is. It was a fantastic podcast. But you were someone accidentally said Austria instead of Australia.
That was me, I think.
Oh, was that you?
Yes.
And I did like the fact, I did want to say at that point, well, presumably if Austria were in the World Test Championship final, they'd have to be captained by Strauss.
Very good.
Full and straight and defended up to mid-on. Maharaj is there, and there is no run.
The thing was, we were talking to Richard, who lives in Vienna. Who's going to be in tomorrow. He's there at the ground today, our South African correspondent, but he's going to be with us in the studio for the rest of the test, starting from tomorrow.
So he's just popping in for a sort of...
he's popped in for one day at Lord's, and then he's realising where the real action is, and he's going to be here for the next 4.
So it's a bit of a Viennese whirl.
Oh, Lord. Trust you to reduce it to pastries.
I think it's something to do with sitting in this chair. I have to do. I'm forced to do dad puns.
Oh Lord!
Even though I'm not a dad.
Don't know where you get those from.
Ngidi in. Oh, hit him on the pad. Was there a bit of inside edge there? If not, that might have been worth a look at. Bavuma is coming in, and Smith says, shaking his head, "No, don't review it."
That helmet, that helmet is just so loose. You were saying earlier, weren't you? It's like a bobblehead. Like
his head is moving one way while the helmet's still sort of trying to catch up with it.
Yeah.
They're moving in completely independent order. It's bizarre.
That's not really good if he gets hit on the helmet, is it? I mean,
as he once did famously, of course, in 2019.
That brought a concussion substitute to the fore.
The famous Labuschagne substitution.
Ngidi in again. Ooh, looking for a very full one though, but he gets down on it as
get down on it.
No, I was going to say Casey in the Sunshine Band. It's not Casey in the Sunshine Band. It's Cool in the Gang.
Yes.
They got a single, sorry. I went off on a tangent about 80s pop.
Are you all right today, Henry?
I don't know.
You're wandering. You're going on a mental walkabout all over the place.
I think it's something to do with having viewed 5 properties in one day. That's what, and then driven home for an hour and a half.
Tom, I'm interested in the line of attack that both Ngidi particularly is using to Smith. He seems to be bowling quite full and looking to move the ball in on Smith's pads.
Yeah. I mean, when you see the way that Steve Smith moves across like he does, I mean, it feels like the normal thing to do, really. But he's sort of got every answer for it at the minute, batting quite well.
Yeah, worryingly well if you're a South African supporter, or even a neutral, but we're obviously not. Anyway, settles down for Rabada's 12th over. He's in. That's too wide. He aims a flailing back foot drive, but doesn't time it at all. Is rather annoyed with himself. Bit of a perfectionist, isn't he, Smith? In that regard, he's often inclined to abuse himself. Not in a dubious way, but sort of.
That would be a first at Lord's. I'm not sure you'd make it onto the honours board for that, Hendo.
Well, you never know.
I'd go down in Wisden, first player to knock one out in the middle of Lord's. Sorry.
Even in the Bears shocked by that. Rabada in again. 3 slips waiting in the sunshine, but onto the back foot like some sort of weird cricketing metronome, defending it into the onside. Wickleton does the fielding from mid-wickets. 109 for 4. See people in the crowd listening avidly to Guerilla cricket. The eyes popping out on stalks whenever
don't forget we have been the live commentary at Lord's in the ground.
That's very true.
One of us had to go out and haul people into the commentary box as a sort of surprise, didn't we?
Defended into the offside by Smith. I've got the feeling if you're a fielder, Smith's going to be really, really annoying because he's obviously going to be talking the whole bloody time. I remember playing my one game, and I'd never seen this before, where the batsman, I opened the batting for Romani with this guy, I can't remember his name, Jim something, and he was just sledging the bowler after every delivery. I've never seen anything like that. Batsmen don't sledge. He's come back, that's very close, but probably too high. Oh, it's lucky that it's hit him on the pad. That might have just clipped the bails, really. That shot back off the seam from Rabada.
I think it brushed the pad and missed the bail. I mean, it could have been either. It would have pitched, but I think in that's the case, it probably just pitched not quite in line, just outside. I'd have to have another look.
It doesn't matter if it pitches.
No, it doesn't. It pitches outside. He leaves it.
Yeah, too high.
It's probably too high. That said, it's hit the back leg.
Yeah, he's going too high.
Yeah.
I'd have risked a review on that because I think umpire's call would have been in play.
Yeah, well, on the basis that it was given not out. That's left alone. Rabada must be feeling a little bit aggrieved. He's been unlucky. He's bowled, apart from the odd bad ball, he's bowled extremely well.
Yeah. He bowled so well this morning, and he'll obviously be disappointed that he hasn't picked up that wicket since lunch. But he's on the right track, you'd say. He's
just got to keep going. I mean, I suppose when you look at someone like Rabada and your quickest bowlers, he's in again to Smith. Smith defends on the offside. There's always a single. Might be more than one here as Bavuma chases and turns, and Smith looks anxiously towards the non-striker's end, but Bo Webster's got big strides and he's got back there comfortably for the second. And that is the end of the over. 111 for 4. Yeah, I was going to say about Rabada, the only thing is with the likes of Jansen and Rabada, they're not going to get more than 20 overs in a day, are they? So he's looking at maybe that's the end of the spell. Does he give him one more?
I'd be tempted to give him one more.
I think I would, yeah.
Right, let me see. Jay Grover, doesn't Smith make his missus feed the bowling machine, brackets not a euphemism, when he can't sleep? Let me see. Kieran Roseblade, Jay, nothing wrong with... no, there's a little conversation. Sam, Nick, Snicks, it says. If I remember correctly, he was always very good off his legs, so he shuffled outside of off and backed himself to hit off these pads.
Oh, yeah, I think so. But, now that's a crunching shot off the back foot from Bo Webster. And Ngidi, so surprised by it, he's fallen over. It's gone straight down in front of the pavilion for one of these.
Right. I do have an update on Kieran's cousin, by the way.
Okay.
Feck's sake, lads. She isn't single. She's pregnant and engaged. I'm just sorting out backup plans. Okay, so now we know the answer to that at least. So you end up with not only his cousin, but a child to boot. It's like you buy them 2 for 1. It's a package deal.
And Ngidi again to Webster, and emboldened by that shot, he tries another drive off the back foot. Doesn't time this one. This one was much further outside off stump. I was beginning to think it was actually Kieran himself, and he was taking on the profile of a young available woman.
It's so caring about your cousin, though, isn't it? I mean, I haven't got that relationship with any of my cousins. Fair play to them.
Can you imagine the conversation that must have gone there? I know you're happily engaged and about to have a baby, but just in case, I know these old fat blokes who tend to sit around watching cricket all day. Would you be interested in one? I can see she'd go, oh yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, Tony, he's not been pimping us out, you and me.
That's when you need to be worried, I think.
Yeah. This one just does a little bit in the air, but it's defended on the front foot by Webster into covers. There is
Billy and Tom, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's Billy and Tom. I suspect even if pregnant and engaged, you'd be more interested in young, virile 20-somethings than 60-somethings. We're looking at that LBW shout before. I don't think he did get an inside edge, actually.
A few miles on the clock doesn't stop it being a classic car, Hendo.
You keep telling yourself that. More like one of those cars that the Bears trying to buy on auction at the moment. This one comes back into Webster, and he drops it into the onside, and he says, "Come on, Smithy, stop languishing at that end and come through and give me another single." She does. 116 for 4.
So, come on, lad. She's 4 new tyres and is ready for the road.
That was absolutely plum. They should have reviewed that.
Oh, that was.
I think Webster's going to make them pay, I fear, for South Africa. Oh, why didn't they appeal for that? Although that it must be the angle that we were sitting at, or certainly that Grubby was sitting at, calling it an inside edge.
It was strange that the three of us sat in where the three of us are now here. We all gave it as absolutely plum, and you three sat watching a different telly, it didn't. It was weird.
Yep, defended on the front foot by Smith into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, it was kind of peer pressure, really, if I'm honest, on my side. Yeah. Now I'm over here.
Now you're there. Now
I'm
you're
here.
there.
It's obvious. Yeah.
He was just trying to curry favour with us. But actually, there is. I know you were talking about me moving the other chair back level with the sofa. This is not interesting for listeners, but it's to do with the studio layout and the so-called green room, which is no longer completely separate from where we commentate from. When Geedy comes in to complete the over, Smith's gone so far over that time. I mean, he's played a cut shot out to deep cover, just a single for him. He'll keep the strike at the end of the over, 117 for 4. So I drew that chair back. The reason being is when you're very side on to the screen, and I noticed this in Sydenham as well, it looks like the ball is moving a hell of a lot more than it is, which is just some sort, I don't know, it's to do with the angle, it's to do with flat screen TVs, I guess. Something about it. Anyway, that's the explanation.
For wrongness, talking of vertically challenged ones, it would be difficult for Ben Duckett to be in his depth, says Mr. B. I'm just picking a few out at random. For wrong, the bish is sounding like Boise. Joe's idea is old, fat and dependable. Like a Volvo estate. Might not be fast, but it'll get you there safe and slightly ashamed. That's probably fair enough.
We have a change in the bowling. We've got a bit of spin for the first time today. And it's going to be Keshav Maharaj.
There's a bowler there from South Africa. Started out bowling pace, but he made the switch. I wonder why, but he's known as Keshav.
Indeed so.
Maharaj.
He's going to be bowling from the nursery end, so he's got the pitch, taking the ball a little bit away from the right-hander, I suppose, exaggerating any spin if there is any. Driven by Smith, he'll take 2 to the deep cover, running round.
We could have had him at Middlesex, of course, had he not injured himself celebrating.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Did his calf, didn't he? And that was his Middlesex career done before it started.
He's in again. Smith down the wicket and drags that into the onside, but tumbling Stubbs at mid-wicket does the fielding. I can't believe how many people you seem to have at Middlesex now. Maharaj in again, bowls, reaching for that one a little bit. Smith as he comes forward. I mean, you've got Kane, Williamson.
You do have Kane.
Josh Little.
Josh Little. Yeah. You've got, is it the Pakistani guy who's now qualified for England? Is that right?
Zafar Gohar.
Yep, Gohar. Maharaj in, tosses that one up, trying to tempt Smith. He aims the drive. And he finds backward point. Mulder is there. Have we been on for half an hour?
Well, Jay Grover's telling us off, Hendo. Let the wee bairn speak.
We have.
Yeah. So, well, we have. I thought we had, but I'm gonna let him. The wee bairn says who looks at least 6 foot tall.
Oh, that's short, and it's pulled into the onside. There's nobody out there though, and it's gonna dribble after bouncing into the mid-wicket boundary. It's another one of these.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
His spot did Smith, turned a little bit, but it's too short though, wasn't it? Far too short. It's got a slip and a forward short leg. He's in, tempting him outside the off stump. Rather leaning back as he tries to drive that, and subsequently fails to make good contact. That's the end of the over. It looks like it's going to be time for some drinks, but in the meantime, we will have a little bit of a change around. I'll tell you what I'll do.
Youth, wisdom and beauty.
I'll tell you what I'll do.
You can work out who's who.
I will suggest that you give us some money.
We need your money! Alternative cricket commentary. Bringing you laughs, bringing you jingles, bringing you joy. We are Gorillas. We need your money! Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
Hey up everyone, it's Grubby here. Got two heavyweights of the commentary world alongside me in the shape of the Bear and Gary Naylor, who'll be taking you through the next half hour of the action. An intriguing game, Bear.
It is a very intriguing game. I'm really enjoying it.
Finely poised.
I still can't believe that you lot were banging on about fucking inside edges on that. Absolutely stone cold dead. I don't understand why Rabada didn't actually get more incensed about it and go, no, you have to review that.
Everyone thought it was an inside edge on the field, and there was an angle we looked at from mid-off that looked like there was a massive deviation. So I was convinced, but hey, I've been wrong before and I'll be wrong again.
Yeah, that may be the case, but you've got 4 wickets down. You've got Stephen Smith at the thing. You've got to get to the next 2 wickets, and they're still back quite deep. And you've got 3 fucking reviews.
But it wasn't even on the field. It wasn't even a case of, it might be. It was a case of we heard a noise and therefore it ain't. So,
I mean, my feeling a lot of the time is how often are you going to lose a review if you review every ball that's going on to hit the stumps? Because
not that often.
Not that often. That's my view as well. I mean, if it's hit well outside off stump, then maybe you'd have a view. But usually when it's going on to hit the stumps, it's an umpire's call.
Cool, exactly.
And it's how often is it an inside edge?
Exactly. If it's not usually umpire's call on a smidgen of leg stump or off stump.
I'll just say it again, wrongly as it turned out, but everyone was convinced that there was an inside edge.
Not here. Not here.
Well, all right. Well done. Well done. You're right. But I'm saying on the field, they obviously heard something.
Yeah, they did look that way.
If it had been marginal, they possibly would have gone for it. But in their heads at the time, it wasn't marginal.
I mean, to move on to another controversial subject, I know Solar Panels Pat did something about it with regard to the sponsorship of the Australian team, but it is a bit disappointing to see quite so much advertising from Aramco. I know it's not
sports washing, mate.
Yeah, I know it's not cricket isn't alone, and I know it's not MCCs. Because this is not an ECB match nor an MCC match, it's an ICC match. But it's absolutely everywhere, plastered everywhere is Aramco. And
well, they got the dollar.
I know, and
certainly got the bang for buck.
I know, and you know, everything is tainted by hydrocarbons. So there's a sense in which I'm being holier than thou, but do they need quite so much Aramco?
Money talks.
I know.
A couple of messages here. Let's have Nitin Deshpande, who's the Smith Century. My question for all. I mean, he's odds on, I'd say, at the moment.
Certainly looks that way.
Back to the action.
And Guidi is going to continue. He's bowling at Webster. They're going to go for a quick single, and they're going to make it. And Guidi doesn't even turn up in a picture, so I don't know what he was doing.
No.
And they managed to get through for a quick single.
It's the Australian way. They are so good at quick singles.
Well, the field is, I guess there's no one in there at that shortish mid-wicket position, so it was in acres of space. And it looked like he had a bit of trouble there. It just tailed in at him, didn't he?
But it's also the first ball after the break, and the fielders are going to be slightly on the back foot. The Australians are aware of that.
Yeah.
They know if there's a drop and run on, it's definitely on the first ball after a break.
Well, I mean, 124 for 4 ain't great, but certainly better than 60 odd or whatever it was for 4. That's a bit of a cliche and obvious, but that's played by Smith back up to mid-off for Timber Fields, and there ain't no run.
It's a bit of a lucky 124 for 4. Okay, we haven't seen drop catches. We've seen a bleeding obvious LBW that was not referred, but there's been so many mistimed shots. There's been so much going off the inside edge. There's been so many that have just gone past the outside
off and
edge.
away in a test match.
Well, it's fair enough.
You've got to stick in there and then make hay when everything gets easier later on.
The only true story is the scorecard, because these things always happen. But this has not been a lucky 124 for 4 by South Africa. It's a lucky 124 for 4 by Australia.
I think he got an inside edge onto his pads right
sure
from
he did.
the stumps there, Smith. Again, if he'd have missed that, Plummer, we know you, but no, he gets an inside edge onto the pad, it goes out through mid-wicket, and they'll get a single.
But they've got to have somebody on the one at short mid-wicket. I mean, you're as much of a fan of short mid-wicket as I am.
Don't get me started on fucking mid-wickets, man.
Our friend Colin says, bear in mind Colin works on an oil rig, I believe, says, God bless hydrocarbons. Brings a tear to my eye.
Yeah.
Colin.
Yeah, it brings a cough to my chest as well. But this is how it is. What
I don't get is how anybody in this government after this, Ngidi, is coming into bowl to Webster. It's down leg side. It's gonna.
It's a
Did he get
poor
bat? I think
ball.
it was off the pads. I think, but anyway, pad, bat, whatever. It went for 4. Nope, it was off the bat.
2 plus 2 is on member.
I don't get how, including nuclear, which they've just decided they're going to spend loads of money on, how anyone thinks it's a bad idea to make your entire energy infrastructure self-sufficient.
Yeah.
Why would you not?
Welcome to the middle session at Guerilla Cricket.
Yeah.
But it's just madness. Why would you put anything at the mercy of having to import shit from abroad when you've got thousands and thousands of miles? Well, yeah, but that's the government's job to fucking, sort that shit out, isn't it? It's defended into the offside and there's no run, and I think Miliband is going to get scuppered on this.
No, but there is a way. There is a way. You know that the EU and indeed the Trump regime in America has said you've got to spend 5% on defence. 1.5% of that can be related matters. Well, what's more important than energy security?
Yeah, we've got a review going on here, lads.
Oh, have we? Oh, sorry.
We do have a review, yeah.
A review for what?
Well, I think it must be LBW.
Dear me.
What for? For the forward? It's a double. I haven't seen anything happen there.
We're seeing it in the slowest of motion. It's rock and
Is it
roll.
the full face of the bat?
Straight off the bat, middle of the bat. I thought
Well,
so.
look,
well.
Look, lads, we're right. We can go back to talking about the future of the planet, I think, because we missed nothing there because it was just a straightforward forward defensive.
And yet they didn't review the fucking LBW.
Well, maybe that's what they're doing. They don't want to miss out on another one. But I'm afraid, Temba, you've made a babooma booba there.
That was a very bad call.
It's a big part of captaincy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big part of
the
wicket
reviews.
keeping as well, although I'm not blaming the keeper there because he couldn't see through the bat.
Indeed, and Geely's back in. That's thrown up wide and hammered. I thought it was going out through the covers, but it's ended up going down towards third man. 4 runs though, it's the same result. And we've got a 10 over bat over.
None of this is happening without Stephen Smith toughing it out.
No,
you've got to give credit to the Australians. Bo Webster had a horrid time for half an hour.
I was going to say.
And now he's opening up.
It did go forward of square, that
shot.
That
did,
was weird.
That was weird, didn't it? It looked like it gone down to they must have had a camera over it.
Like the cameraman got it wrong and thought it had gone in front of square and then quickly panned to backward of square. Anyway, great shot.
This is a bit of what Bazball does, because this iron self-belief that we will play our game at all times is what's getting Australia through this. Because they could easily have folded there, but they believe in what they do. They believe in putting the pressure back on the bowlers whenever you've got the chance. And dear me, these two are now batting well against some very challenging bowling.
Well, Maharaj is about to come into the attack because obviously they've tired out the Pacers.
Yeah.
We've got, 20 minutes till tea? Yeah, 20 minutes till tea. It's going to be it's going to be... No, is it? Yeah, it's tea at fucking...
Yeah, it's
20 to 3 then. Instead of 20 to 4. But that's weird, can't be. That's played out to extra cover.
No, there's another half hour after that.
We had in the third half hour. Yeah, thank God for that.
It's kind of tea at the Savoy, isn't it? Mid-afternoon tea at the Savoy.
It's tea rather than high tea.
I got told off having tea at the Savoy once.
Oh, yeah. Really?
So I took my jacket off. I got one arm out of it before a waiter swooped upon me and said, "Excuse me, gentlemen are requested to retain their jackets during tea."
Really?
Yeah.
Have aircon. That's floated up, nicely floated up, but driven out to the man in the deep on the offside.
Wasn't
a single.
Allowed to channel Johners again. It wasn't allowed to be shirt sleeve order.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I couldn't go and eat somewhere like that. Some cunt, came out and said that to me.
I can tell you that the clotted cream scones and the jam was to wear a jacket for.
They had a right sweat on.
That's a decent ball from Maharaj, and it's defended back to the bowler, and there's no run.
This is 35 years ago, we're talking, maybe more.
Yeah, I know. I can't stand all that shit.
I don't care for it.
Maharaj, again, a little bit of turn. Started off too wide, though, and Smith is well into his game now. 64 for 102, 65 for 103 now, but gets himself another single.
It's one of the reasons I like Vegas, because, I don't want to quote Ayn Rand's famous money speech in Atlas Shrugged, but money just talks in Vegas. So all they're interested in is your money, and you don't have to worry about any of all the rest of it because it's the money.
I've always wanted to go to Vegas, never made it. On the back foot, pushed out to the offside, out to the boundary. Of course, they'll get single. Andy Ward's out there playing in the World Poker Tournament. Anyone know how he's doing?
Well, I wanted to say good luck to him, but of course, poker players don't believe in luck, so you can't say that.
It might be on a television channel somewhere. Because
I thought about looking for it the other day.
Might be on the tube.
Yeah, I used to years ago when I used to have late night poker on
yeah.
Channel 4 or whatever it was.
Stuff.
I used to watch that all night. Yeah, exactly. Driven out to cover and there's no run. Used to play quite a lot. I enjoy game poker.
I'll bring you a few tubes here. Lucky says Greta the Sailor got flown home. How dare they? Sam Nick or Snicks says think South Africa have forgotten what the abbreviation for LBW is. Long handle before wicket. Yeah, we'll have a look. David Smout says loving the energy transition chat. They should get you guys on Fully Charged or the Everything Electric podcast. T is 310 confirms Colin. And Mr. P says I got swooped on at Henley Regatta once for removing my jacket.
Yeah.
I told them to do one as it was boiling hot and got ejected from the steward's enclosure.
Oh.
Tossers.
Oh, it's a badge of honour.
And then Eric J, apropos probably all of that, says, is this Sood's Corner?
Well, it could be.
Well, I mean, I'm a long-term resident of...
I'm not number one, Sood's Corner.
Jonathan Wilson was always very, very proud to get in Sood's Corner. He was in at least a couple of times when I used to work with him. And of course, he's an ex-Guerilla, isn't he? Jonathan Wilson.
He was very pleased about a line that he put in his report in the game between United and Tottenham recently, which I'll tell you about in a sec.
Okay. Van Mulder is into the attack, and his first ball is defended by Webster, who looks a lot more comfortable now, up to mid-on, and there is no run, sorry.
And I know he's proud because he told me when I saw him recently at his stag do at the Oval.
Yeah.
And he said to me, I was really pleased with this, and he goes, talking about how terrible their respective seasons have been. And then I just talked about the bin fire strikes back.
Oh,
He was delighted with that. Which I went, yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, very good. We used to watch the late night poker with my kids. Because there were repeats in the middle of the afternoon. And I think we first played poker, and we used to play quite a bit. When Linus was 4 and Jesper was 7. It's good grounding for them.
Webster into the leg side. And there's a single. I hardly play anymore. I play about one game a year.
It's such a great game for finding out about the essence of a person. You can see into a person's soul when you play Texas Hold'em. We put that in fucking Sood's Corner.
Yeah.
But I believe it.
But the groups of guys I played with, it would start off all quite sensible, and then you had a couple of guys who had too much money, and of course. When we first started playing, you'd have you couldn't bid more than half the pot. You couldn't do all in. So it's a kind of friendly game, and you could still get massive pots because you'd start off with 6 people all putting 50p in for first thing, and then so obviously you can get £1.50, and then someone can go da-da-da. So you can quickly get up to like 20 quid. But latterly, I've played games where it gets into the early hours and too much has been drunk and other things have been taken, and Mulder is in, and that's cut out towards backward point.
Nobody there.
There's nobody there.
Oh,
it's going to be 4 runs.
No one within a country mile of it.
And it's all starting to go away. Well, I mean, Australia are 141 for 4, but it's looking reasonably healthy. 141 for 4 now.
What's the partnership here? It must be well over 50.
80, nearly 80, I think.
Yeah, anyway, so you get to the early hours of the morning, and then suddenly people would be putting in 25 quid to see the fucking flop, and you're just like, I just can't be bothered with this shit.
Yeah, well, once it stops being fun, as they say.
Stop.
There's still a lot of poker on telly, you go round some of those, and there's YouTube stuff, and some of the big names are still regulars.
I'm just wondering in those old days, surely Andy won the World Championship once.
No, he was third.
He was third or whatever.
He's won some big events.
Yeah, he has. So he must have been on the TV.
Yeah.
I'm not ever playing against him.
Oh, I'd love to. It's clipped into the leg side and there's no run. I mean, look, cards.
I think he's on YouTube. Bear.
I'd imagine he is.
Clips. He looks very young.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm wondering what he looks like. I probably have seen him and he probably did look young. Look, cards, like any other game, it's a numbers game, isn't it? I mean, it's purely you've got to be able to see the odds.
Well,
you're either quite good at it, and you've got to be able to bluff. But
you've got to be able to know.
But I will say this with poker: No. Because
Patience.
the thing about poker is patience. Exactly that.
Patience.
Because at the end of the day, no matter if someone's trying to bluff you and you only play cards that you pretty much know you can win with, then you will still win. You let the fuckers bluff you. I've done that several times with people.
So when I was playing against Linus when he was 5 years old, he knew how to represent an ace, and then he bluffed me, and I'd fold, and he's got a 7.
Well, if you didn't think you can win, then it's probably sensible to fold. You know, I don't mind that, but latterly that's left through to the keeper, and there's no one. I only play cards that I think are worth playing. Right?
But you've also got to do what Smith and Webster are doing now. You've got to know the moment to start bullying the opposition. You know, when you've got good stacks, when you can see the other guy's short.
Oh
stack,
yeah. When you've got the cards,
bully them.
That's fair enough.
You don't even need the cards to do the bullying. You can bully them off the table.
Such a shit bluffer. I gave up that very early. I'm just no good at it.
I'm logging all this information for when we have a game.
I'll be bluffing you all the time. Man.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we should set up a.
Smith cuts that. Ooh, they go for a run. No, Smith headed off, but didn't go too far.
We should play here.
Dot ball ends the over.
We should play here during the Ashes when the game is rained off, or when Smith's on 164 and out on his way to 240, and we decide to play a game.
We interrupt
instead.
the coverage because it's too boring for England, and we'll bring you live coverage of Guerilla Poker.
Guerilla Poker.
I've got a few messages in response to Sude's corner. Mr. P says, "I won't recant my Asker antics then, Eric." Lol.
Ooh,
Nitin Deshpande says Smith can turn things around. Sounds good. Bad field placing, says Nitin. I don't think it was that shot where there was no one backward and square on the offside. Chief says other things have been taken. We need you guys on Channel 7 here in Australia. Dirty mouths, says Stephen De Beer.
Yeah.
Dirty mouths.
Ascot. I've been to Royal Ascot once, and God knows I've been in places where people have been drunk, and I've been one of them. I have never seen so many people so hammered as at Royal Ascot.
Fighting and fucking in the car park.
Just horrendous.
I'm going next Tuesday. Thank you very much.
7th level of Dante's Inferno. Absolutely bloody awful.
They're all in the toilet snorting coke, aren't they? You know, everyone's out these days. That's driven out to short cover, and there will be even Rabada's at it. There'll be a dot ball.
I mean, it was irritating at Goodison. Not the last match of the season, though.
That's too short. Gives a bit of turn, but Webster can only hit it out to short cover, and there's no run.
It was the Ipswich game. Grubby, you were in another part of the ground.
Yeah.
And the lad comes in, sitting next to me, saying it's only my second time at Goodison. Every 10 minutes he was going out to do some coke. Yeah. You know, and I'm getting up, you know, and all of this.
At least sit on the end of the row.
Yeah.
Just do it blatantly in the stands. That's cut out to the man in the deep on the cover boundary. It'll be a single.
If the lad is listening, I'm going to say that was my supposition. I can't be certain.
Did he come back tweaking?
Yes.
Well, yeah, that's a fair supposition, I would say. Then it's rife at football now, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
It's Maharaj is in paddle swept by Smith down towards long leg.
On a Sunday,
just the one.
On a Sunday in the shop, we get customers coming in, and there's the ones who are a bit hammered late at night. I know how to deal with them. It's the ones who come in at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they've clearly been doing some, home recreation. But I can't get a read on them, so I don't know what they're going to say or do. It's quite hard.
They've probably been up all night, still
well,
going.
They might have done, yeah.
Maharaj is in, on the back foot goes Webster. That's a little bit too short. Pitch is a bit slow, and Maharaj bowling maybe needs to put a little more revs and get a little bit fuller.
You know where you are with a good old-fashioned pisshead.
Well, you do.
Well, you do.
You do. You can read them, but you can't get a read on these guys.
Oh, there's so many things going on, aren't there, now, though? I mean, it's not just... that one's cut out to the cover boundary. It's not just not coke and pills anymore, isn't it? There's so many different types of recreational fucking drugs.
Ket.
Well, Ket's bad, isn't it? I mean, these fucking people.
Well, I know some. He's 22 or something, and he's got all kinds of problems.
What do you do? It fucks up your bladder. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Completely.
Let me bring you a couple of messages here before we go down the drug wormhole. Patience often doesn't work, says Suter, as you end up only playing when you have a hand which you can fold against. Jay Grover says, I once got into a physical fight with a dear friend over a 20p poker debt. I no longer gamble. Chief says, only 136 people watching. Come on, smash the like button. Thank you.
Yeah, smash the like button, subscribe, peeps. Come on.
Colin says, Jay, you would fight your own shadow. And Lockie says, mess with your poker opponents by asking, does a flush beat a straight? They'll all fold. And Jay says, Ket is mint.
Well, we do have a change in bowling. We're going to have a jingle for him in a second. The first ball is in at the leg stump of Webster, who just turns it around the corner, gets himself single. He's off the mark, and it's this man.
Cause he's a grinner, a part-time spinner, and this Safa, yes, he's a winner. Playing his shots out in the sun. He's a stroker, not mediocre. He's no World Cup choker. He gets us moving with his runs. Woo! Woo!
Turn it off. We'll probably get dinged for that one. That's down the leg side. It's a bit turn, but the line's all wrong. He's angling it in leg stump from over the wicket as a right arm spinner, and it's just turning further down leg side.
Are they
no
worried about the over rate? Because surely go to Mulder rather than Markram.
Well, Mulder's on, isn't he?
Do you mean
well, he was
Maharaj?
on anyway. Maharaj is on at the other end, and Mulder has just bowled not that long ago. It's down the leg side. Oh, sorry, no, it wasn't. It was outside the off stump defending. There's no run. Who's that guy?
Subfielder, no?
Yeah, I was trying to identify him earlier.
Into the pads and turned around a corner by Smith. Can't be the man. Who is that subfielder? We don't know who he is.
He looks like a kind of bad AI version of Sean Pollock.
He looks familiar, but I can't think of his name.
That's why I thought it was Henry Clarkson.
No, it's definitely
not.
Him. No. That's clipped up towards mid-wicket. It's fielded by the skipper, Bavuma, and there is no run. Let's see a little bit more Rabada before tea.
Got another half hour, remember?
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean.
They're just trying to sit in the game a bit here, South Africa, because Australia are on top. But
yeah,
should try and take a wicket.
Smith! That's a great wicket. Markram has tossed one up outside the off stump. He's tempted Smith. Smith has been tempted, driven hard at it, got a thick outside edge. It's flown to Janssen, who's at slit. He's palmed it up. It's gone over his shoulder. He's palmed it up again. On the third attempt, he's caught it. Smith has gone 66 of 112, 146 for 6. Woo! South Africa will be cock-a-hoop about that.
Just being a bit too positive, Smith there. He went hard at it, and it's a good catch in the end from Janssen.
Oh, yeah.
Another one
That's
bites
the one
the
they
dust.
want as well, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
And having been so solid all the way through, he's been tempted. And it was a tempter, it really wasn't. I mean, he's given a lot of air outside the off stump. It was wide, didn't have any turn on it. Maybe he was playing for a little bit turn, thought it would come back into the bat.
A little bit of top spin, maybe?
Tempted by
the one that went the other way.
It just had a little bit of wobble seam, but it's never going to grip on that, and it just went straight on with the arm.
Jay's message, Ket is mint, just made me think of Kendall Mint Cake for some reason. Shadow boxing in the next Olympics, says Eric J. Chief, any chance you lads have some Duckworth Lewis method? I love that. Astonishing wonders, says Nitin. Steve Chilton says, wicket! Steve De Beer, I like your happy optimism. Was Corbin Bosch, says Colin. Don't know. How excited? Eric says Nitin. Eric J. Clickety-click, Fred.
It was Corbin Bosch. And I don't know if you know the story of Corbin Bosch's father.
No.
Oh, it's an extraordinary tale. I'm not going to relate it because it's got difficulties in it, and I will give you a trigger warning, but it is an extraordinary tale. And both his sons play first-class cricket. But what a thing. Tertius Bosch, he played for South Africa against West Indies in one of the first matches after readmission. And it is a shocker.
Well, Mulder is coming on at the other end for... he's coming from Maharaj. And we have a new back, Carey. Now, he's the last of the danger men, really.
He's got no history of any events at Lords, has he, Carey?
Here he is.
Yeah.
He's the next cab off the rank. He's the next cab off the rank. And Alex Carey is his name.
Well, Mulder in and defended by Webster, who's pretty well set now on 37. You have to say he's done all right considering what the sort of trouble he was in right at the beginning of his innings. He looked all over the place and should have been given out and wasn't referred. It's a good effort by Janssen. I mean, it comes past the keeper and it's coming pretty quick. It's full-blooded shot by Smith.
Yeah, what was good about it is he's at first slip, but he had to go to his left back towards the keeper.
Yeah.
They're always good when you have to go that way.
Matt Hayden was good at taking
those. No, that was a ball.
Oh, it was ball.
Yeah,
It would have been called if it had been before.
Yeah. God, yeah.
Don't you worry. They have that all the time. Well, it's a no ball. They've got a lot of no balls today. Outside off stump, too wide, too short. Gets the treatment. And Webster's looking good. Moves into the 40s, 41 off 55. Australia get to their 150. 51 for 5. I'll tell you what, if Australia get another 100 runs, which wouldn't be a lot really, 250, they can put a lot of pressure on the Saffers, I reckon.
Yeah, I said earlier, I think 225 is what Australia will be out an hour before the close, and you know, I reckon I'm about evens on that now.
Well, I'd be tempted to get Rabada back on.
Yeah.
Carey.
Well, it's the 20th anniversary of the greatest series ever, TM, 2005 Ashes.
Yeah.
And I was there the first day at Lords.
Were you?
Cock a hoop to bowl Australia out for, what was it, 170 odd?
Yeah.
And then England 72 for 5 at the end of the day.
You saw KP make that amazing innings, though.
And then he dropped someone, didn't he, as well? Fucking sitter, KP. That was defended out to covers and there's no run.
So there's the Bear having a pop at KP in his debut series there, the 2005 series. He did okay, Bear. He did okay.
Another no ball. Fuck me.
Why are they doing it? See, professional cricketers, I know Lords is difficult because of the slope, but to me it's like a darts player missing the board. It's that far.
Well, you just go back an extra pace.
Why have you always got you pushing the line anyway?
Why are you pushing it anyway?
Yeah,
Bowl, aim for a foot behind, or a few inches behind the line.
Exactly. And then you can stretch and you'll be fine. That was left alone by Webster through the keeper and there's no run.
Is this the last over?
We'll probably get another one in after this. It's only 37. Now Tesla doing. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Jay Grover says Kendall mint cake is also mint.
It is. Indeed.
Knitting says commentators, whose side are you on? Explain. I think we're probably supporting South Africa.
I think South Africa. Well, we're English and it's fucking Australia.
We have to cheer against Australia. And also South Africa, the underdogs. And I, for one, would quite like to see them win something big, and this would be huge for them.
Yeah, I mean, we'd lose the easy sort of grabbing at chokers that we use so often.
Oh, fuck me. A big inside edge. Vatican slice. It's gone down to fine leg. Webster has got himself a bit of luck there because that can't have been far from the stumps. He moves on to 45 with a 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
This over has been a mess, really. No ball 4, no ball dot 4.
Colin, I acknowledge your apology. Chief says, what's the par score for the Aussies? Well, I think Garage has given 225. I think that sounds around about right.
I mean, if I was
250 looks all right at the moment.
It does look all right. I mean, especially with but the bowling attack the Aussies have and the batting lineup.
But I think batting will be easier, especially in the first session tomorrow. It's very tough on day one, say before midday.
True, and I think the weather will be better at the start of the day tomorrow as well. Ooh, flashed that outside off stump. This has been a strange over. Can't have been far from the edge, but it goes through the keeper and there is no run.
I think before the toss, you would have had Australia as a par score about 300, but once they know they're batting first, I think that dips by 50 or so. And from where they were after the first sort of 40 minutes, then probably, or certainly first hour, I think then 225.
Well, I think they got stuck in, didn't they, Australia? Or did they choose to? They got stuck in.
Yeah,
South Africa. Yeah, so I mean, South Africa. I mean,
they bowled
well, they have, but I mean, if you stick a side in, you want to bowl them out for 250, don't you? Really? I mean, otherwise you're on the back foot because you're batting last. That one is defended out to the covers, and there ain't no run.
They were never going to do anything other than
another no ball. 3 no balls.
Must
in
be
the
10 over 10 in the day so far.
Yeah.
It's not great, is it? Now, Derek Al or Derek AO, hard to tell. Has obviously not been listening. He says, I think they're pro-Aussie, meaning us.
What?
And says, extremely upset Smith got out. We're not. Nitin Deshpande says, 3-man army, go ahead.
Now, Wian Mulder has played Test cricket. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's all right.
He's played, first-class cricket. He must have played at Lords before. There's no excuse for this.
Yeah, that's short. Guided out to gully, and there's no run. I mean, you're letting all that momentum disappear, aren't you, in 1 over? Yeah. I mean, how many got off this over? 11, which 2 4s and 3 no balls.
Yeah, I mean, I've got no time for no balls, and I think that when wickets are taken off no balls, the bowler should be absolutely castigated.
Yeah, absolutely. Last ball of the over, potentially.
Yeah, potentially.
Could be another no ball, you never know. Could be all afternoon. Could be the longest over in history. 157 for 5. Mulder. He's got to none for 22 and his 8th over has been driven too close to the ball, Webster, and drives it up to mid-off, and there is no run. That is the end of the over. I'm out. Who's in?
Yeah, well, just while the change is coming over, I think it was at Lord's that there was certainly one of the longest overs in history, which was the unfortunate seamer in that one-day final, who ended up bowling wide after wide. Scott Bosworth. I would ask you to look it up on YouTube, but it's actually quite distressing to watch it. But we're going to have a short over next because it's going to be, looks like Markram bowling.
Yeah, Markram to continue after getting that wicket of Steve Smith. What a breakthrough that was. We were having a laugh on the green room sofa about the fact that the second attempt to catch it by Marco Jansen at first slip was basically at the extent of his extremely long fingernail.
Oh, the panic in his eyes. He's so grateful that he pouched it in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Temba wouldn't have had a hope with that, would he?
No, Temba wouldn't.
About a metre past his hand, that kind of...
Well, that's why you have your enormous men at first slip. I don't know.
Exactly.
Alex Carey, new to the crease, his first ball. Here comes Markram around the wicket. And an attempted sweeper, a big LBW appeal. Chris Gaffney is unmoved, I think. That's a pretty decent shout. He was a long way down, but we know that doesn't matter in the age of DRS. I'd be having a look at this if I were Temba Bavuma.
Got to have a look at that.
He came from around the wicket. It didn't really turn at all.
You've got to look at that.
They're not. They are doing it. They are doing it.
I mean, unless he got bat on it, I don't think he did. Or even glove. I think that's a good.
That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
Now, if it is out, I would enjoy being in the long room as Alex Carey. Oh, there may be a bit of glove in there.
Is this?
Maybe a bit of glove.
Oh, it did look like it moved the glove, but we're not seeing it in conjunction with. With that bit of technology, are we?
Or even the shoulder of the bat as he tries to sweep.
Now we're seeing it with the ultra edge.
Everywhere, they're looking
as
at
it
everything.
passes, it goes. I don't think it's bat. It passes now. He's going to clip the glove. Maybe tiny scratch on the glove, so he's going to be spared.
Otherwise, that's hitting middle and off, isn't it?
I think he just pre-planned that shot, didn't he?
I think he did. Yeah, I agree.
Mean, he should just be playing that back down the track. First ball, get it out of the way, and then move on. But Markram, the destroyer, 1 for 1 from 1.1. all the binaries.
Just me. There'll be some sort of what will happen if you have so many ones? Will computers everywhere explode?
All the ones are being used elsewhere, so all the binary everywhere else in the world breaks down. Lovely sunny day now at Lord's. Round the wicket comes Markram. Rather ugly looking action, but he's effective so far. Carey cuts this one to backward point. There's no run.
Now I have to say that I have to sit in the middle of you two.
You don't have to.
Well, I do, and you'll discover why when I tell you more after the next ball.
Okay.
Which kept apart.
To be bowled by Markram, an unusual palindromic cricketer. Markram. Forward in defence comes Carey, pushing it into the covers, and there's no run. There aren't many.
It's true. It's true. Now, the reason I have to keep you apart is because Tom is a Norwich City.
Oh dear! I did hear you say that you're from Cambridge, which maybe we can talk about that rather than. Round the wicket comes Markram. Back in his crease goes Carey and pushes it to cover point. He's going to get himself a run off the mark. Well, I'm sorry, Tommy. Everyone has their crosses to bear, and the biggest derby in the country is back on next season.
It is the old farm derby.
The old farm derby
back next year.
And Ipswich haven't won that for about 15 years, by the way. So.
Yeah. Well, you don't need to tell me that. I think was it April, May 2009, something insane like that. But yeah, looking forward to it. I've only been to Portaloo Road once, but I'll be there. I'll be there next season.
Not rising to any of that.
This is magnificent.
Yeah, let me add him. Webster is now on strike. He's played a doughty innings for his team. He's back in his crease defending this one. Back up the track, and there is no run. He's got 45 now, Webster. And it looked for all money like he was going to be out before he reached 10. He was.
They're
all at sea early doors, isn't he?
I think if he does get to his half century, I have to say it's been one of the worst half centuries I've ever seen.
Well, no, I think credit to him for sticking in there.
Well,
for proper
yeah.
Test match innings. This one he sort of lap sweeps. It's going to wind up down towards the long leg boundary. Who's that doing the fielding there? Though?
I don't know, but he was losing his trousers. Ngidi. He had some very, very nice South African coloured pants on.
He dived very slowly, almost in instalments. And as he did so, his trousers rather wound up at half mast.
He's got baggy green pants. That's taking the piss, isn't it? That wasn't a joke, by the way.
No, we'll let you know when the jokes arrive.
Yeah.
We'll point them out. Don't you worry about that.
We'll need you to laugh uproariously. Yeah, well, this is fascinating.
Well, the
game.
The Smith wicket, Tom, would you say is just because it just felt like Australia were getting on top, and then the Smith wicket to a part-time bowler.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I was saying Hendo. I was saying, it was just so hard to see where that wicket was coming from.
Yeah.
And obviously, putting Aidan Markham in, like trying something a bit different. He's been, been very effective since he's come in.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's opened the game up a little bit more.
Webster facing up to Mulder. Inside edges this one. Must have very nearly chopped on. And it was a fairly thick edge that Verena cleans up behind the sticks there. But no, he's played well, Webster. As I say, he had all sorts of struggles early on. But he got through that, and he's looked much more fluent in recent times. Hit a couple of lovely cover drives. And yeah, test match batting. He's 48 and they haven't got him out yet. So fair play.
I'm not sure what we got up to on the YouTube contributions.
If you reach Kendall Mint Cake, you've gone back too far. 161 for 5. Here comes Mulder for South Africa. Been fairly economical, going at under 3 and over. This is just tucked off his pads by Webster to deep backward square for another single. Brings him within 1 of a half century.
Did we have the one about you giving it the face because you actually managed to get a word in when Gary was on?
Oh, that's Colin, isn't it?
Yes.
Hello, Cole. No, I didn't read that out. I thought I'd spare Gary's blushes.
Oh, okay.
No, Gary doesn't do blushing, and neither should he.
He hasn't. Yeah, no, right. South Africa has a patchy record in final, says Lockie 6. Well, yeah, I think that's the understatement of the year, isn't it? Maybe it's their time. Maybe it's their... Oh, they'll find a way to muck it up, won't they?
Yeah, well, meanwhile, this game is... listen, it's day one of the test match, but it's back in the balance. It was certainly South Africa's morning, those 4 wickets. Australia fought back really well in the shape of Smith and Webster, but that wicket of Smith has put it back in the balance, really. Kerry plays a nice looking clip off his leg. Nice net shot, just fielded it mid-on there, and no run for him.
Was that an intense net shot, though?
Yeah, I don't know what an intense net is. We were chatting about it. Maybe they wind the nets really tight. Is that what they mean?
We thought it might be under a big marquee.
Maybe maybe they compress the atmosphere so it's really, really...
It sounds dangerous. It doesn't sound like one you'd want to be in.
It's really concentrated air you've got to breathe. Sounds like bollocks.
Yeah.
Carey, left-hander, facing up to Mulder, coming round the wicket. He flays this one through the covers.
Good shot.
It was not a terrible ball, maybe a little bit wide, decent length, and he just stood there and whacked it through the covers. And it is... Yeah, very talented cricketer, Alex Carey.
He's just grown and grown as a batsman, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely. I think obviously English cricket fans will have their views of him based on the Ashes, obviously with Johnny Bairstow, but he is a very good batsman.
I loved that incident, mainly for the huge overreactions that it garnered from so many people.
Definitely. Yeah,
but is this the first time he's been back there to Lords since then?
In a test?
Definitely. It will be in a test for sure.
Test. But I think he has been since.
He might have been there. Oh, this one just jags back from Mulder and cramps Carey for room. Inside edges it into his body, it drops in front of him, and then he goes seeking the ball and picks it up, and I hate it when batsmen do that. Just fucking leave it alone. One day someone's going to appeal, and then there'll be a Carey ++ incident.
Well, that would have been fun. That would have been fun.
Yeah.
If that had
I'd have paid good money to see that.
Sort of Kerry squared almost, you know.
Batters, yeah, exactly. Batters, leave the fucking ball alone after you've played it.
That sounded very much like another brick in the wall. Batters, leave the ball alone.
I can hear Men with Ven doing a good job of that. Oi, batters, leave that ball alone.
Oh, there's a jingle idea.
Carey faces up to Mulder again. This one gets a little bit big on him and he shunts it backward a square on the offside this time, in between two fielders, and he does get a run. I'll tell you what, that we're seeing is it the nursery that we're seeing?
Yeah.
The pitch they've got marked out there, currently being used by a load of kids, looks absolutely belting, doesn't it? An absolute beauty of a pitch.
It almost looks like it's been painted onto the outfield.
I think you'd struggle to find a better wicket anywhere in the country, and it's being used by a bunch of 6-year-olds at the minute with a rucksack for a bag for a wicket.
They're not going to learn on wickets like that, are they, the batsmen?
Yeah, you want an absolute dog of a pitch.
You want it popping, you want it taking chunks out, you want it hitting them in the... No.
Dear old Jeff Thompson there in the crowd.
Did you see him having a beer?
He had a beer at 10:30, yeah.
It was probably a schooner. As opposed
schooner
to a full pint.
Schooner and you, mate. I don't think Lords does schooners, do you?
Maybe he brought his own.
Well, he can at Lords. It's the Oval you've got a problem bringing your own booze in.
9 overs bowled from Mulder. That's the end of the over. 167 for 5. Have you got tickets for any of this game or not?
No, I don't.
Have you got press accreditation?
No, I haven't. I haven't even got anything
outrageous.
Like that. No, I'll be back at Lords next week for the old blast though, Middlesex on Thursday night.
There's a new over starting here. A very wafty, airy drive from Carey. Airy Carey.
This is a change of bowling, is it not?
Oh yeah, I think you're right.
Markram out of the attack now. He's done his job. And back to the strike bowlers.
You think Marco would play polo, but there's more money in cricket.
Interesting subject matter for that song. Is there more money in cricket than polo? I think if you're a top polo player, there's probably quite a lot of money in it. Janssen, tall, left arm over the wicket, back of the length. Carey stands there with no feet movement and unsuccessfully wafts at one.
I think he played outside that, didn't he? It went inside his bat, didn't it? Or am I just...
Yeah, no,
it did.
You're right.
Even though it was swinging away, he's played for a little bit more swing than was there.
I think he's just guessing. Unsuccessfully.
He's looked a little bit suspect. I mean, he's played one or two good shots as well, but he's not looking at his best yet.
Shot of Australia's handsome captain, Paddy Cummins, who looks very relaxed on the balcony there, which is a good way to be, I think. A good pull shot here from Carey. He's good on that shot. That was right in his wheelhouse, and he took full advantage.
I better try and catch up with some tweets. The par chat is pointless until SA bat a little. Probably true. Yes, the old banger Bacon Sanger trick works again. I have no idea what that's all about. Oh, bye-bye Piggy. And Ngidi absolutely terrible, says James Moriarty. And Sam Nicks thought you were going to say when a bowler bowls a no ball, he should be castrated. I think it's a bit harsh.
2 slips and a gully in place here for Janssen. A quick one, and it's been just fell short of that man at gully who I just mentioned there. Carey, who just hung back on all his weight was on the back foot there. So when he drove it, it went a bit aerially, but it just fell short of the man at gully. So he survives.
Mr. P says, "Ooh, I've just noticed the new chairs, lads. Very posh,
aren't they?"
O'Neill Harris says, "GC Radio. Why does everyone wear grey or black? Bishop implements a uniform policy.
It's with the green screen, son.
Green screen.
That's what it is.
You wouldn't see us, but you'd just see floating heads."
Janssen into the crease now. Bowls back in his crease goes Carey and shovels it out onto the offside. It's fielded at cover, and there is no run.
It was hilarious when we first had the green screen at Sports Tonight Live back in the day, and
everyone wore green.
John Harwood would wear green, and you'd see his little head floating behind the commentator.
The disembodied head of
John Harwood, which is a fantastic name for an album, really, isn't it?
Or a band. I saw them supporting Kitchens of Distinction back in the day. Here comes Janssen again over the wicket, bowls on leg stump. Too much on leg stump, and it's turned around the corner by Carey. takes an easy single. The score has moved on to 172 for 5 after 46 fascinating overs. And do we have any more tubes, Hendo?
We do indeed, because grey will never go out of fashion, as it was never in fashion, says Mr. P. It doesn't show the filth, says Lockie. Eric J says colour prejudice. Nitin Deshpande says 250 is enough. Well, possibly. Nah, says Derek. Aussie need 450 to 700 to win. That's a bit of a stretch.
Someone's been on the schooners.
I was going to say someone's been on the schooners or the spread betting
or the Drambuie.
To be fair, Aussie lucky to still be batting close to the end of innings at least, says Mr. P. I'm not sure that's true, but anyway.
This one is driven by Carey. It's a new over being started by Mulder here, driven up to mid-off. There's no run. Webster just one away from a 50 now. Tom, this is your second session on Guerilla Cricket. How are you finding it so far?
Yeah, it's good. I think it's the hardest part is obviously understanding all the references from the early 1980s, mid 1980s. But
we can only apologise.
Yeah. How old are you, Tom?
29.
29.
29. Yeah. Yeah, 29.
Oh, it's a lovely age.
Yeah, good age. Good age.
I saw Messi just saying yesterday, I wish I was 29.
Messers is younger than all of us. We know that. This one tucks Carey up for room. Mulder coming round the wicket to the left-hander and thuds into his pad.
Yes, it's 29.
Yeah, well, can you remember what you were doing at 29?
Only
a few years ago, I guess.
No, you're very kind.
29. That was in 1992.
Oh,
bloody hell!
I at least get into the early 2000s.
I was just coming down from Coventry after working
having
up there
been
for a while.
sent there,
having been sent there for a couple of years.
Mulder comes around the wicket, and Carey tucks it into the leg side. They go for a quick single, the sort of quick single that says there might be two there, but it's not quite. So they settle for one. Carey's moved on to 11 in fairly short order. Webster just one away from his half century still, 173 for 5.
Chief says, Chief, I like that. It's very to the point. Aussie's batting has been up and down for ages now, too many all-rounders. Of course, unless, of course, he's actually a chef and he's misspelt. And Nitin says, yeah, spot on.
Oh, thanks.
No, not you, to Chief.
Oh, right. I was talking on behalf of Chief, as he allows me to do sometimes.
Kind of goes without saying, he knows what he's on about, you know.
Webster coming back over the wicket to the right-handed Webster, who can't get to his 50, even though he connected very well with that one. It's fielded by Janssen. It's Janssen again, in that gully position this time, diving away to his right. Very athletic for a tall man. So he stays on 49, does Webster.
It's interesting, isn't it? That's
great
a
bit of
lovely
fielding,
piece
one-handed.
The enormous fingernail.
Yeah.
Got around it. But yeah, him and Cameron Green, both brilliant fielders.
Long, huge wingspan.
Yes, indeed.
Cameron Green, I always think.
That's right.
Looks like Condor Man or something. Webster still on 49. Here comes Mulder over the wicket to him, bowling full now. Nice looking drive. Can't get the run though because it's straight to the fielder at cover point. So he'll have to wait at least one more delivery.
They need to frustrate him, don't they? Here and see if they.
I mean, that's it, isn't it? Like, just leave him there as long as possible, really. As you said, when he came in, he looked very nervous. Like you weren't really sure how long he was going to last.
Yeah.
So to get even close to his half century, he's batted really well since.
Yeah, I agree. He's shown a lot of grit. Lovely sunny day there at Lord's. Yeah, I'd maybe bring someone in an unusual field position, like a silly point or something like that. You don't see that very often these days. But if you're going to bowl just outside that off stump, tempt him with the drive, just make him think. Here comes Mulder outside the off stump again, and this one he is going to get his 50 this time. It's fielded at the deep point boundary, and we'll give him some sort of milestone jingle.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
He comes over here, he gets on our honours board. Absolutely.
No, not for a 50.
Not
for a 50.
Okay.
Unless there's some underground honours board we don't know about, no one ever sees.
Hugh Sheridan says, your description of Janssen's catch reminded me of a caught bowled I saw recently. The bowler parried batsman's straight drive upwards and behind his back, where he juggled it blind and held it.
What, behind his back?
That's clever. That is really clever. Eric J talking about our nonsense about Pink Floyd says another nick in the ball.
Good.
Very good. Does commentators believe SA batting? What about Choker's stamp?
Janssen started a new over coming around the wicket to Webster. He just gets a thick inside edge into the onside and trots through for a single.
Well, that's obviously going to be the thing, isn't it? The choke, especially after that World T20 against India, where they really should have seen that through, but they got the fear. Unfortunately, we can't play our Chokers jingle because it gets us dinged on YouTube. So even if they do, we'll just have to sing it.
What is the Chokers jingle?
Have you not? Well, don't play it.
No,
I mean,
you can tell me though.
Yeah, what's so?
It's a very sort of rocky sort of "you're gonna choke" jingle.
Oh.
Which we found, funnily enough, ages ago.
It's not. We hope that you choke.
No.
Radiohead lyric.
No.
Well, maybe it should be. This is edged to the left of the man at second slip. He's going to race all the way to the third man boundary for one of these.
We've got a super chat. Woohoo! First for a long while, people. And who would you think it's from?
YouTube Brian, super chat.
Messi, Jez or Brian? Or Mog?
Neither. Or neither and none.
Neither and neither and none. If you lot could get off your arse, I've not heard from you all day. Janssen bowls a full balls on leg stump and probably lucky to get away with that as Carey whips it to the left of the man at mid-on, and there's no run.
What I think I like about Carey is that he's got a very solid defensive technique. It's very orthodox, but he can still, within that, he can produce the unorthodox shots as well.
He's got a solid base from which all sorts of shots are open to him.
It's from Jay Grover.
Well done, Jay.
He's and this is more insults being aimed at poor old Tom.
A ball that's moving away, and he leaves it, Carey, and a decent tumbling take by Verena.
As long as he's paid for it,
That's true. £5.
That's what matters. Really.
£5 to insult Tom.
Yeah, go on.
Well, we had Prince Harry earlier, didn't we?
Yeah,
and now we've got. How did you get Seth Rogen on the team?
No, that's terrible. I've never had that before. That is bad. That is bad. Yeah.
Well, Jay's a Sheffield United fan, among other things.
Yeah.
A team back in the late 90s I used to refer to as the Norwich of the North. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not much has changed in that regard, really, has it?
No, I like Sheffield United better these days. Now this is back cut by Carey, again finding that gap between second slip and gully, but quite deliberately this time, and he gets a well-earned one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Jay also says, I don't know much about polo, but I reckon the side bets would involve Monaco Villas changing hands.
Yeah.
I think that's probably about right.
You ever been to the Hurlingham Club?
No. No, haven't. No. I was once invited to a polo match at Windsor Great Park. When I was at my first weekly paper.
And did you accept the invitation?
No,
it sounds like you didn't.
No, posh people and horses.
I love these stories that you could have gone to something amazing and kind of world renowned, and you go, nah, I can't be bothered. Just outside the off stump and driven back at him by Carey, like Alexi Sale. Gary will like this one because Gary often reminds. In many ways, you remind me of Alexi Sale, but no. But in a good way. Alexi was a student, I guess, in the 70s, early to mid 70s somewhere, and I saw this poster for it was the Sex Pistols and the Clash playing the 100 Club, and I thought, no, I'm going down the pub instead, and that's what he did. So rather than being, he fully admits he wasn't there. With many people who claim to be there who weren't there, and Alexi just went down the pub and probably didn't regret anything of it. By the way, you can see Alexi Sale doing combination videos of him dancing and then talking about Marxist theory.
Oh. Have you ever listened?
Latest content.
Have you ever listened to his podcast, Alexi Sale?
No, but tell us about it in a moment. Webster faces up to Mulder, starting in you over, defends it, no run.
Yeah, so he's got a podcast called I think it's Strangers on a Train.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, nice.
Yeah, and the whole premise is he goes on trains and just talks to strangers.
Yeah. Oh God.
it's quite good.
Terrify you.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've ever thought it though. You know, when you are on public transport and it's like everyone's going somewhere, isn't they? You know, everyone's going somewhere different, and
very true.
sometimes it's like you wonder where they're going. Like he met a girl that was, instead of doing A levels, she was at college studying. I think it was circus or like clowning.
Circus.
It was either clowning or circus, something like that.
Circusry.
Was she wearing a big red nose? That's what first attracted him to her.
Yeah, he
I
didn't
wonder what
say.
she does. This one keeps a little bit low outside the off stump, and Webster just gets an under edge on it.
But I think once
cover.
you meet the girl that's sort of studying circus tricks, then everything's downhill from
Yeah,
there.
yeah. He struck gold.
People are just going, they're going to see their parents or whatever, and nothing's going to compare to the circus girl.
Well, I like to talk about this a bit. Nitin, he says, chat about cricket. We are between balls. We might
between circus train travel.
Yeah. Actually, I will come back to that because I listened to one of those programs and quite enjoyed it, I must admit.
Webster has 51. He's facing Mulder, who is into the crease and bowling to him now. Nice looking shot there, well controlled. Backward of point, and the man has to run round from in front of point to do the fielding, so they're probably going to come back for 2 here. In fact, they've come back for 3, I think.
Yeah, good
so
running.
Good cricket.
Carey.
Good running, yeah. Quick between the wickets. 3 more to the total. 186 for 5 now. Starting to look like if not an imposing score, then at least a half-decent one.
Well, I think, after Smith went, there would have been sort of little rumblings of discontent and a little bit of worry maybe in the Australian dressing room. But now I think Carey's just come out in such positive vein, hasn't he, that he's giving confidence to Webster as well, I think.
Yeah, he's 20.
Sorry. He's just such a safe pair of hands, and when he comes in at this point, he trusts him to always get a decent knock.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the 3 there was really good cricket. Most teams have only got 2 there, I reckon, but he was very alive to the situation. He defends this one, Carey, to Captain Bavuma at mid-off, and there is no run.
You do fear a little bit, if you do give Carey a chance to get in, that he will make you pay to a certain extent.
Yeah. No, he's a very talented cricketer, and he can score very quickly. We've seen that already in this, what is so far a little cameo.
And he's probably got the best eyes, most beautiful eyes for a wicketkeeper since Joss Butler.
Gimlet-eyed. I don't even know what a gimlet is.
I don't know.
Apart from it's a drink, isn't it?
I've no idea.
No. Is it a gin cocktail, a gimlet? Gibson is maybe not. I don't know. I think there is a gimlet cocktail.
Not a giblet.
Giblet. That sounds less appetising. This one thuds into the top of his front leg. From Mulder to Carey, drops in front of him, nothing doing.
Chief says, talking of less appetising, says, nah, I'm definitely Chief, not Chef.
Oh, and it's yet another no ball.
Oh, goodness me.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
How many today? That's, it's got to be a good...
Over the line!
Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
It must be getting into double figures by now.
It's easily in double figures now. Between 12 and 15, I'm going to say. A full delivery across the bows of Carey, who times it quite nicely, but again, straight to Bavuma at mid-off. And there is no run.
Lockie 6 says, the big money's in water polo. Those guys are loaded. Goldberg says, who do you think is winning right now? Well, I'm guessing that, you probably sent that tweet in about 15 minutes ago because we're quite behind. But I think Australia are re-establishing a bit of a hold on this.
Even Stevens, I would say, at the moment.
Another wicket, though, I think that brings it back.
Yep.
But it's really, really incredibly well poised.
Mulder over the wicket to the left-handed Carey, who whips this one through square leg or mid-wicket. That's mid-wicket, very much so. He's going to get another couple there to the wide open spaces. What would you say, Tom, who's in the ascendancy?
Yeah, I'd largely agree. Obviously, when the Smith wicket went, you'd have said South Africa back on top, but Carey's come in, he's steadied the ship, and I'd say probably about equal, really.
It's been a fascinating watch. Anyway, I'm very much enjoying it.
Please no. Eric J says Gary has an interesting anecdote from his polo days. Please no. Please no. We've got another super chat. It's from my friend, good friend Muttley. Did I see Muttley? I think Muttley.
Super chat. A super chat from a huge.
Yes.
It's £2, and he says, "Has anyone?" I guess this is not. I'm not sure about this.
£2?
Yeah.
I'm stopping it.
I don't know whether I get this reference, but I'm guessing this is to do with Tom. He says, has anyone suggested Napoleon Dynamite?
That's good.
I don't know Napoleon Dynamite.
Now we've got a change of bowling here. The spinner is back on, and I shall jingle him up as soon as I find his jingle. There he is.
There's a bowler there.
First ball has been defended, and there's no run.
Started out bowling pace, but he made the swing.
Second ball, ditto.
I wonder why, but he's known as Keshav.
He bowled his first spell from the other end, didn't he? So he's trying to get it to spin up the pitch, up the slope.
Good looking shot here from Webster, but he can only get one as there is the sweeper out on the deep cover boundary.
Now, I saw on Facebook, I hope if I'm speaking out of turn here, Muttley, you'll shout at me virtually. Have you got a pet python, did I see? A pet python?
Muttley's got a pet python?
I think so. I
was not expecting to say that sentence today, but I did.
I'm going to get a cobra in a minute, but that's from the fridge.
Hey!
Bum bum.
Careful. It'll spit at you. Maharaj back over the wicket to the left-handed Carey. Another strangled appeal for LBW. I suspect there's a bit of bottom edge on that. No runs. It's fielded on the 45 there.
I feel like having a python, like the main problems would be, other than you've got like a big snake in your house, it's keeping all like the disgusting food there, like all the dead mice and the dead rats and
all the live ones.
All the live ones.
Which I know is, well, I suspect is illegal. Anyway, back goes Carey, defends it to the offside, no run.
I'm a bit worried about the live humans.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Go on, get in the tank.
I wouldn't want to be getting too much out of the airing cupboard. That's where they like to go, these pythons. I know about them. Over the wicket to the left-hander again. He tries to sweep. He does sweep, but not convincingly. And it's again fielded on the 45.
You've got to say that Maharaj knows where to put his field. That's very good indeed.
Yep, 190 for 5 at the end of the 50th over. Actually, the scoring rate is pretty decent now, given they didn't score a run for the first 20 minutes of today's play. Almost 4 and over.
Oh God, and we're sort of ahead of the game, aren't we? Because it's tea. I was expecting that someone's going to come in and replace us, but
no.
Tea is half an hour earlier than I was expecting because of the early start this morning.
That's going to continue to throw us throughout the day, I suspect.
Yeah. Let's have a little look at some tweets. Jake Grover says, "Are super chats no longer a currency? You don't half hurt thou sen," which is Yorkshire dialect. In case you didn't know.
Is he referring to my being less than grateful about the £2?
No, because that was Muttley. That was Muttley's, and
maybe he's getting offended on someone else's behalf now.
No, that came in before Muttley's.
Oh, okay.
Super chat.
So not then. Explain this then.
Yeah, come on, Jay. 175 says Stephen Kell. I guess we're about 15 overs into this T20 then. Nitin says, "Thank God Smith is out." Well, that was ages ago, Nitin.
To which Nitin might say, "If you read them out on time."
True. We can't do everything because we've got to talk about pythons.
Exactly.
Jay Grover said, "You're Gonna Choke" was by a band called Bowling for Soup.
Oh yeah, all right.
You're not a Bowling for Soup fan, Head? You're not a fan?
I mean, I'm aware of them, but I can't say I've sat down. Are you a fan of theirs?
You know, the Girl All the Bad Guys one.
All right.
1984 was another one.
Good.
Yeah, they're all right. Mid noughties.
Nice.
Pop punk.
Mid noughties.
Very good. Hendo, derisive.
What is the noughties between 2000 and 2010?
Yeah, anything with a naught in it.
I haven't listened to music since late 80s.
Right. There's been some good stuff since then. Seriously.
No, there has. I know.
Yeah, you should check it out. You should really check it out.
I do, but I tend
to do your playlist, bro.
I tend to check out things that
I'll do your mixtape.
I get sent on YouTube. You know, the algorithm. Too much hair for Tom to be Harry, says Chief. Lockie 6 says, "Jay, I do hope you buy food before you blow the remains of your ill-gotten gains on super chats." Don't tell him that. We've done the anecdote about Polo from Gary. Goodness me, there's loads of them. I think Jay has been financing his super chats by selling the remains of Messi on the dark web. That'll be it. Is this limited overs days game? It's a test match ball. Maybe you were asking that seriously. It's a one-off test match for the World Championship. Tony Bishop who's he? He says, "I did try water polo once. It was okay. It's still my horse drowned."
Tone.
Jay says half man, half biscuit refused an appearance on Top of the Pops because Tranmere were playing away.
Yes.
Don't worry, Paul, South Africa will win within 2 days, so you don't have to worry
I
about
can't let the mention of Half Man, Half Biscuit go without telling you that there's a track on their new album called Raw Plugs of Yesteryear, and there's only they could have written that, and there's also a lyric on that album which goes, "Oh, I do like to re-release my B-sides."
Classic, absolute classic. AI is at an early stage, says Nitin. Don't know what that means.
Well, this
no, maybe, yes, indeed. Although I've just had a LinkedIn message from someone asking me to talk to them about AI and interactive cricket commentary. So
I look forward to that.
We can all be replaced.
That's going to be premium content.
The thing is, I would get a lot more younger AI people than we can get. Jay says Hendo refused an entry into the world of pornography sub-editing because he doesn't understand computer games. Hendo fears change. That is true. I do fear change. I mean, don't we all fear a bit of change? Depends on the change, doesn't it? If you don't know, Jay sub-edits a form of writing called.
Oh God, it's not octopus porn.
Octopus porn, which he did send me some stuff about it.
Did he?
I don't know whether I'd have been very good at it.
You didn't ask for it. He just sent it to you out of the
blue. Sent it to me out of the blue on my phone. Sam, do you dislike chokers? Says Nitin. Paul Anker.
Huh.
Oh, not spelt the way of
60s heartthrob.
Yeah, I'm English, but I hope South Africa win. So say all of us. Eric J says, my elder sister is the last living member of the Paul Anker fan club. This is hysterical today, I have to say. Let me see. I think Markram will decide who will win. He's got a key role. Well, he has got a bat, and he is a very attractive batsman. Whether he gets going or not, has the chance to. Papa's got a brand new bag, says Stephen Kelp, but Muttley's got a brand new python. Muttley comes back and says... He says, if peeps want to see Bella the Python, subscribe to the Patreon for at least $10 so you can see on Discord. Now, that is a very good point, and that's a brilliant piece of marketing, Muttley, because Discord is where you can communicate with the likes of us and other Guerilla listeners if you become a patron. Mainly messages. Yeah. And... Brian, he's on there quite a bit, I think. David Durrell, that's Roy Pom, says, I thought it would descend into trouser snake jokes. You think
no?
Do you think we are that childish? Muttley says, having grown up in New Zealand, I would never have been able to have one, as snakes are illegal there. I do know that I've been looking for property in the Worthing, Lancing areas, and there is a shop called the Tarantula Barn. Which
what do they sell?
Snakes, barns. Which I haven't had the. I definitely don't want a house too close because these things can escape.
And then they're off. They're really quick.
And exactly. Sea break. Wise is wise, says Jay. And that's about it. We can take a break. We'll be back in about 3 minutes for the final session of what's shaping up to be, and already has been, a fascinating day.
Yeah, I don't know what goes on when I leave this chair. Maybe nothing. There'll be some dead air for a moment, and then I might get the bear to put some.
The bear's on the phone, so whether it'll actually be able to put the.
Someone will press something.
Bear, press something, Bear.
Should we carry on talking?
Well, we could. Yeah, we can talk. So. Oh, he's ready, is he? Okay.
Well, I'd like to say, Tom, you're not in after this session, are you?
No, I'm in tomorrow. I'm in tomorrow.
I'd like to say thank you for a sterling debut.
Absolutely. Wonderful stuff.
You fit right in.
Fit right.
And even though you support them, you're all right. So thanks for that. Have you enjoyed it? Is the main thing.
Yeah, no, it's been great. It's really
he's willing to come back.
Yeah.
Even though you've had the hazing from Jay Grover, which is basically like an initiation.
Yeah, and he paid for it. You know, what can I say?
Exactly.
You put yourself out here.
£3 or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We're absolute sluts here. We don't care. Right, we'll be back in a few minutes,
in a bit.
and we'll listen to some more of the podcast.
Do you want to do
Constas has, but we don't think Constas will be given the nod for this. But Marnus, he has opened. I don't know if it's his favourite spot.
Yeah, I don't think it is, but you're right, he has. Do you think it's Stephen Smith's last hurrah, or will he just keep rolling on?
Yeah, has he got the personality to realise this is a good moment to call it quits? Or has he got the personality that says, I'm just bloody going for it, like Jimmy Anderson?
Well, that'll be interesting. I'm kind of with Bear.
I'm not sure.
It feels like, I think South Africa may edge the bowling, but I just have a feeling that the Australian batting has that little bit of extra depth. Do you know, going back to that 2012 series, by the way, Sid Pegler still has the best ever figures for a South African, which although they got absolutely
1912, not 2000.
Yeah, 1912. Sid
both are very long ago now.
His seven for is still South Africa's best ever figures in a series that they got otherwise decimated in.
Yeah. But on the depth of the batting, I think also what Australia have is just a bit of a mindset with the batting, that they have a couple of players like Head who can take the game away from you. South Africa just we don't have that. Will that be decisive at Lords in English conditions, or will it be actually will it be a kind of cagey game? Thinking back again to this 2022 game was quite interesting, the one South Africa won at Lords, because it was very shortly after Bazball had been invented. And then it went back suddenly. South Africa arrived because Bazball was invented during the New Zealand visit to England. And then South Africa arrived, and that Lord's game saw everything kind of go back to traditional cricket, and kind of some quite economical over rates were seen. Will it be one of those, or will it be a game where guys can throw the bat? Because if it comes down to that, then people like Head could be a difference between the two teams.
Well, I think. Well, I was going to say, I think for South Africa, it is the big wickets, isn't it? I mean, if you can get Head cheaply, you can get Smith cheaply.
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to start thinking, you're in the game. But if those two score runs, then you're likely to be facing 300 plus. And then, the weakness of the South African batting comes into play, really, for me.
It almost feels like Smith is a bit of a bonus at this point, because he doesn't come off that often. So he's like an extra one in the team. There's enough batters without him, but if he comes off, then you're absolutely rooted, right? So he's like the bonus extra.
Yeah.
The other thing is, South Africa don't bat as deep, do they? Like, they don't have a Cummins and Stark who could come in and actually just hold up and get the innings to parity or whatever they need to do. Who do they have, Richard?
So people like Janssen and Rabada down the order, and this again comes into the equation of exactly what team we pick, and do we go for all-rounders, and where do they play, and does Patterson play, because he doesn't wield a bat quite to the same level. Rabada's a guy who I think, if he weren't a specialist bowler, could bat so much better. He has a fantastic eye, and I think both him and Janssen showed that they actually can do a lot with the bat, more than they have done in the past. When they got South Africa home against Pakistan, there was a very exciting, tense run chase.
I watched that.
Big personality
December,
as well, isn't he? I mean, surely he'd be one of the first. He would probably be the first name, bar, I don't know, Markram and Bavuma, maybe, but he'd be the first name on your team sheet. He's just such a big character.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but the depth of the tail's an interesting one. I would still back the Aussie tail to more reliably and just casually knock runs. I mean, Mitchell Stark for me is the embodiment of that, whereas Rabada's got to be up for it. Something's got to be on the line. Janssen he never looks up for it, but sometimes he actually is. It's just,
he looks
that
down
look on
on
his
just
face.
about everything, doesn't he? Being about 6'9".
Yeah.
And Nathan Lyon these days
They
knocks
put
a
their
handy
minds to it.
30, doesn't he? I mean, he gives it some. Likes to pump it around, number 10 or 11.
Yeah, he's
or
very
whatever.
annoying, isn't he? Now he used to just be a bit of a rabbit or whatever, but now he can actually hold up an end batting.
Yeah.
His last appearance at Lords was when he hobbled out to bat, being able to walk. All right, look. So, voice of Australia and the voice of South Africa. Put your predictions on the line for us. You first, Kat.
I think Australia win by an innings.
Ooh, fighting talk. Oh. How are you going to respond to that then,
I think Australia win by 75 runs, and I really hope to be wrong.
Yeah, I hope I'm wrong too.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've got to say, I think Australia win by quite a margin, but again, I really want South Africa to win. I mean, it'd be interesting to see, I mean, of the two teams, I mean, English fans, who are they going to support? I mean, there's no way they're supporting Australia.
Which leaves?
Well, it does, but they're not massive fans. Sappers either. But I presume England have got to be supporting South Africa. I mean, I will be, but I do expect Australia to win.
I'm impartial, but common sense based on experience suggests Australia. They've got the edge there. I do think I look at that South African attack, and I do think with a bit of help from Lord's conditions, I'm absolutely not discounting them. I wouldn't be surprised to see it go 5 days, which would be a good thing.
Well, I don't think it's going to go 5 days
anyway. Well, yeah, but that's true of almost any test these days.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is part of the reason I think Australia wins is that, when it comes to the batting side of things, I think Australia are much stronger than South Africa. Look at the lineups.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just see South Africa getting kind of rolled in.
Yeah, well, that's if they don't.
And the last time these two teams met, or admittedly with quite different personnel. I mean, Bavuma is the only batsman to remain from the game I'm talking about, which was in Brisbane. Sorry, not exactly. The last series these two met. We got rolled for 99 in one of the innings and I think 150 odd in the other. Luckily, it's only fresh in the memory of Bavuma.
Yeah.
But recent history does have that between the two teams.
And it could be a draw. You never know. It could be a draw.
Well, a draw.
Then we have to have a bloody,
No, I'm sure the table
super. We have to have a super over. It's a final. You can't have a bloody draw enough.
We've got a full extra day to have the super over. We can have a super day.
Super day. Well, I suggested if this did happen, exactly that. You have the same teams. You have a T20 with test rules.
Yeah.
Quite interesting.
Yeah, that would be good. So the betting odds have Australia at $1.50 and South Africa at $3.75.
Well, there you go.
Longer odds. Twice as long as the set for Australia, which might be right, but I still just think the South Africa are going to put up a decent show.
So a more interesting bet is player of the match. So who do we reckon? This is a very long shot, of course.
That's a very good question.
I mean, I would say Travis Head, perhaps, but maybe. But of course, we don't know who's going to come off. But
I think it's
who would be the best bet for South Africa for player of the match? What do you reckon, Richard?
Oh, I was assuming it'd be an Aussie, and I was going to say Josh Hazelwood. South Africa player of the match. Who's due something like that? Let's. Markram, come on, it's time. Yeah.
I would go.
He's angry. He's had a bad time. He wants to prove to everyone, and he said he talked about fronting up with his teammates and kind of.
I like the way he talked about it as well.
I like the way
he said, "I'm not going to be apologizing about this forever. I'm going to say sorry once. I've spoken to my team. Let's get over it. I didn't set a good example. End of story." Nice balanced response. I think it was good.
He went on a night out and took some coke, didn't he, or something? Is that the general gist of it?
I mean, he won't be the first cricketer.
No. It was a recreational thing. It wasn't a performance-enhancing thing.
Well, exactly.
And how else are you going to get through the IPL without taking drugs as a spectator or a player?
Well, exactly. When it first came out, I mean, that was the rigueur, wasn't it? You hear about Modi, Lalit Modi? Yeah, Lalit Modi's time was when it first started. It was just party time, and they were all at it.
They were.
And Alex Hales, let's face it, got dumped from the England ODI stuff, taking a couple of pills on a Boxing Day club night or something, and he was out of the team pretty much. That was it.
The puritanical Owen Morgan.
Yeah, I never agreed with that, but hey, that's life.
Right. So Australia are favourites. South Africa to put up a good show. Don't forget, we'll be there for all 5 days of it, covering it. Kat's on with us, which is great.
Yeah.
Richard's going to be on with us for 4 days straight, but not the first day, although we might get an on-the-spot report from him from Lords, so we're looking forward to that. Now, Bear and I obviously been watching the England-West Indies series pretty closely. Bear, what do you reckon to that? Disappointingly uneven or entertaining anyway. I quite enjoyed it.
Reasonably entertaining. The first game wasn't. It's just good to see. I mean, it's good to see Root back in the ODI side.
Hello. Welcome back to Guerilla Cricket for this first day of the World Test Championship final between... Who's the home team, technically, or is it...
that's a good question. I don't know who's in the home dressing room.
I think South Africa in the home dressing room. So we're going to say South Africa versus Australia. From Lords, where South Africa, having won the toss at a ridiculously early time this morning at 10 o'clock, inserted Australia, and at tea have them 190 for 5 off only 50 overs at tea. That's a bit weak, isn't it?
On a scorecard, Australia are first, so it's Australia versus South
that
Africa.
could just be in alphabetical order, or it could be on where they finished in the table. Who knows? Anyway, we are back after tea for the third session of the first day. I am not Fred Titmus, and I am joined. This is the AUS of A teams. We've got Guerilla Hendo on my right, who is reading your internet messages and providing his just peerless summary with a beer in one hand and a microphone in the other. It's Nigel the Bear Walker. Hello, gents.
Good afternoon.
And this is my first session of commentary in the new studio, and shout out to Bear, who's done a fantastic job kitting this all out. And it all looks pretty damn good, I have to say. Thank you to the listeners who have chipped in and allowed us to relocate. We're looking at reviews, sort of repeats of the wickets from earlier, and there was a triple juggle, or a double juggle and then a catch by Jansen to take the big wicket of Smith, the fifth wicket to have fallen. And gents, how do we think things are going, Bear?
Well, my fear is that South Africa's batting will collapse in a heap.
Your fear is always that Australia are going to do well, isn't it?
Well, that's
a
general fear. Yeah, exactly that. But I mean, if Australia get 280, I think they'll be in a box seat. I think it'll be sort of parity at about 240, 250.
It has been very overcast in London today, although the weather
humid.
is due to brighten up over the next couple of days. And Friday's going to be like 28.
Yeah, potentially Saturday 30,
ridiculous.
isn't it?
Yeah, we've had we've already had 27, 28 this year. I mean,
I know, but
back in sort of April, I think.
It's it's going to warm up quite considerably over the next couple of days. There are only some spotted clouds around over Lords as we see the Stump Eye Mike camera. And resuming after tea, on strike, it's going to be Bo Webster, who has 55 from 76 deliveries, and Carey at the other end, 22 off 29. It's not quite the last partnership, but it's pretty close to being.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously Cummins and Stark can give it some biff.
Yeah.
And lately, actually, Lyon's been able to give it some tap every once in a while.
Yeah, it's not kind of the give it some tap sort of area, though, is it?
No.
Cummins is, it's fair to say, he's a proper batsman, I think.
I think so.
And he's probably getting better as well. But Carey has been in tremendous form over the last couple of years. He's almost a throwback to the days of Gilchrist and how many runs he's scoring down the order. But Rabada is going to be starting again after tea. He has 2 for 35 from his 12 overs. He's bowled really well today as he's right arm over the wicket to Webster. This is on his hip and it's turned down to long leg for a single. That takes the score to 191 for 5. We're going to catch up with your messages.
What's his name? He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killingest bowler. He can sink your oats like the Spanish Armada. No one faster, no one harder. What's his name? What's his name? Tell me, what's his name? KG.
That's a Men with N classic, as Rabada is in again, this time to the left-handed Carey. Again, slightly leg side, easily turned towards square leg for a single. Who is Men with N's favourite cricketer, would you say? It's going to be a bad pun. It's Middlesex slow left armer Zafar Goharder.
Oh, very good. That's quite funny for you, Fred.
Yeah,
it's not bad.
It's quite good. I'm going to be pulling it out at regular intervals because if a joke's funny once, it's funny many, many times, as I'm sure we all appreciate.
We've been doing it for 15 years.
Yeah, it's a one-joke thing. Oh, this is slow and loopy and wide outside the off stump and going wider. I didn't see the speed gun on that, but it looked pretty tame for the first over after tea.
He's a man who has to build up a little bit of steam, I think, Rabada.
Well, it's
old
just
style in
Yeah.
that sense. No, I mean, it's not just that. His first ball after lunch was awful.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I remember when Kapagiso Rivada started, wasn't there? Or didn't he? When he first started, wasn't there? He had scoliosis or something at the back.
This next ball is again slightly leg-sidey, but Webster plays outside it, gets his leg outside it and plays it back towards the bowler. Probably should have turned it onto the leg side for a comfortable single, but didn't.
As it looking side on at Webster, I do think it's interesting that the modern way that the backlift goes up rather than back. Have you noticed this? It goes
the baseball.
It doesn't go. You know, the pickup is if you see it side on, you have to see it side on.
This next ball is straight and defended. Again, no sign of the speed gun. Oh yes, it is. 86 miles an hour didn't look like 86 miles an hour to me.
But isn't that more so you can get power into the shot?
Yes, I think it is. I think it's something to do with that. And there is a guy on LinkedIn, Geo, I think his name is, and he talks about. I don't know if this is the technique that he's referring to. I don't know if he listens, but if he does, Geo Colosso, something like that.
Geo Van Bronckhorst?
No.
So the next ball is Fuller and straight and Webster defence. How tall is Webster? He's a very tall man. The bat
6'6".
Looks almost like a matchstick in his hand. I don't know if it's a short handle bat, but he's holding it in the tips of his fingers and it's sort of grazing the ground. Anyway, we're going to have some of your messages. That's the end of the first over after tea.
Who's back with us after tea?
Well, Jay Grover's always with us. He says, hooray to Tom and welcome. But that was, I mean, I don't know why now, because he'd already said hello.
It's probably an hour old.
No, it's not. I reckon Australia have enough runs already, because South Africa can't bat, says Lockie. Muttley says, how's the Cobra, Hendo? Well, like the last one, it's between my legs now. Jay Grover says, rose between two thorns, aye. Or coat between two flaps. Hendo chose the smallest bottle in the fridge. Hey!
How tall is that Cobra between your legs?
Spin.
We're going to have spin. It's going to be Maharaj, and this is his jingle.
There's a bowler's
Who's already bowling?
Oh,
he's bowled him! First ball. Carey decides to play a reverse sweep, misses the ball completely. The ball hits the off stump, and that is a bit of a gift for South Africa, and that's not a good way to get out.
Played totally over the top of that, didn't he?
Silly shot from a class batsman. You know, sometimes I do think they overdo these strokes. Especially
he's just missed it completely. It's too full to sweep, and he's played over the top of it. It's bounced pretty much near his front foot. Missed it completely. It's hit the off stump. I was keyed you up for the jingle, but you decided not to play.
It hit his middle, and then went on to the leg. I mean, all he had to do was whip that into the leg side for a single.
It was a straight ball.
It's a test match, not a fucking T20.
Boy, what on earth were you playing at?
Oh. Yeah, I think it's a bit daft. I mean, get yourself back in after tea a little bit. You know, face a ball from
Hendo, the voice of the 1950s.
Well, yeah,
I know the game has changed, but you know, when it comes off, we can say, okay, fair enough. When it doesn't, we can say you look like a tart. Do you remember when Maxwell was played the first reverse sweep at 2 of the first 3 balls or something of an innings, and got out to the 3rd of them?
I think he does that quite often, doesn't he?
Well, I mean,
that was in the UAE or somewhere, wasn't it?
When he was in the test side.
Yeah.
But, you know, actually, if you look back, I'm going to do the new jingle in a minute, but what I want to say about the Carey dismissal is, first ball today, he played that little sort of paddle sweep that was a kind of nothing sweep, and only a tiny bit of glove saved him from being LBW. So I think I wouldn't have expected it of him at this point.
Well, as I say, he's a man in form. Anyway, we're going to jingle up the new batsman, who is the Australian captain.
We are indeed. This is him.
Paceman Pat, and his baggy green cap. Early in the morning, just before the warm-up, he has to pull out with a dodgy back.
Pet Rick
Isn't it great to hear the show with jingles again?
Oh, yeah.
Just accentuates what we're missing nowadays. As Maharaj, he's had a bit of a gift of a wicket, let's be honest, but that should fire him up as he's into the new batsman Cummins, who's right-handed, and edgily he leans forward, doesn't quite get to the pitch, and nudges his square on the offside, takes a single to get off the mark, and
Well, did that go airy? I thought it was a catchable height for the man.
No, I think he got over it. He got over it.
Oh yeah, probably.
Maybe you want to. Yeah, he is more or less. It's
He's pretty close. So how close to him did it go? Oh,
Ooh,
yeah,
no,
it did.
it
It went
was.
past his knee. Yeah, would have been very difficult to catch. As this is slapped out to wide, long off by Webster for a single.
Kim Ashley Isaacs says, let's face it, no one saw this coming. Hats off to South Africa. Don't write them off yet.
Well, this is not the time to write them off.
No, we're not. Although perhaps we just said that little partnership before tea had...
Maharaj in again, and Cummins blocks this on the bounce to the man at Silly Pond. Who is that?
Beddingham.
Oh, Beddingham, right. The Durham batsman who's done pretty well in his
Wasn't he captain of the side that went to New Zealand?
I think he was when they were missing a bunch of players.
Yeah.
As this one is edgily played to backward point, no run. Yes, they had all their players playing in
the SA T20.
Yeah, and they had a test team on at the same time, which is a bit strange. But England used to do that a long time ago, but not with T20. So as his next ball, it looked for a moment as though Cummins might be trapped in front of his off stump, but he'd got the bat down on it late. The end of the over, 194 for 6. Hendo, what are people saying?
Well, people are saying all sorts of things, but more important than that. For some reason, the Super Chat jingle had been... that particular Super Chat jingle had been was halfway through already.
Truncated.
So that's truncated. But it is Jay, again, £5. Said before, but MVV does the best South African jingles. There you go. Let's have a little look. Suter Who says, not quite true, Kim. South Africa aren't in the final because of pity. They've won a lot of games they've played.
Rabada starts his new over, and this is nudged down towards third man. I don't think there is a third man, and Webster's going to pick up a boundary. It takes him to 61, and his team to
Now
100.
my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
198 for 6.
Quite handy between him and Smith. They've got 120 odd.
Well, somebody's got to score the runs.
Yeah, true.
But as a team performance, I think Australia will feel 198 for 6. Where they are at this actual moment is significantly below par.
Yeah, but again, it all comes down to our South Africa bat, and you've got to think they're a bit flaky.
You know, I mean,
they got some good batsmen.
Bavuma hit centuries every decade. As Rabada is into Bo Webster, who is 61, and this is again slightly edgily, plays on the back foot. He is a very tall man. I'd like to see him try and bowl a bounce for him. They take a single as it goes into a bit of a gap in the offside, but he would have to get up quite high. Wait, if you bowl a genuine bouncer to a normal sized batsman, that's going to be sort of neck height or shoulder height to Webster, and that's where it's most difficult. So you see so many bouncers which go over the batsman's head. Just wasting time. What is this aerial drone footage that we keep seeing?
Oh, that'll be Messi Jez. He's got his own drone now.
Has he?
Yes.
No.
He's a menace.
He has got his own drone. Have you not seen it?
No.
In comes Rabada to Cummins. Full on leg stump and played up to mid-wicket. No run.
I don't know whether he managed to smuggle it into Lords or not, but he has now got one.
I think that unlikely. Somehow.
Maybe he put it inside a bottle of wine.
A drone.
Well, they're tiny these days, aren't they?
Yep. Thanks, Jay, for that latest super chat, by the way. Eric J says, what's the minimum girth requirement for a Guerilla? Well, I'll tell you in a minute.
Ooh, at least 36-inch waist.
We've got those giant handcuffs like they use for the balls. So this ball's bowled him! He's bowled him. Cummins has played inside the line. It may have held up its line slightly. Rabada has got one past the outside edge. Hits the off stump. Australia, I think it's fair to say, are now in trouble. 199 for 7.
Indeed so. Very, very good.
Except for when South Africa 50 for 5.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred.
Indeed.
Another one bites the dust.
Well, did that move slightly, or did he
I
play
think
down the wrong line?
No, I think he just held its line a little bit.
Tiny bit. Enough.
Enough.
Well,
and that's all you need.
You only need a couple of inches to go past the... if the batsman's trying to play it in the middle of the bat.
Yep.
How wide is the bat, do we know?
Less than 6 inches.
We're not going there. Back to the minimum girth. And it's not so much about the minimum girth. It's basically what you've got to do. What you've got to do is you've got to show potential. So even if you come here at the age of 25 and you're slimline,
right,
you've got to have the ability to expand.
Right, it's like child stars in Hollywood. We've got to try and extrapolate what they're going to look like in 20 years' time.
Indeed, South Africa earned the place here by beating Cambodia, says Lockie Sick.
Did they? Well, it's better than Bodo Glimt, let's be honest. 199 for 7, as Rabada has 3 for 42. He's in his 14th over, and well, you were saying, Bear, sometimes or Hendo, somebody was saying, it takes a bit while to get steamed up. If he's not, if he's not going to... Oh, that may have kept a bit low, actually. I know Cummings is quite tall.
I think it's gone past his outside edge, to be honest.
It has, but it didn't hit the top of the stump, and it was a sort of a fullish length delivery. It's only sort of hit 3/4 of the way up. Rabada should be fired up now, and we should see a little bit more pace from him. He's bowling at the tail.
Oh, don't know why that came on.
That hasn't been a wicket, it's just Hendo with
Well, it was a wicket, but it was double ages ago.
Rabada will be bowling to Stark, who we haven't jingled up because Hendo's having a beer. Stark is a left-handed batsman. Rabada is round the wicket to him, and this is full and straight, and Stark defends, doesn't really move his feet, but he doesn't have to.
All those naysayers about South Africa and the fact they can't bat, or may not be able to bat as well as Australia, well, generally speaking, you're missing the point. Australia can't even enforce the follow-on at the moment.
Well, there's a question for you. You know, if a day's Test cricket is lost, the follow-on target is reduced from 200 to 150. If you're playing a 6-day Test, does it go up to 250?
Ooh.
Stark plays inside this one from Rabada. I think he generally wasn't beaten by that. He played inside it and goes through to the keeper.
The 6-day here is only an
emergency. I don't see how that works, and I just think that's more trouble than it's worth, personally.
Well, you kind of need a result, don't you? It's a final.
You do, and I think, but the crazy thing is that, in an era when matches are finishing in 2.5, 3 days, suddenly we get a 6th day. I mean, we don't even expect to go to 5th.
And England played a game which was only supposed to go 4 days against Zimbabwe a couple of weeks ago.
And it was over shortly after lunch on day 3.
Yeah.
Suda, who thinks that Cummins played totally the wrong line? Jay Grover says, Hendo, never play a shot until the boat's a day away.
Maharaj starts a new over to Webster, who drives this up to wide mid-off and takes a single. Who are we looking at?
Is that Piggy's sister? Looks a bit like Piggy.
Really?
That's not a very nice thing to say about the young lady on screen. And I don't even want to go to... anyway, what's on screen? As Maharaj, who took the wicket of Alex Carey straight after tea with, frankly, a poor shot.
Is that a worldwide thing?
What's that?
The DP kits thing? I thought it was just an IPL thing.
DP kit... Maharaj bowls, and this is flicked. A straight ball is past mid-wicket. By Stark. He gets off the mark with a single. We have failed to acknowledge the Australian 200, but it's not all that acknowledgeable. 201 now for 7.
No, I just realised that must be an ICC thing, not a...
Right, the ICC are in charge of this game.
They've done the pitch, presumably, haven't they?
Yes, which they do for their tournaments, as this is Fuller and Strater and defended by Webster. Pitches have been pretty low and slow at Lords this year, as anyone who's had the good fortune to watch Middlesex will attest to, as his next ball is pushed to extra cover, no run.
Well, I agree. I think it's certainly slow, and I don't think it's... Well, look at that. That's only a couple of 2 or 3 inches beneath the top of the stump. I don't think it's a pretty keep low.
No, it exacerbated by Cummins' height, as this next one is steered towards backward point, has some way to make to his right to field. Another single, the third of the over. We're looking again at this Rabada to Cummins dismissal.
Presumably going to see the degree of deviation.
They just showed us that. It was
I would like to see the height, whether it didn't bounce as much as other deliveries. As Maharaj is into Stark, there's a short leg in now. And this is taken down the leg side. The ball was going down the leg side. Stark played an airy waft at it. It was taken by the keeper. He didn't leave his crease. Is that the end of the over? Yeah, I believe it is. 202.47. Are there any messages?
Sudu says, great ball. Nitin says, 250, question mark? How much is enough? Well, I think from an Australian perspective, they will want a hell of a lot more, but they'll have confidence in their own bowlers, especially if they'll think if this South African attack, which is a good attack,
yes,
can bowl this well, we can too.
Indeed.
No, the postman didn't deliver, says Lockie. Now Edith will never know how much Jake loves her.
What?
I don't know what that's about. I'm presuming it's something to do with postman and a letter not being delivered.
Postman Pat?
Rabada bowls a short ball, and Webster, it doesn't get up very high, and he absolutely mullers this between the two people back on the leg side. It sort of bisects them perfectly and goes for 4.
2 + 2 is on my mind.
Well, maybe that was the slow bouncer because it said 80 miles an hour, and perhaps it's the setup. I don't know.
It may also be that Webster now feels that he's got a bit of license to be a bit more attacking, perhaps.
They've got slightly closer, perhaps, those two fielders out on the leg side. According to the graphic, this one's on the hip of Webster. It's turned to mid-wicket, no run. Maharaj whips it back into the keeper.
And I mean, look, if you want to be really harsh about things, Webster should have been out LBW very early in his innings.
Yeah. Looked a bit odd though, didn't it?
It did look odd, and certainly some of us thought there was an inside edge, but actually
he was miles away from it.
No, but I think on that other telly, for some reason, the angle we're at.
Oh, just different. One telly he edged it, on the other one he didn't. This is down the leg side and finally tickled by Webster. And no chance of any fielder cutting that off. 4 easy runs.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Like a fine tickle. Nitin wants to know whether the beer is mild or strong. It's mildish.
It's okay, mildish.
Sri Lankan commentators: the svelte athlete falls when the hopper binges kick in. Even Sangha.
Is this some kind of a haiku competition that we're not?
No idea what that's about, Jay.
They haven't let us in on.
You do not need a result, says Pirate Badshaw, who has joined us. I don't think I've seen you tweet so far today.
This is edged and caught. Well, that was a nothing ball outside the off stump. It was wide and going wider. Webster followed it, and just a gentle looping catch to first slip. A very comfortable catch by whoever it was, and Webster has gone, and Australia are almost in Matisse's country. They're in Dissafucking-Ray.
They are in Dissafucking-Ray.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
No need to play at that.
Did
whatsoever.
I say Matisse's instead of Tamises? I think I did.
Yeah, you did. I wonder what you were yapping on about.
Whereas you would have known perfectly had I got it correctly. Anyway, 8th wicket down. South Africa up. I'm just going to check my bet. Keep talking. Sorry.
Well, another catch for Bedingham, and that was probably the worst shot of the lot, wasn't it? I mean, okay,
just nothing he shot.
You've got to say he's the top scorer in this Australian innings, and he's a man. I'm not sure whether he's played at Lord's at all before, but certainly not at this level. And you've got to give him credit. He stuck around after should have been out LBW. And played 1 or 2 nice shots, but I just thought it was quite an ugly innings, and it got an ugly end to it, really.
Well, yeah, there was no need to play it. He's just hung his bat outside our stump, hasn't he?
Well, he has been looking to play shots, and Ravada bowled a couple down the leg side. He helped himself too. He saw one which was short and wide. He didn't really go at it with any conviction. He just waved the bat in its general direction.
I think he just got lured into playing the shot. It was
maybe.
Sometimes that happens as a batsman. You don't really know why. It's almost like some sort of automatic response.
Yeah, the best bowlers can do that to you.
Well, it does actually seem a little bit, certainly from the angle behind the stumps. You can see that. New batsman.
He's the Aussie's leading spinner. He's lying. He's not too bad, and that's true.
Rabada into that new batsman. He goes past the outside edge. That's an absolute cracker. That was full and straight. It seemed away, and Lyon played down the line. He thought the ball was going on. It wasn't there. It moved away from him. It was close to the off stump. It was close to the edge of the bat, but just not close enough.
What bets you got on?
I know. I just backed South Africa when they won the toss this morning.
Oh, right.
5-2.
5-2.
But I, like you, Bear, am a little bit wary of the South African batting lineup. So
you're looking for a hedge?
Well, yeah. Just always want to be aware of the information. As Rabada in to complete this over, which has been successful in that he has the wicket of Webster, and this one is left outside the off stump, dies on its way through to the keeper. 210 for 8. Endo.
Lockie says Cummins is nicknamed Fireman Sam, obviously. Now, what's this? Donald is a joke, in and out, says Nitin. Have we had a
I think there's some kind of poetry competition that we haven't been let in on. Do you want to know how old this Australian bowling lineup is?
It's quite old.
All their jingles are by Sherwood.
Ah, well, there you go.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, it's true.
Suter says, fuck, I wanted a slug century. Unfortunately not. Lockie thinks that Lyon will bat through till stumps. I'm not even sure that Australia want him to do that, really. They want to get amongst the South African batting.
I don't know about that.
Ooh,
40 runs is huge. In
well, the old adage is if you stick a side in, you want to bowl them on for under 250, isn't it?
That's one of the adages. There are a lot of adages. You need 3 wickets by lunch.
Yeah, there are.
Rabada's getting a deserved round of applause. Perhaps not for that wicket, but generally the way he's bowled today, he was pretty fiery this morning. Picked up 2 early wickets. Jansen is into the attack, and he's bowling left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Stark. And that is well outside off stump. Not played at by the batsman.
Surely Stark just goes Bulu now, doesn't he?
Well, I don't know. I think if they can bat and bat and bat, 40 runs can be absolutely huge in what might be a low-scoring test match.
But they could also get 40 runs in 3 overs.
But what does that gain you?
It gains you 250 runs and a chance to have a bowler. Or you could stick around and get bowled out for 20 runs in 15 overs.
This is creamed into the offside, quite nicely timed, but doesn't beat them out of extra cover. Yeah, but there's no advantage to getting 40 runs in 5 overs than 40 runs in 2 hours.
Well, there's an advantage of getting runs on the board.
But
there's an advantage, I think, while the pitch is doing what it's doing to a certain extent, that they'll want to get their seamers on it.
Is it doing that much that
no,
you would say
that much? Well, I think it's doing enough for the bowlers of the skills of Cummins, Stark and Hazelwood. I really do.
As Jansen's in again, and this is on the legs of Stark. They take a scrambled leg by as who's the keeper? Is it Varane, isn't it?
Varane, yeah.
Has to go some way to his right to field that. He's quite an ugly bloke, isn't he? He looks a bit like Ron Perlman, the ugly actor.
Who? Gigiso?
Varane.
Oh.
Strange looking fellow. It doesn't help by the fact he's sort of gingery. 211 for 8. Any gingers listening?
Apologies.
Don't really give a tell.
No, I'm sure you don't.
We're having a change sometime soon.
I might get another over. How many balls in this over? 3.
3. Well,
we'll have one more after this. Come on.
We'll wait see what the producer tells us. Oh wait, we don't have a producer. Do you remember when we used to have producers? That was fun.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
They used to tell us things and we just used to ignore them. Jansen is coming over the wicket to the right-handed Lyon, who hasn't got off the mark.
Yeah, I think they used to annoy Andy Afford.
He'll be facing his 3rd ball, and he doesn't score off that one either. It's well wide of the off stump. Did angle slightly in, but too wide.
I'm not sure I like this from Jansen in a test match. I mean, he went around the wicket very early, but I mean, it cuts off a whole load of opportunities for outs.
When he's been over in this over, he's been over the wicket to the left-hander, and no, 1 second.
Has the Bear gone all baseball?
Yeah, wickets. I suppose outs. But I mean, you want the in-swinger, don't you, to the right-hander?
Well, he's absolutely castled him. What does the Bear know? Fuck all, because Jansen has castled the line with a ball that came in from outside the off-stump. He played an expansive drive. The ball wasn't there. The 9th wicket down. Australia, you suck!
That was an absolute beauty. I was just going to say to you, Bear, before that happened, that he brought the ball back in a long way from around the wicket to Smith on one occasion, but it was really going down the leg side. But he's got the line perfect for that one, and it's done a hell of a lot.
Lyon held the pose after playing the shot at the non-existent ball, and makes his way all the way back to the pavilion and up the stairs, and he's got a duck's egg.
Did he get one of these?
Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle.
He did.
That was almost too good a ball to waste on Lyon, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, would a top batsman have got out to that?
I think they possibly would have. It was that good a ball.
Yeah, they would have got something on it, either bat or pad. At least make the umpire make a decision, perhaps. There was a big gap.
Stark is a slim target. As long as they don't stick around and get no runs, says Sudahu. Jago doesn't subscribe to this theory that we just want to bowl. Well, you may be right, but they are going to bowl very, very shortly.
Says the man who wrote the book on last wicket partnerships. Famous last wicket partnerships.
Yeah, but this is Stark and Hazelwood. I mean, Hazelwood can stick around. Stark can play some big biffs. But
we'll jingle up the new inverted commas batsman.
I hope it's the one that I like, but it probably won't.
Well, you'll be pleased to know the odds are now pretty much evens on both sides. 11 to 10 at Bet365.
It's not this one.
I'm afraid of Josh Hazelwood. I'm afraid when he bowls. I'm afraid of Josh Hazelwood. I'm afraid.
Now, people are getting us mixed up because, well, actually, no, I think the Bear did say this as well, but I said it too. Sutu, there's an advantage of getting some balls at South African batters late in the day.
Jansen's first ball to Hazelwood is a beauty, but goes over the top of middle stump. Hazelwood was backing away towards the umpire there. His back foot betrayed him. He played what he thought was a defensive shot. He beat the outside edge and went over middle stump, and not by very much either.
Lockie 6 says, I agree with Hendo. Go apeshit psycho and get fast runs. It's just more fun. I think that was the Bear.
Yeah, that was me.
So you're mixing us up. Can you see us or can you hear us? I don't know which. Remember the days of sponsoring the sofa for a day's play and getting to be the producer. Good time, says Muttley. Good times.
You can do that still, probably.
Yeah, just bung us some money. You can do whatever you like.
Exactly. We're free and easy. We're cheap.
It's amazing what we'll do for a bottle of beer. Rabada in at numbers 10 and 11 will be fancying his chance of picking up another wicket. Gary says farewell. Much missed by all the listeners except that one that was complaining about his commentary earlier. 211 for 9. 56 overs. That's a decent scoring rate, but not many runs on the board as Rabada is round the wicket. Oh! And this is left by Stark, a ball which pitched well outside the off stump and did come back. But as we're looking at a replay of the previous dismissal, Lions, he played a beautiful straight drive, didn't he?
Oh, good high elbow.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, elbows don't stop the ball getting between.
Elbows don't win matches.
Indeed, they don't.
How could they?
Well, they might. 192 for 5 has become 211 for 9 since tea.
And this one again comes back. The ball is moving. It's nearly a 60-over ball. And this is played to deep backward point for a single. Stark is off the mark. No, what happened there?
Actually, I mean, it makes you think, is this a bit of a reverse?
Well, it's moving off the wicket, isn't it, though?
No, but I mean, the one that got Nathan Lyon just started going in the air.
Yeah, I think the Bear is generally right. If he stays over the wicket, it's a much better line. As Rabada is round the wicket again, and this is a little bit shorter, and Stark defends. Did they not take a run off that last ball, which went all the way out to deep point?
No. I guess they didn't.
They didn't. No.
Well, presumably because Stark doesn't think Hazelwood will be able to stand up.
The 10 is defending 11.
No, he's not 10.
He's 9.
He's 9 defending 11.
And he's got a 99 in Test cricket.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, who hasn't?
You.
No, not a 99. No, that's true.
And not even in a club game.
Not even Jimmy Anderson.
The Bear would, as Rabada bowls, and this is fuller and driven, not particularly well timed. And I think that's Pavuma who can field, unless they've got another midget playing. One of my teammates has never made 100, and a couple of years ago he started the last over. Oh, that's a no ball. A belated call of no ball by the third umpire. He started the last over of a limited overs game at the first innings of limited overs. He was on 95 not out. He was made well aware of the fact that he was on 95 not out. Never made 100. Hit the first ball for 4 and finished on 99 not out.
Harsh.
5 dot balls.
Oh my God.
As Rabada is in again, and that's bowled. Stark rather. Australia have been, well, they've been shot out for 211, and having won a good toss, Pavuma could not have expected any more from his team, his bowling attack. Australia have been skittled, and it's fair to say that this is 100 short of par, this score.
I'd have said so. Somewhere around there.
That's really poor.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
Well, he was playing at the ball, which
it came back.
And hit the leg bail.
It was very much off the
I'll
pitch.
be doing unders on the Saffers when they bat.
If you've got 6-day tickets, I'd put them on eBay now.
I have to say, it's a 5-4 for Rabada. What a comeback for him. Although Tony was telling me earlier that he's got a fantastic record at Lords.
Yeah, he's got an average of 13 or something.
He does, and somebody, I think it was John Houghton, tweeted the other day in the warm-up match. He was bowling. The umpire said that's the fastest he's seen anyone bowl for many years.
Really?
I don't know.
That was the South Africa Zimbabwe game. Was it at Arundel? I think it was.
It was. He possibly broke one of the Ben Curran's hand or something.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he's done something to him. Anyway, Rabada is taking the plaudits as he leaves. We're overdue a change. Tony, who's going where?
Am I on?
Where am I going, Tony?
I'm doing ball by ball. I'll go in the middle. I might need another beer out of the fridge though, someone can grab me.
Okay, well, while people are moving around, I will remind you how you can help out Guerilla Cricket.
Oh, there's lots of opportunities to support the Guerillas. Patreon or buy some merch and enter the GPL. We got the comms, you got the ears. Give us lots of money. No Michael Vaughan and no KP.
Yes, Hendo, you were supposed to be moving.
Spare us some money.
I just want to say
Go to patreon.com/Guerilla Cricket. Choose either $2, $5, or $10 per month to keep us going. You know it's a bargain.
I just do want to say that there is another super chat to be aware of that has just come through. I'll leave that up to you. Just to say that Jerry Pelser says, books, bear and bullshit. You guys should consider putting your jingles on Spotify and get royalties. Bear will explain why we can't do that.
Well, we could do, but the royalties all go to Mog. In which case, I don't know whether... I mean, you have to get a billion, zillion plays, don't you, to make 1p anyway.
Yeah, it's something mad, isn't it? You get, I think, like 4p per listen or something like that.
No, 4p per listen?
0.004, I think.
I was going to say, something like that, yeah. 4p per 1,000, maybe, if you're lucky. Well, Rabada's got a fifer and bowled extraordinarily well. Has he got 5 for 51? So his average is safe, and in fact it's dropping because his average today is 10.2, which is fantastic. My big fear, and we were about to test it out, where do we reckon South Africa will be?
Yeah, that's the only thing, isn't it? Obviously bowled so well. I'm not sure. I want to sit on the fence. I want to sit on the fence, if I may.
You want to sit on the fence?
Yeah. Am I in the right place?
Yeah. I mean, I want South Africa to win, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want Australia to win because A, they won it a couple of years ago, and B, they're Australia, and we don't want Australia to win anything.
Yeah.
Especially not when it comes to cricket. Although weirdly, I find myself supporting them when they're playing football or something because they're shit at that sport. So.
Yeah, that is true. I think as well for me, the Norwich City colours. There's something about them.
Are you a Norwich fan?
Yeah.
Oh dear! So you already had a row with him over there. Yeah.
We've got to be separated now.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. But they're in the game. Shit. I mean, they can get fuck all and still be in the game, can't they? I mean, if they're all out for 100, they've still got a chance if they can somehow bowl out Australia's second innings for 100 and chase 200. So we've got a game on. Certainly might not make it to day 4 at this rate. It'd be interesting to see. Well, you could point that in our direction. We're the talent over here, But no, we're not going to get that. What do you reckon, Tone? What are your thoughts?
Well, it feels under par. It felt like a very, very good toss to win. Those of us who watch a lot of cricket at Lords, whether it's on the telly or live, bit of cloud cover, early morning start. And Rabada looked not unplayable, but he was a real handful. 2 early wickets. Post lunch, however, I was a bit surprised at the speed with which Australia, frankly, fell apart.
Post-tea, you mean?
Post-tea, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, they've just lost 5 wickets for fuck all.
No, not many people would have put Bo Webster down as being the top scorer for Australia on their betting cards.
Well, out of 200 runs, Smith and Webster got 130?
Yeah, and he rode his luck. He rode his luck plenty of times and did pretty well. And that's a very, he's the inexperienced part of a very experienced batting lineup.
Yeah.
So it's far from done. Australia will feel they're 50 under, possibly no more than that.
Well, I mean, a lot of people say that. I think personally, Australia's batting is frail at times as well. I mean, you've got some stick-ons there. You've got Smith, and you've got Head, but I don't really count Labuschagne as a stick-on anymore. I think Khawaja's at the end of his career. Then you've got Webster, as you say, he's untested really. And then who else isn't? I can't even remember who else is in that top.
Well, I mean, the thing that's going to be interesting now is that
Green.
No attack in Test cricket ever has come in with more collective wickets than this one for Australia.
No.
Which, of course, makes... And they're going to have to prove every part of that stat by bowling really, really well. South Africa had the better of the conditions early on, but there will be likely a bit more cloud cover this evening. Early morning and evening is probably the 2 toughest times to bat at Lords. If Australia can get 2 or 3 tonight, and it's very possible, then I think they would consider it's fairly even. They'll be sat in the dressing room saying, okay, we're probably 50 short, but we've got the world's best pace attack.
Exactly. We've been here before. We've won this, and all the games we played to get here. And look at what South Africa did. And
they'll be using that psychologically, and they'll be saying, if there's an Achilles heel for South Africa, it's quite an inexperienced batting lineup here and there, isn't it?
Well, I've gone under 27.5, which I think is quite generous actually by the bookies for the fall of the first wicket.
What I should say, by the way, just very quickly while we're waiting, if you're a patron, I mean, you get loads and loads of benefits if you're a patron. You get merchandise, you get our regular podcast, you get articles and newsletters and a whole bunch of other things. You get the chance to visit the studio, you get the chance to promote yourself or your cause, and other things besides. So there's a lot of reasons to be a patron. But right today, if you're a patron, you will have had dropping into your inbox some photos of us in the studio doing what we do, commentating. We're showing you the little nooks and crannies and corners of the studio that you won't see if you watch us on YouTube. It's another way of saying thank you to all those people who have helped us
and
get
of course,
to the studio.
If you're a studio member or above, $20 or $50, you can come here anytime you like. If you're around in the area, you want to come in, just drop us a note, and you can come in and join us in here. It's very nice. There's a pub just there.
We are literally right next door to a pub.
There's lots of food outlets nearby.
If you personally pay the bear another $50, he'll let you have the code to the lift.
Yeah, well, that's expensive. Man.
Yeah, I've not even earned that yet.
No.
Have you been in that pub? It looks really good.
Yeah, it's Fox and Firkin. It is quite good. It plays there's lots of music down there.
Yeah. Right. Well, do you want me to jingle up anybody, Bear?
Well, yeah. I suppose you ought to jingle up. Be Markram and Rickleton.
Ryan Rickleton. Well, let's do Ryan Rickleton because we just saw him. Here he is.
I saw Markram go out earlier.
Ryan Rickleton! Up and cover! Ryan Rickleton! We got the winner!
And he's going to be batting with...
Cause he's a grinner, a part-time spinner, and his Safa, yes he's a winner. Playing his shots out in the sun. He's a stroker, not mediocre. He's no World Cup choker. He gets us moving with his runs.
Cut it there. I'm
them.
pretty certain that's going to get us dinged.
Oh,
but you never know.
I don't look at Steve Miliband, wasn't it? I can't quite see the link from him to Aidan Markram. I mean, why not?
No, it's not. It works.
It works just fine.
It works with the music. And that's precisely why a lot of jingles how they work actually, Tone.
So who's I know what whenever I suggest jingles, Mog, I normally get an email, who needs a jingle? I'll then send it whoever I think does need a jingle, and I'll say to if I've got an idea, I'll send it to Mog. He'll go, that's interesting, and then could totally ignore it.
Yeah, well...
9 times out of 10, very occasionally, he might go, oh, I use that idea.
Yeah.
Have you got jingles for every single player then?
Pretty
Everywhere
much.
in the world.
Pretty
Yeah.
much. We've got
if they
thousands.
played a test, we got them.
Yeah, we got thousands of jingles. Stark is going to open the bowling. Presumably with Hazelwood and Cummins be first change. That's usually how it works with the Aussies.
Here he is. Here's Mitchell Stark.
Mitchell Stark believes the truest hunter is the one who sees this guarantee. Mitchell Stark holds no seas.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Aidan Markham really hasn't done it at test level, has he? He's another one of these people who's got a sort of average of 30 or late 30s rather than in the 40s. I seem to remember our man Tim telling us left alone through the keeper is no wrong. What are you trying to show me, David?
I'm trying to show a picture of David looking massively pissed.
Well, yeah, he's got his eyes closed. Dave loves self-promoting, doesn't he? He's probably giving us some match report. So there we go. First ball through the keeper. No run.
Aidan Markram, you were saying in tests, has he never done it? He's played 45 tests. The average is 36 there.
Yeah, exactly. It's not
Highest
really.
Score
probably 200.
Of 152, which he got against Australia.
Oh, good. Left alone through the keeper and there's no run. Generally, Saffers do like a bit of pace on the ball.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
They're never afraid of pace generally.
That was in Joburg in 2018. South Africa won by 492 runs.
Wow.
That one.
A good omen.
Well, yeah, absolutely. He's played Australia 4 times in all. All were in that 2018 series. He's averaged 60 in that series. And he got 143 at Kingsmead and 84 at Newlands. So he had a terrific series in 2018.
Fair enough. Stark in. Again, it goes across Markram, and there is no run. Leaves it through to the keeper, and there's no run. No sign of anything hooping back in. I mean, it's quite humid. I know the sun's out, but it's quite humid. You'd expect a little bit of movement. Might take a couple of overs for a bit of a lack of the work off one side.
Not so experienced at Lords. Just the one in 2022. Well, of course, South Africa won that by an innings, but he only made 16. Was out to Jack Leach. Obviously didn't need to bat a second time because they won by an innings.
Aye. That was a pretty poor game, I seem to remember. For England, anyway. Stark. That's the one! Ooh, big inside edge onto pad. That's the one I was looking for. And just about gets away with it. 4 dot balls, no run. Big in swinger. Driving at that. Could have quite easily got through the gap. The bat didn't come down straight. Oh, sorry, it's rare.
Oh, I needed to read a super chat. Don't let me forget.
Oh, did we had that super chat? That was ages ago when you came in the chair, wasn't it?
No.
Yeah.
But it's from Jay, so I've got some catching up to do. But I will do it first at the end of this over.
Okie dokie. Stark in, bowling to Markram. Again, it's a little bit shorter. Doesn't give it time to swing. He just gets behind it, defends it out to the offside. And there is no run. Saffers yet to get off the mark. Australia out for a paltry 212. So got some fighting back to do here, but still reckon they could get a lead here. Quite interesting actually if they bowled the Saffers out for 200, 190, make it a close second innings thing.
Yeah, it's like you say, they're definitely in this game no matter what, really.
Yeah.
If any attack.
Well, I suppose if South Africa managed to get 400 or something. Oh, he's bowled him. Inside edge. It is the in swinger. Markram's come down. His bat's never straight. His feet didn't move. He was really planted on the crease. Didn't really know how to play that ball. He's got a big inside edge. It's probably come back onto his legs and then back onto his pads. Australia in the hunt, and South Africa none for one.
The crowd says you're
Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle.
That wasn't really unsurprising, and this is my fear.
Yeah, he didn't look comfortable, did he? Really, towards
No.
the end of that over the last.
Well, you got to get yourself in, haven't you? And it's difficult. This is a very experienced bowling attack in pretty good bowling conditions, really.
I think they obviously got a memo that said, Sunday's Father's Day, and some of your Guerilla commentators have
Kids.
afternoon and evening plans. Can you try and get it done by Sunday morning, lads?
Well, you know what? I'm not sure anyone in my family ever fucking thinks about Father's Day.
Oh, get out the world's tiniest violin.
I don't really care. I do honestly believe I don't remember there being Father's Day when I was a kid.
Right. Oh my God, what's going on here? It's the end of the over. I do need to. I'll jingle up the new batsman, but I need to play that super chat somewhere. Jingle. I've now lost it because they took a bloody wicket. There it is. Right.
YouTube right, super chat.
I think he must have said that with the amount of money he's helped us with, Jay can do anything he likes. So the super chat is from him. He says, "I can do what I like after financial contributions. This is a game changer. Do you have a soundproof basement and some tools? They don't have to be sharp."
Jay, you can do what you like, but not murder.
Oh, there's a different one here. He also said for another £10, when Messrs is absent, all social media falls apart under the sheer weight of egos. That might have been the one that was. Well, I've now read them both, Jay. So there you go. One jingle, but two super chats.
Yeah, I don't know why you put me on social media.
I'm doing social media in this
I
one.
know, but I don't know why you put me on social media.
Well, sometimes it just happens to suit the chemistry of the trio we happen to have on there. I try and avoid it for obvious reasons.
I've been noticing you've been avoiding it less and less recently, I have to say. Josh Hazlewood is going to come into bowl. We'll have his jingle after the first ball. He's bowling at Rickleton, who just plays that out into the offside. I think that's Nathan Lyon. Just in front of the square on the offside, and there was no run. As I thought, look at where his bat is.
I'm afraid of Josh Hazlewood. I'm afraid when he bowls. I'm afraid of Josh Hazlewood. I'm afraid.
His bat's coming down from about 10 or 11 o'clock. And consequently, it just gets that inside edge. I told you,
Yeah, never done it at Lord's, Tony, wasn't it? And he still hasn't.
Who, Mark? Well, he's only had the one innings to do it in, and he made about 16. Oh, they're complaining about. I wouldn't be complaining about the ball if I was at South Africa, would you?
It's a brand new ball. It's only had 7 balls. But the umpires are looking at it nonetheless. Well, what are they looking at? Crackled? Sure, all that works in the bowler's favour, doesn't it? Well, they're giving it back to the bowler.
Chris Teebs said Markram averages 60 against Oz in tests. He'd been digging the same stat line as me.
I was wondering why the under had suddenly dipped from 27 to 20. Of course, Ian Mulder is in at number 3.
Oh, Brian Mulder, right.
And he generally is considered as an all-rounder. It seems a bit odd that he is at number 3. Maybe he's out there to do a bit of baz balling. Right on Rickleton. He's going to get himself off the mark. Yeah, that's a sharp run out to a shortish mid-off. But he does get himself off the mark. Rickleton's a pretty decent bat, I seem to remember.
Well, he opens. Here's Mulder.
When things get desperate, you don't need to worry. Just stop me and Mulder out in a hurry. When things get desperate, you don't need to worry. Mulder will save the day for you.
Willie?
That might be the first one I know the song, I think.
Yeah, well, there's a lot. The problem is, actually, Tom, that we used to. There's lots we can't play now. Hazlewood is in. That's a decent ball. Now I'm going to scoot through for a single. Maybe you probably shouldn't have got that, but hey, they have. We used to have some great parody songs, but fucking YouTube just basically go, copyright strike. You can't use that and you can't monetize your feed. So we basically have to, every time we get one of these fucking little messages from YouTube, we have to get rid of the jingle.
Considering he started drinking his first beer at, just before breakfast, Tomo's looking in quite tidy order there, isn't he?
Maybe he's good at pacing himself these days.
He's pacing himself. He's very quick and short, and probably up Jeff Boycott's nose.
Wow. Mate, that's different, mate. That's inside edge onto the pads of Rickleton. Hazel bowling across him, and there is no run. How long is it since Hazelwood's come back from injury? Recently? He was playing the IPL, actually, wasn't he?
He was
playing in the IPL.
Wasn't he playing for RCB? So he won he's an IPL
oh, yeah,
winner.
He did. He's an IPL winner.
Yeah.
That's right. What have we got? We've got Gully point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. 2 slips, Gully.
Took a wicket in the final, but I think he was pretty expensive. It was about 1 for 40 or 1 for 50 odd.
Doesn't really matter when you win, who remembers?
Well, true.
It's like yesterday. Ooh, nearly another little inside edge onto the stumps. This time it goes behind. They do go through for a quick single, taking every run they can, which is kind of wise. And stumps are thrown down by Carey, and there's no run. Carey started it all off with a stupid flappy shot after tee, didn't he? I mean, that's a totally unnecessary shot. He's a better batsman than that. Get yourself in first. It was the first ball he faced. And it was a bit odd, actually, because it was just thrown up, like quite a loopy one, and he went to reverse sweep it, had too much loop, and basically yorked himself.
Yeah, I don't really understand why, professional cricketers do those sort of shots so often, when it's like, just get your head down and stay in. Like, I don't know.
It's the modern way.
Yeah.
It's the modern way, isn't it? Score quick. Mulder is facing up. Oh! That was on a nick back, does Hazelwood. Hits the top of the pads. Probably going over, maybe going down. End of the over, no appeal. Over to you, Tone.
Yes, right. Chris Teeb says, is Australia's poor batting performance a symptom of them being given the home dressing room? That's quite interesting idea. Marvellous jingle, said Mr. P. I don't know which one, but we're glad you enjoyed it. Jay Grover said, Tony will claim credit for every jingle arch solopist that he is.
Who's that?
Jay, whom else? Tom didn't look too impressed with the Stark jingle, says Mr. P. Stark's hero was Jon Snow.
Oh, really?
Says Eric J.
Interesting.
Chief just says Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Let me see. Paul Coffey, South Africa are the most overrated team in the world. They're about to get bowled out for 96. Well, Paul, it's not going to be easy for them out there. And they're up against the attack that has more test wickets than any attack ever in test cricket, collectively. Brian in Brisbane, oh shit. I thought something had happened on the field as you were all agog, then I realised I'd paused the play.
Have you caught up now, Brian? Rickleton is going to face. Stark is coming into the pads, clips it up to mid-on, and there is just no run. That was the odd one, wasn't it, as well? Head, little strangle down the leg side. I don't think we ever saw Snicko on that.
That was my favourite one. Obviously, Jansen juggling the ball like he was.
Yes.
That was brilliant.
Lockie the Six said, I'd love to see a team of boycotts play a T20.
Oh, fuck off.
That'd be interesting. You know my favourite Jeff Boycott quote. Jonathan Agnew once asked him, he was a Biscuit, I bet you sent a few people to sleep in your life, Jeffrey, and he replied, aye, but I was still batting when they woke up.
Of course, Jeffrey. Nice shot down the ground from Rickleton. It's full, not a lot of action on the ball, and Rickleton just block drives it back past Stark, inside mid-off, all the way to the long off boundary, 4 runs. That was a very nice shot.
If you put in, if you typed into Google, show me perfect off drive, there it was.
Yeah, indeed. I think we're having a little switcheroo at the end of this
already?
over.
We've only just sat down. What's going on?
Yeah, we had the change of innings, didn't we?
Oh yeah, I forgot that.
So we're only going to get 4 overs, 3 overs is all we get. We've had some fun in the meantime. We had a wicket early on, Stark in, and Rickleton again drives up to mid-off, no run.
Apparently I'm too quiet again.
You are
Says
just quiet.
Richard Peel.
You don't talk loud enough.
You're just too respectful, I think.
Well, that's harsh. Not normal. That's not normally. I think, but it's always when I sit in this chair.
Well, yeah, because I have to turn it down when Gary's in there because he's got a booming voice.
Oh,
and then
God.
you come in after Gary and you speak quite softly.
Well, I think the main difference is that I allow pauses, whereas Gary just doesn't stop.
Well, there is that too. He's pretty much not stopped talking since he walked in the door this morning.
At least you have time to adjust me.
He's told us everyone his entire life story. That one was pushed out square on the offside. There's 3 slips and a gully. Hits the gully and there is no run.
For you, Tom.
Yes.
Jay is giving you a little background on the jingles.
Okay.
Many are originals and thousands of the Beatles. Mog's grindcore is unique, as are Men with Vens, but his are rare pearls. I do recommend the disinterested hand job oeuvre mind. Yes. You can look out for that.
You can find him. He's got albums out on Bandcamp or whatever.
Okay, yeah, I've used that before, I think.
A lot of them are very short.
Very short.
They won't take up too much of your time.
Very loud.
Worth a listen.
Can't hear any lyrics. Ooh, flashed out. No movement by Rickleton. Through to the keeper and there's no run. Just prodded at that. Having a change. Grubby's looking ready.
Pirate Badchar, what is that mouse? It looks like a sort of tracker ball if I squint. I think it's this one you're talking about.
What did you do to yourself, Grubby?
Has he been in the gym? Is that what you're showing us?
No.
No, I didn't think so. Oh, right, you're showing...
Is that a burn or a cut? It's a burn. Ah, you did it with the oven.
Oh, hello. We got one on both arms.
Last ball of our little stint. Stark is coming in to bowl to Rickleton, who lets that through to the keeper. And there is no run. Who's on next?
I knew you'd ask me that. Give me 2 seconds. I will try and tell you.
Well, I know I'm not. But
next is it the third session?
Yeah.
Oh, it's me then. I might as well stay where I am. Yeah. Grubby and not Fred.
Okay, I'll turn you up then.
So, yeah, you can do that. Okay, it's 7-4-1. And coming to join me are men of fantastic physique and wisdom. I won't say which one's which. You can make that decision for yourself.
I think both of us have both.
Both. Let's have both, if you say so. It's been, Fred, an eventful day, has it not?
It absolutely has, and it continues to be interesting.
3 slips go down. Joshua Reginald Hazelwood comes in, and it's wide of off stump, and it's taken behind the stumps by, presumably that's Alex Carey, is it, behind the stumps?
It is.
I thought
him being the Australian wicketkeeper.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean I'd get his name right. You know, I have
Gary Wilson.
You know, I have a track record with wicketkeepers that's not always accurate.
I mean, if you would have asked me when I was 14, I could have named you every goalkeeper and wicketkeeper, you know, in all of football and cricket.
John Burridge.
Now,
John Burridge.
Now I'm struggling.
Yes.
Paul
No,
Cooper.
I don't think I could. Who was it? Jim Coombs. I'm thinking of football cricketers, but he wasn't a wicketkeeper though, was he? Hazelwood over the wicket again, defended solidly by Vian Mulder.
It was a goalkeeper.
Indeed.
I think Jim Coombs was a
yes,
goalkeeper.
Okay, he was. That's right.
Pat
Maybe
Coombs
that's
was an actress.
No,
Somebody completely different. She used to be in Celebrity Squares.
Yes. Yes.
Was she one of those? Oh no! I don't
Yeah,
know what
that
you
sort
mean.
of thing.
Yeah, that was
yeah.
her.
Yeah.
Right, 7-4-1. After tea, Australia absolutely, well, frankly, fell apart. It was.
Yeah, it was great to see.
It was interesting to watch. South Africa bowled beautifully, but Mitchell Stark was already. Well, wait, Hazelwood in. Hurries Mulder, who got himself into a shocking tangle. He sort of positioned himself to work it to leg, and it just came on him too quickly. And he ended up hunched up in a rather ugly position. But got away with it, and there was no run. Yeah, what were they at tea?
5 for 190.
Oh,
Something like that.
And they ended up.
Are you deliberately doing it in the Australian fashion?
Yes, just to rub it in.
212 all out.
10 for a 212.
Stark has Markram already.
All out for.
Josh Hazelwood is in and over the wicket. And that's an inside edge onto the toes of Mulder, who seems to be getting something in the way of the ball, but not always the bat. As far as we can tell, gripping stuff. Gripping stuff. Is this the last hurrah for these four, or will they make it to the Ashes? We think they'll make it to the Ashes.
Somebody asked me whether I'd prefer that they were replaced before the Ashes or after the Ashes, and I said during, because that would mean they're absolutely falling apart, and that would be great.
Well,
but
I take your point.
But the trouble is they haven't really succession planned very well, have they? They
Well,
haven't brought in one or two.
Well, they have. I'm looking at their squad. Boland, obviously, is the main backup. That one moves away from Mulder, who was a bit rooted in his crease, and again there's a little bit of swing from Hazelwood, away swing. Stark has been principally swinging in. Hazelwood there just found the one to nip away, didn't he? Perfect.
I don't think they're gone yet, but
delivery.
It won't be long.
Well, we're seeing more of Matthew Hayden's cowboy hat. He looks like a cowboy who's going to a funeral, though. I guess his funeral steps.
I mean, there were a lot of deaths in the Wild West.
Yes, well,
never saw people being buried, did you?
No, this is very true. Again, that beats the outside edge, taken by the gimlet-eyed Carey, who throws it to first slip. It's a brilliantly probing maiden over from Hazelwood, 7 for 1, Grubby.
Oh, please, me. I've got a thing over here. Kieran Side says, I've done that thing. I must pick you up, Kieran. You said, I've done that thing, but instead of writing done, you've written D-O-N and then an apostrophe, like there's the rest of the word missing, but it's one letter. So it's exactly the same amount of effort when you type it. Anyway, I've done that thing of thinking I put the mute on while I take the call and then realising ages later I put you on pause instead. Well, whether you're listening now or in the future.
How are Australia doing?
Or in the future. Nitin Deshpande says, is the pitch bad for batting? I don't think so. I think it's a pretty decent sporting pitch. There is something in it for the bowlers.
Oh, definitely. And certainly conditions this morning were, typical Lord's early morning in some ways.
Very testing.
Right, Mitchell Stark, the wicket taker. 1 for 4 off his 2. In he comes, over the wicket. Swings that in to the left-handed Rickleton, who gets a bat down on it a little bit late. There is no run. Something is making Grubby chortle.
Yeah, things are getting strange. I'm starting to worry. This could be a case for Mulder and Rickleton. What was that team? Kerris Matthews. What was that band called? Catatonia. Yeah, they were good for a couple of albums.
We had Cat and Tony on this morning.
Oh,
Cat and Tonia.
And when Gary was on earlier, you might have experienced some Cat and Tonia when he started talking politics.
There's a backward point, mid-off, and a man fairly short on the square, and it is tickled away down to fine leg. Around comes, I can't even see, it's Josh Hazelwood, isn't it? Fairly typically, you think you've gone down for a bit of a graze and you're straight in the game having to field. They take a single, they move on to 8.
No safe positions.
Tough going.
No grazing anywhere on the field.
No grazing.
Top level sport.
Not these days. He is bowling from the nursery end. Is Stark, the end that proved so profitable for Kagiso Rabada.
Historically, it's the end that the fastest bowlers like to bowl.
Because they can get, if you're bowling to a right-hander, you've got
moves
one
away,
that moves away down the hill. So you get that natural bit of help.
But other bowlers, enjoyed nipping the ball back in from the pavilion end. So, horses for courses.
Horses for courses. We were talking about polo earlier for some reason. Over the wicket comes Stark. Oh, it's a little dibble and a dabble from Mulder outside of off stump. Doesn't get close to it. Through it goes to Carey. No run.
I think I'm right in saying polo left-handers are banned.
Are they?
Yeah, you can't because otherwise you'd have two people sort of.
Oh yeah, I can see that logically speaking. Yeah,
coming towards each other.
What about left-footed horses? Are they allowed?
I don't know. It's something we should consider in cricket because so much time is wasted. So much time is wasted with left-handers, and frankly, it's just pandering to them.
Shouldn't be allowed.
No.
Oh my lord! Right, Mitchell Stark.
Right, he's right.
In he comes. Over the wicket, swung mid-edge to the edge. No, it's been taken.
Was it dropped?
I think Carey might have dropped it.
Oh, he's not had a great session since T. Carey.
Gimlet-eyed he may be, but
you can't keep calling him gimlet-eyed. But
slippery-gloved he is.
Slippery-gloved too.
Grubby only allows that to be used in relation to Josh Butler.
Right, let's have a look. Was it edge?
Genuine
yes, it was
outside
a big,
edge.
fat outside edge.
And
into the glove, went through the gloves, onto the chest.
That is poor.
And
that,
awful. I have to say,
it's
in
an
a
absolute
World
dolly.
Test Championship final.
Why don't they pick Ben Folkes? Oh.
Is...
That is the sort of drop that when Johnny Bairstow
did regularly.
Yeah.
If that had been Bairstow, we would have been castigating him, right?
Or Butler.
He survives, does Mulder, and that one swings back in, but he's able to leave that outside of his off stump. They stay 1 for 5. Will that prove expensive? I'm sure Mitchell Stark's professional enough just to put his head down and carry on.
You don't really see that very often. He went through his gloves and hit him in the chest.
It did, and you think, well, surely he's still going to grab it, but he didn't. Well, now we're getting a little close-up look at Stark.
It would be even funny if he broke a rib.
It's a grade A goober, that, for an international keeper.
Yes, I probably should have celebrated that with one of these, really, shouldn't I?
The pimps in the crib, ma. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
Mulder is going to face Stark last ball of the over. That swings in. And my word, this is a fantastic. Pretty much all in swingers. Stark smiles like a, well, I would say crocodile, but it's probably more a shark if it's Stark. It's 8 for 1 at the end of the over. Mulder has just about survived it. A drop and then a jab late on the ball. 8 for 1, Grubby.
I've got a tube that's well worth reading here from Jay Grover. It says, bother. Should have noted that all the jinglers are wonderful. I still reckon if Grubby could shake the weighty yoke of the bear off his shoulders, he could produce some crackers. Smith's one, mint. Thanks for remembering. That's one person in the world remembers my Smith jingle.
Well, we remember your...
I've got to admit, I don't.
Your jingle, which was based on the wonderful single by Baccarat.
Yeah.
Ooh, really? Is that
the
Chris Gale, isn't it?
It's Chris Gale.
Chris Gale, that's some outfit he's got on. Right,
you should
Joshua Reginald Hazelwood, in he comes, defended by Rickleton.
Was it Yassir Shah?
Out towards point, and there is no run.
Oh, Yassir, he bowled googlies, etc. The Smiths one was also for the Pakistan series in 2016, was Mohammed Hafiz.
Your attention, please.
No, see, it wasn't that one.
No, of course, that was Sherwood.
It was the Smiths one.
Oh, English is the other wicket keeper in the Australian party, but they've obviously, I think of him more as a limited overs.
We shouldn't really be talking about England's test squad that they've named, but I just want to mention something about
Hazelwood
this ball.
Ooh. Beats the outside edge, kept low, taken on the bounce by.
Did he get a nick on
Carey? I don't think he did. I think it was past Rickleton's edge.
I mean, England have got a decision to make about who they're going to pick as their batting in their batting lineup, and they've just bottled the decision by saying, actually, we're not going to make a decision and hope somebody gets injured before the first game. We're just going to pick everybody in a squad of 15 and not make our minds too late. Why didn't they make a decision when they picked the squad?
Somebody certainly will. They're expecting Archer in for the second of the test.
Yeah, he's never going to play a test again.
But I don't think that's going to happen. Right, Hazelwood is going to be in too. Rickleton, he beats the outside edge again. Again, it's taken low at ankle height by Carey.
DS on the tubes says Catatonia sounded like Opeth. I don't know who are Opeth.
Opus?
No, Opeth, not Opus. Dun, 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 dun.
What, Hocus Pocus by Focus?
Great tune as well. Jake Grover says, I always found cleaner the tracker ball a minor I've waited my life moment. Pirate Badshaw says, polo, very much a sport for the right. Careless Carey, says Eric J. May cost the match, says Dan De Castro.
I bet somewhere in polo history it's been all left-handers as well. They've had a game with...
And this one is wide. That's the only way you could get to play then. It would have to be all left-handers. That's left outside of the off-stump by Rickleton. No run.
I don't know why the horses don't drown either.
Yeah, Tony's already
We've
made
already
that joke.
cracked that joke, Fred.
Yeah.
The elephants then? Can I say about the elephants?
And our old friend David Durrell says there are no left-handed violin, viola, cello or double bass players in an orchestra. There are lots of, I don't know if you know this, in musician circles.
I think they can, but they put them on the end, don't they?
Lots of viola player jokes. So one is, why do people take an instant dislike to viola players?
Hazelwood, 3 slips go down. He's into Rickleton, who flicks him very fine. Carey just gets half a glove to it. It stops it going all the way down to...
Should have got his chest behind it.
Yeah. And Mitchell Stark, it is, who tidies up. They'll get themselves a single. We're going to watch that drop again, are we?
Yay.
Here we are.
I could watch that all day.
Through the gloves it goes, into the chest. He crumples in a heap. The ball drops down under his tummy. And Australia have missed a massive chance to have South Africa 2 down for 10.
Yes.
But that was a little while ago. 202. They trail by South Africa. Hazelwood, last ball of his
could still follow on.
third over. That's full and on off stump.
Now they can't.
Beautifully off driven. That should go for 4. Yes, it does. That is a superb straight drive, and it's one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I mean, it's obviously 2 good bowling attacks, and there is a little bit of help from the wicket, but it's not going here, there, and everywhere. It's just, I mean, it's good bowling on a decent track.
None for 7 off 3 for Hazelwood, 14 for 1 then at the end of the over. Grubby.
Yeah. Oh, just the viola joke, yeah. Why do people take an instant dislike to the viola players? Because it saves time. Suter Who says, Jesus, I've not seen Kerry drop in a long time. On guard, says Eric J. He's obviously in the mood for a fight. Jay Grover says, Buzkashi is the original and best. Okay. Outstanding bowling, says Nitin Deshpande.
He's right.
And Larson is yet to come.
Okay, so Mitchell Stark is going to bowl his 4th over. And he's going to be bowling it to Vian Mulder, the left-hander. And that keeps low. It was a good ball too. I reckon that one was the one that moved away. The next one will be one that moves away. I reckon the third one's going to be the in-swinger, the old 3-card trick.
Yeah.
What do you reckon?
But have you noticed, though, it's bright sunshine now. No cloud cover at all.
Well, may not swing as much. We shall see.
Yeah, here comes the sun, luckily.
14 for 1. It's been a very, very eventful first day at Lord's of this World Test Championship final. Australia looking to defend their crown. South Africa, some have argued,
looking to win.
Rather snuck their
for
way
once.
in. But doesn't matter now, they're there, and that one is defended back towards start by Mulder, and there is no run.
Oh,
we're looking at the grass density.
Oh, fuck off, ICC, with your grass density.
Oh, Jay Grover tells us that Oprah Loud can't keep track of metal genres. Ask Mog.
Grass density. I think we should get the bear on. This might be his expertise.
Specialist subject. If people accuse cricket occasionally, for wrongly, of course, of being dull, 3 blokes sitting watching a TV that's discussing grass density might just be the sort.
It's like watching grass grow.
would
it's worse.
To their defence or support their case. That's wide of the off stump again, Fred. That's 3 then that have been angled away.
Yeah, often with the new ball. I mean, we're in the what are we? The 7th over. Sometimes it doesn't swing as much when it's absolutely brand new. It takes a few overs for the lacquer to disperse.
I mean, some people might have shed a tear or 2 for Australia earlier. I cry for no one when it comes to them. It was beautiful to see South Africa bowling so well to them.
Yeah.
But now they're having to face their own demons, aren't they? In the shape of Mitchell Stark, who does look like a demon, I would say.
Well, he does. Mr. Healy. 3 slips, a gully. He's over the wicket to the right-hander, and he drops that one short.
Yeah,
Mulder ducks.
Didn't have to duck too far.
He didn't.
Bit of a wasted effort there.
There will be the in-swinger coming at some point in this over, Fred. He's teasing us, but it's going to come, isn't it?
Yeah. Has Carey dropped
Tom's off.
Cheers,
seeing him tomorrow, though.
The ICC World Test Championship, sponsored by DP World.
They're the same ones that sponsor the DP World Tour and the golf. I imagine they are.
I have no idea what they're advertising.
I'm not sure what they are. What are they, DP?
Logistics.
Perhaps we shouldn't put that out to the Twitterati.
Right.
Logistics.
14 for 1, 198 behind. Stark in was the in-swinger, but didn't swing too much. Was defended in front of his off stump.
Mulder has a very average test average of what was it, 22 or something.
Yep.
As he went into bat off air, I said to Grubby, I think South Africa would actually take 22 from him here.
Yep.
When they were 0 for 1. It doesn't sound like very much, but if they can put on
if 40, he can do it without being out,
40 or 50 for. It doesn't sound like much for the second wicket, but you know it's something they need at this point.
I put it down as 23, but I always round up averages when I make any notes.
Do you?
Yeah.
Even
you round up your own averages.
22.1 gets rounded up.
No. I round it up if it's 22.5 or
so you do it in the conventional way.
The conventional way. That one is wide of the off stump, left by Mulder.
How tall are you, Tony? A mile?
In miles.
Yeah.
Round it up.
Yeah.
Right, that was the end of the over.
Okay. Yeah, Jay Grover can't keep track of his wireless mice. Nitish Deshpande, possibly about that message, says, what the hell is going on? To which Jay says, Bushkashi is Afghan polo with a severed head, hopefully of a goat. And we'll leave that there. Oh, what is... I don't know what that is about graphics. Colin, when do England play next, please? Says Daz Reynolds.
Not very long.
Daz, have you heard of the internet, which you're on?
20-something, is it? 22nd?
I'm not going to tell
right?
Daz. Daz can work that out.
Yes.
Some Hendo porn on screen. As we're watching the tea cake in the... Oh, there's a bloke asleep behind.
David Brooke, I think, might be somewhere near there, if that's where all the teas
No wonder he's asleep, that fellow. Or he's just pretending to be asleep. If Brooke's in the vicinity. We love you, Brookie.
He sent us a video in, which I haven't been able to listen to yet, because there was too much atmospheric noise in the green room.
Oh, what an atmosphere.
Is that the Russ Abbott version? Yes, right. Cummins is into the attack with his first ball. He's bowling from the pavilion end, and it's going to cost him a single, dabbed away into the offside.
God, they do love their drone footage.
14 for 1.
So does Messi Jez. He's bought a drone. Do you know that?
He's bought a drone?
Yeah.
Has he?
Why?
To do filming and shit.
I thought he was just planning to take Gary home with him. Right.
One hell of a drone.
Yes, exactly. Cummins, here he is. Paceman Pat.
Paceman Pat, and his baggy green cap. Early in the morning, just
rather
before
dated,
the
of
warm
course. This one is a
he
bit
has
harsh
to
these
pull
days.
out with a dodgy bat.
But when he does pull out,
And he comes over the wicket to Mulder, who defends solidly, purposefully, and effectively, and there's no run.
Well, that's the thing about having a bunch of good bowlers is there's no weak links. There's no saying we'll play off this bloke and then we can take advantage later on. I'm not sure who the fifth. Cameron Green is supposedly not going to bowl in this test match. He's not fit enough to bowl. So Bo Webster is their fifth bowler, I believe.
Puts a hell of a lot of pressure on Cam Green batting at 3.
Well, if he's a specialist batsman batting at 3,
just mid-30s. This could be a whole tale of the two number 3s, isn't it?
Well, in comes Cummins again to Mulder, who defends once more.
The beauty of this attack from Australia is that Lyon can, if necessary, bowl all day, and they can rotate the post bowlers from the other end, keeping them relatively fresh.
Lords is looking gorgeous now.
It is beautiful.
It's absolutely beautiful.
Just the way it's looking.
Clouds are parted, the blue sky is up there.
Just once the media centre's out of the way, then it looks gorgeous.
Now Mulder, what did he made 26 against the Zimbabweans at Arundel.
Good for him.
And that one, again, he gets into position, defends, and then almost waits to see to let the ball do its work.
Yeah.
Ideally, that's
he sort of props forward and hopes that the ball is going to
the
reach
result
the bat.
was a bit of an inside edge.
It's raining heavily wherever Nitin Deshpande is. Where are you, Nitin? Let us know. It's certainly in stark contrast to the bright sunshine here in Ladywell. Eric J says the drone in question turned out to be a small male bee. And Lockie says Pat is not overly irritating, which is faint praise at best.
Pat as in Cummins.
I should imagine.
He's got a test ton to his name as Mulder. He's going to face Cummins now. That's down leg, and Carey takes that on the dive,
which makes
efficiently enough.
His attitude of his average of 22 even worse. If you've got
his average of 23. He was 105 against Bangladesh and Chittagong last year.
Very different conditions, I would wager.
So as Lords turns into a dust bowl.
He's never played at Lords, and he's never played Australia in a Test match. He did play in the Champions Trophy for South Africa. 12 against out against Afghanistan, 8 against New Zealand.
I don't have to do a shrug emoji. I can just shrug.
You can shrug. Right. Cummings again. 3 slips go down. In he comes. That's beaten the outside edge. And it was Mulder, same again, really, Fred. I mean, he just gets himself into position.
Yeah.
And then
hopes to meet the ball.
Hope if the ball's coming at him, it might hit something.
Yeah.
If it moves, it's not his problem.
If it moves,
which I suppose is effective so far. 15 for 1. After 8, Grubby.
Yeah, just harking back to excellent bowling performance from South Africa, I did think that Rabada was going to get his Michelle. He did get his Michelle in the end, didn't he?
He did. He absolutely did.
So name up on the board.
To add for his 7 for and 3 for, 7 for and 2 for in 2022.
And Keshav still 1 wicket away from his 200, I believe. He only got 1 wicket in the innings.
He did, yeah. So he may well secure that in the second innings. That's is that a dinner party you'd want to be at? Jay Shah, Kevin Peterson, and whoever that was in the middle.
Was it Sonny Gavaskar?
It's Gavaskar.
Oh, it's Gavaskar. Yes,
he's
possibly
boring as fuck as well.
I was about to say
he's a very nice
He's probably
man.
all right to chat to.
Boring as
3
fuck.
slips and a gully, a backward point are in place for Mitchell Starc.
I mean, Gavaskar feels at home literally because he lives across the road.
Those slips, and that one is nicely played actually by Rickleton, who gets up onto his toes and guides it quite sweetly away through cover. It'll make it to the sponge. One of these.
Giuliani
my least favourite.
had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were
4. Who's the extra pace bowler then? Starc, Hazelwood, Cummins.
Yeah, and Bo Webster.
Bo Webster, that's
is
it.
The fifth bowler, very much the fifth bowler.
Webster, yeah. I'm just
sounds like a 50s film star, doesn't he?
He does. That one swings and it almost takes the edge. That was again a very, very wiggly waggly shot from Rickleton. Through it went.
He looks like a good character, Rickleton, though. He's quite square-jawed, and he just smiled back at the bowler on that one.
It's a vaguely comedy name as well, isn't it?
Ryan Rickleton.
Ryan Rickleton.
He made a Ryan Rickleton of that.
19 for 1. Carey's looking very thoughtful, as he might.
Every time. Sorry.
Got that drop to his name. He's going to be desperately hoping it's not going to cost his side too much. They don't have a huge amount of runs to play with. In comes Starc. Swings it away from the left-hander who leaves.
A good leave.
For a little walk.
Actually.
Was a good leave. 19 for 193 behind. I was saying at lunchtime that I thought South Africa would be fine. They'd still be batting this evening, as Lords tends to flatten out. No, wasn't anything.
You mean Australia?
And then, sorry, about Australia. Yeah,
slightly different.
Yeah, I meant Australia. Thank you. Yes. But not the way it's turned out. Crikey. Indeed not. Okay, it's nearly 5 o'clock.
But days 2 and 3, good to bat, you'd say, Tone?
You would expect that. So Australia will want to get amongst them a little bit more. Edged! Taken at first slip. Khawaja it was. Rickleton has gone. He couldn't resist fishing. Khawaja was old safe hands doing what Carey couldn't. And it's 19 for 2. And crikey, this game is moving at a pace and shaping up to be very, very interesting indeed. And I actually pressed weather, not wickets, but he's gone. Here we go. Why is it all full of bloody runouts? Here we go. Starc has both.
on your bike, mate.
Rickleton gone for 16, safely taken at first slip by Khawaja.
He's made a right Ryan Rickleton of that.
He did make it, but that was Tony Gregg, wasn't it?
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
Like
He's South African, I'll take that.
Back with us.
Captain of England, Tony Gregg.
Yeah.
Harder and faster.
Well,
this
Fred. Game is advancing apace, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
Good. Everyone said, the best of the batting is going to be on days 2 and 3. We might not get to day 3 at this point.
No.
I'm just looking at who's on next and what time. 5 o'clock, there should be a change. Actually, I'm still on. I'm doing socials.
Yeah. 2 minutes we got.
Another couple,
Oh, beg pardon. All right. Well, we're going to see this.
Probably just about when Bavuma gets to the crease, we'll need reinforcements.
Well,
Bavuma's got 400s in Test cricket.
He does.
In 108 innings.
But what's
average
the
is
average?
nearly 40.
Yeah, you've got to look at the average, not just the big ones, although the big ones tend to be. He's never lost a Test match as captain.
Nor have I.
Well, okay, fair enough, but he hasn't.
Won't it be embarrassing? Well, it's quite embarrassing anyway because they have no home tests in their next season. But if they end up being world champions and they have no home tests, that's an embarrassing situation for the ICC.
Well, are they away next winter? Because they normally have Christmas and New Year Test matches. Maybe they're away.
Yeah, but to have no home Test matches?
That's pretty poor, isn't it?
Isn't
It is
it?
very poor.
Do something about it, ICC or something.
His captaincy record, I can tell you in a second.
While you're doing that, Steve Chilton says pace and swing Stark. Yep. And Lockie says cracking cricket this. Grommet. In that voice.
If it's the right jingle, unless it got edited, here is, jingle up Timber after this ball.
If he's still in.
If he's going to be facing Mitchell Stark and defend solidly, very solidly indeed. No run.
Nice little mover. Front foot, back foot groover. Now it would behoove ya to keep an eye on.
Still be my surprise. Never be a DJ.
It would behoove you.
It would behoove you.
The story of that jingle is that he had to re-record it because he thought his name was Timber Bemover, and after he sent it in, the Bear said, "You know, you got your name wrong," and he had to go and re-record
Comes
it.
Mitchell Stark swings that away.
Which is why some of the rhymes don't work.
Who leaves it? There is no run. It's the end of the ninth over.
I've got a super chat.
1942.
I've got a super chat.
Hit us with it. Do you want me to jingle it?
Yes,
first?
please. Jingle it up.
I shall do
Thank
my
you.
very best. Here it is.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Hombre Nuevo, £1.99 pence. Evening, wonderful GC. Seems I've missed a lot.
You have.
You certainly have, Hombre. Steve Chilton says, once Stark gets into his straps, he normally does well. Thank you for that. Just a bit, says Colin, equally thank you. Gary will fill you in, says Eric to Hombre.
Is that a threat?
Yeah.
Big Gary's
hello.
gonna fill you in.
Hello. We got another £2.
Oh! They just
Superb
keep
chat.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
From our Tom Hardy Paul K. Cross, otherwise known as Jay Grover.
Right, Cummings over the wicket to Mulder. No, he's not. It's he's had to pull out. Mulder wasn't really there. I think there's a pigeon
Pigeons.
or two.
I should say that Jay said Hombre Nuevo. It's proper fun.
Right, well, we're seeing loads of pigeons. I don't know which one is the guilty pigeon, Fred, that put off the batsman there.
I don't think.
Was it all of them collectively?
There was a little flock. Can you have a little flock of 4 pigeons?
Flockette. I think one's in charge. He'd be the
It
lieutenant.
must have been good, but it's over now.
He'd be the lieutenant pigeon.
Right, full past the outside edge of Mulder, who just stood and prodded, and past him it went. Kept very low, though.
I was thinking yesterday that South Africa, if South Africa win the toss under dark skies and elect a field, then they're in the game, and that happened today.
You were thinking that yesterday?
I was.
Okay.
Bavuma last time at Lord's.
What's the relevance about when you were thinking it?
Well, I was looking forward to today's game.
Well, I've been looking forward to this. Last time at Lord's, Timber, was 2017 actually. Made 59 and 21. It was out to Moeen Ali in both innings. That's left alone outside of the off stump by Mulder. Again, there is no run. We're in the 10th over.
Just interested to know what Fred's looking up on his phone as Tony dies of a sneezing attack.
I'm always up for an important stat.
Yeah, and that is what?
Well, if I find it, I'll get to
it. Right, we're 3 minutes over our what's going on here? Lads.
Hendo, Bear, you're on.
You're on at the end of this over, chaps. Just better let you know. I shall stay here and take over your role, Grubby, so make sure we're up to date. There's a forward short leg in, and that was possibly explaining why Cummins is slanting it down leg. But I think he meant to play it, did Mulder, didn't get a bat on it, taken on the dive by Carey, and there is no run. 2 down now for 19. Australia would bite your arm off for a third or even a fourth tonight, and that would make things pretty even, I reckon.
In some respects, Test matches which are where every run is crucial and which are low-scoring Test matches are much more entertaining than very, very high-scoring Test matches.
I wouldn't disagree. This one is full and straight, swings in a little bit to Mulder, who defends into the onside, and they didn't take a single.
No, they didn't.
No run.
Hendo and Bear are coming in to join Tony. I shall say hello, goodbye.
Hello, goodbye.
Oh, yes, Beatles song. How long is there? I'm trying to work out how long is there left till the end of play, because they've started now early, so it's 5:30 plus overspill. If somehow South Africa can not lose another wicket before the end of the day's play,
they would be happy too, I suspect. That one's past the outside edge again. Again, it kept rather low.
Or even at the end of this over.
Left alone. Well, I would say left alone, but I think he
played
down a straight line and then happy to let the ball go past. I think we'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that. Just moves a shade. Doesn't get up much and taken just before it hit.
In the gloves by Carey for a change.
In the gloves by Carey. Not on the chest. Not through the gloves and onto the chest. That's the... Who was dropped though? Was it Mulder or was it Rickleton? If it was Rickleton, it hasn't cost him too much.
Mulder.
It was Mulder. That's down leg again. Carey again goes tumbling to his left. In front of that Lord's Pavilion. And it'll be the end of the over. It's 19 for 2. 10 overs are complete. 193 is the deficit. The noise you can hear is Hendo juggling his headset, who I think may be taking over ball by ball.
I think he is. You're doing socials.
I am.
Apparently so. Apparently so. Well, I don't think this is a big surprise, is it, that South Africa are also struggling against a good bowling attack. A very good bowling attack. Despite the fact that it is an ageing one, it's still a very good one. 19 for 2 off 10. Mulder, 1 from 29 deliveries. We've got 6 days. Who cares? He can bat as long as he wants.
I thought the six...
Stark over the wicket to Bavuma. The South African captain lets this one pass way outside the off stump. And through the keeper it goes.
Isn't the 6 days only...
Oh, if there's weather.
If there's weather. It's not, oh, we've got to get a result, we'll have a 6 day.
No, it's a weather 6 day. It's not a... It's not a play until somebody wins day.
Yeah.
It's not a... What was
then
it?
It'll be a timeless test. You just keep on going, wouldn't you?
How long did they play in the timeless test? Was it 12 days?
9 days, I think.
9 days.
Well, they weren't timeless then.
Well, it was timeless except for the fact that England had to go and get a fucking boat, didn't they?
That was in South Africa, wasn't it?
Yeah. When England would have had the highest chase ever, they'd have chased down 900 and something, wouldn't they, or something?
Yeah, Stark in again outside the stump once more, left alone by the South African captain. Well, it's going to be tough for him. He's got to knuckle down. As Fred was saying, got to be there at the end of the day. But as I said earlier, I think Australia, having lost those 2 or 3 quick wickets after tea, didn't really mind losing the remaining 2 because they can get out there and put pressure on. And look, Stark's got 2 for 9.
He does, and he's looked just as Rabada did early doors for South Africa. He's looked the most penetrative by far of the Australian attack.
He's got that extra bit of pace, hasn't he, as well as the swing. Here he is once more to Bavuma, who looks as if he might get off the mark there. He plays quite a nice little shot into the leg side, but picks out the man just in front of square, so he doesn't get off the mark.
Cummins doesn't look too bad either, to be
No,
fair.
and he's only just come on, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's not getting a lot of lift though. A lot of Cummins' deliveries have gone through very low.
I think there's not a lot of life in this pitch. It's quite slow. I mean, I know it seems strange to be saying that when Stark's whizzing them through, but
Ian Smith's face look very mottled these days, very jowly.
I think Ian Smith is turning into Margaret Rutherford. If anyone knows who Margaret Rutherford, there's another 70s or 60s reference to.
She was in Blythe Spirit amongst other
I think that's done too much. I think that's done too much. Swinging in, Yorker, and Bavuma was trying to play it away on the leg side. Cummins is running up, but I think that's done too much.
I would have a look, because I don't think you'll lose a review. I think it's going to clip the outside of leg stump at worst. It's very full.
It is, but I think
I
it's done
don't
too
think
much.
they're going to chance that. I'd love to see a replay though, but
well, I'm sure we will.
I'm with them on that.
I'm with them. I'm with me, calling it not out. It's almost pitching outside leg, isn't it?
Pitches
really?
on leg and would have gone
down.
Further.
Yeah. But no doubt it was a very good ball. Again, just if it had been just a tad straighter.
That's life, Hendo. So many ifs.
So many ifs.
It wasn't.
Not enough buts.
Might have been born 6'6" tall. And
yeah. Well, exactly.
Had the looks
Been
of
built
George,
like Arnie Schwarzenegger.
looked like George Clooney. My life
exactly.
may have turned out different. But
Well,
that's
yeah.
the way it worked out.
Here is Stark again. Bolter Bavuma gets one to go the other way, this time off the pitch more than anything. 90 miles an hour. I'm not sure that Bavuma was actually that close to that. It's pitching in line, its impact is in line. It's umpire's call, there you go.
Wow, I'm blowed.
That's why I'd have reviewed it
Don't
anyway.
believe that.
I think
Gotta
that
be
would
honest.
have, I think that would have been very unfortunate had it been given out on the field.
It needs to be about 3 inches over to the left, and it would have been.
Oh yeah, dead. So maybe a little bit of a let-off then for Bavuma. Can he take advantage? It's a really tricky session. It's sunny, but the ball's it's doing a bit. Bavuma onto the front foot. He wants desperately to get off the mark. That's gone straight to backward point. There is no run. Another maiden from Stark. 6 overs, 2 for 9. South Africa struggling after bowling Australia up 212 are 19 for 2.
Joe Grover says, to those unlucky enough not to see the photo of me, it were the gangster rabbi Tom Hardy, not the male model Tom Hardy. Yeah, he did look quite hard, Jay, I have to say. 90 for 2 says Lockie 6. What larks, Pip? It in Deshandi. Tumbling. This is batting. Poor quality batting. Jay Grover. Lockie the 6. I'm sure Greggy were taking the piss there. Starks on, says Steve Chilton. And Lockie the 6 has not enough butts? Question mark. Oh, we've got one of these. Hold on 1 second. Do
Lovely.
I have time? I do.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
£2 just for Ian Smith, Margaret Rutherford, big butts. Margaret Rutherford.
Well, I suspect at some point Margaret Rutherford did have quite a big butt, but
Not now.
I only knew
It will have decomposed by now.
I only knew her in her latter years.
Knit and Dispatch. Did you see her?
Personally?
Not personally.
When you knew her. I don't understand, but I'm easily, vote for more butts, says Lockie the 6. Okay.
I think it depends on the butt, to be honest.
Very much so, I would say. Depends what sort of butt you like as well.
It does.
I like peachy ones.
Please, let's not go there.
Let's probably move on reasonably swiftly from here.
Oh, God.
I wonder what happens if you ask AI, did Margaret Rutherford have a big arse? And what do you think it might answer?
I could get you to chat GTP out and ask.
Go on, you can ask it.
Okay, I will do.
Okay. Well, we're having drinks at the moment.
It might take me a little.
She
second.
died. Oh, she was buried in Charlton St Peter, was Dame Margaret Rutherford. She was, how old was she? 1972 was when she died. Oh, she was very
Really?
Very
That
old
long
indeed.
ago? She must have been in her 90s, wasn't she?
She was 80.
Oh, is that all?
She was 80.
Oh.
St James's, her resting place is in Gerrard's Cross.
I'm guessing a large proportion of our listenership won't know who the heck Margaret Rutherford was,
missed out.
and could be.
Star of stage and screen.
Was she? I mean, was she?
So
She was
many
in a lot of
things.
old black and white films, wasn't she?
She was.
And back in the black and white
I can
era.
picture her with Alistair Sim. I was right about Blythe Spirit. That was in 1945. David Lee's Blythe Spirit. She was in that.
Margaret
Passport to
Rutherford.
Pimlico.
Yeah, Margaret Rutherford.
Very much importance of being earnest. Oh, because she was the actress most famous. Obviously, the line existed for some while before, but she most epitomised a handbag.
Oh yes,
as Lady Bracknell.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Well, we're going to find out about Margaret. I hope there are no relatives of Margaret Rutherford listening. I think it's unlikely, but
well, you just never know.
You just never know.
You never know.
If you are a relative,
Did
of
Margaret Rutherford have a big arse? Margaret Rutherford, the beloved British actress, best known for her eccentric roles in blah 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 blah, was known for her distinctive presence.
Is that right? Not a distinctive presence. That's an interesting way of saying it. We're back live, would you believe? And Cummins is starting his third over. Mulder
Here's the kicker.
makes yet another ball go.
She did have a somewhat stout matronly figure, typical of many character actors of the era, and may have included a larger backside. But it was never something that defined her public persona or was remarked upon in her career or media appearances.
No, it took Guerilla cricket until 2025 before that was raised. Down the leg side now. Finally, Mulder has got a second run. Oh no, he hasn't. It's a leg bye. Just when he thought he had. It's a leg bye as signalled by umpire Chris Gaffney. 20 for 2.
I now feel I should take some flowers to Gerard's Cross and by way of an apology.
Do you feel like you've sinned?
I love it. She may actually be thinking that, this is, all these years on and they're chatting about my backside. She might love it.
Yeah. In short, she may have had a generous proportion figure, but her, quote, arse wasn't noticeably big in a way that might be remarked upon today.
Oh, well, there you are.
And certainly not central to her legacy.
No.
Quite central to her legs. But anyway, this is down the leg side. Another good... are you coughing? This is well taken by Gary David down the leg side. And there is no run. It's a struggle for South Africa in the evening sunshine.
Struggle for me now.
It's a struggle for you. Bavuma yet to get off the mark. Mulder has 1 from 31 deliveries. That's how tricky it's been. And we saw Australia in similar vein this morning, that they were, struggling to get going. That's full. I wouldn't say that was driven. It was pushed firmly by Bavuma up to mid-off. I mean, Khawaja, I think he was out for a duck in, 20 balls, 21 balls? Something like that. Yeah. So it's not been an easy batting day, despite the weather.
2 high-quality attacks, by the way, for both these teams. Arguably, these days, the bowling attacks outweigh in efficiency the batting on either side.
Well, I think that's as much to do with technique in the modern era, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, I think. Cummins in bowls outside the off stump. No discernible movement there, but left alone by Bavuma.
The decision of modern batsmen to chase runs rather than stay at the crease
and
does mean the wickets fall faster. It makes the game more interesting for me personally. But
it does in some respects, but there is something glorious about watching a batsman deal and defy brilliant bowling. Significant movement in the air, off the pitch, whatever it may be, short pitch bowling. And I miss a bit of that, I have to say. 3 6 in the gully.
You still get it, I think.
Cummins in, bowls to Bavuma. Dead straight, good length, defends it. Back past Cummins, who lets his fielders do the work. That's another maiden. The score is 20.
Super chat. Joe Grover, rare Hendo, spat tea, mint. Now then, this is out of nowhere. Rav Pyridine says, does Tony get the winter fuel allowance?
What? I think that might almost be that might have been the earlier tweet of the day.
That said, oddly, today was the very first day that I looked in my bank account and I received my first instalment of my old age pension, believe it or not. So I did, yes. Mark Zip, pretty sure we can all think of one particular gorilla who is related to Margaret Rutherford.
Ooh.
Well, there we go. I'm not quite sure who that would be. Yeah, I'd imagine he seemed to be related to half of the English aristocracy, so why not an actress? Says Mark Zip.
Stark continues. That's nicely played by Mulder. Sweet timing to a foolish swinging delivery, but when you've got 1 off 32 balls, you really want to see that go 2 yards to the right of the man at mid-off or to the left, and unfortunately it went straight at him.
That might have been something to do with my rant yesterday about the winter fuel payment.
Oh, really?
I had a big rant about the
Did
winter
you?
fuel payment yesterday, yes.
Well, thank you for standing up for me like that, Bear.
On the basis that you're not old enough to get it yet?
No, on the basis that why the fuck are all these old people getting 200 quid when they're on fucking 70 grand a year?
Well, they're not all on 70
No,
grand
they're
a
not,
year,
but that's the upper limit, and why the fuck should that be the upper limit?
Is that the upper limit?
Yes,
wow.
Essentially, if 2 people live together, they can get...
35 grand each, yeah. Stark in bowls. Oh, now that has risen as it's sped past Mulder, who didn't play a shot at it, and Carey had to take that right in front of his face. Something else has tickled Tony.
Yes, it has. It has.
Can we have a Tickle Tony jingle?
I was just don't know where that actually exists. Oh, here we go. Got it right here, as luck would have it.
What's tickling Tony?
Oh, what's tickling me is Jay Grover saying Tony lives in Claygate. He enforces the heating allowance, sickening landlord class. But Lockie the Sixth said, does Billy get free school lunches?
No, he has to pay for his fucking education as well.
He's a public school boy. Outside the off stump, moving away from Mulder, but playing well inside the line. 20 for 2. Mulder 1 from 34.
Jay Grover said, well, his family probably own the school.
I saw David Brooks at Lord's today as well.
Yeah, we saw an interesting picture of him with he managed to take with his eyes closed.
It looked like it was going to be a video. It's probably one of his...
Yeah, it was. I think it was the start of a video that we'll obviously all pretend to say, well, yeah, well, of course we watched it, David.
Curiously, I thought, I mean, didn't he send a little bit of action from Ventnor Cricket Club in the Isle of Wight? So I presumed he was still there. This one, again, he's playing well inside the line of that as it moves away off the pitch, and so there's no real danger. But I was interested in that because I thought he was still out there. And a couple of years ago, when I was in the Isle of Wight, I went to Ventnor Cricket Club, and it's a really lovely ground.
It is, what I've heard.
Beautiful.
Good tease.
And watched quite an entertaining 2 hours of cricket there. Very nice indeed. 20 for 2. Who is that getting warmed up now? Is it Hazelwood again?
No, presumably it's what's his name?
Oh, Webster.
Webster. Yeah.
And see him bowling. He's done very well with the ball. Stark in, dead straight. They are going to get a run. A single into the offside. Mulder gets up the other end. He doubles his score.
Oh.
And South Africans are very happy with that. Those in the crowd, that he's got himself going a little bit again. 21 for 2.
I can tell you we've got some photos on our WhatsApp group. It's your friend, Bear, Clive Lloyd, and it looks as though, if you could caption it, in the first picture, it's David going up to shake the hand of Clive Lloyd. And in the second picture, whoever is with Clive Lloyd, he's turning back to him and going, basically, who the fuck was that? I'm sure of it. Look at those two. That's got to be the caption. Hello, I'm David. And Clive Lloyd goes, who the fuck was that?
He said, do you remember that bloke who was a crazy driver? Start round the wicket now to Bavuma, who plays a pleasant drive into the offside, but once again he's picked out Labuschagne at mid-off. There is no run, and South Africa are 21 for 2.
Well, now it's interesting as well, by the way, that we see Clive Lloyd, because he was in 1996 who first came up with the idea of having a World Test Championship.
Indeed, you mentioned it on your podcast, do you not?
I may well have done that. Oh, you heard that before you
I
went
heard
to
that
sleep,
before I
did you?
fell asleep, yeah.
Right, okay.
That might have been the bit of me before I sleep, I don't know.
Right, I need to go back into something, everything turned upside down and rather confused me. So
now,
there may be a short delay.
Here's something really spooky. Australia are all out for 212, and South Africa are 21 for 2, which is kind of 212.
I think they might have done that on purpose.
In another format, yes.
Nitin Deshpande tells us his cousin's in Ireland.
Cummins into Mulder, and Mulder again. He's not the flamboyant lever that Steve Smith is. He just tends to be a bit like Trescothick, just retains his line, doesn't he? He doesn't do anything that's going to endanger him in terms of getting the bat, trying to get the bat out of the way and failing to do so.
According to Wikipedia and Pirate Badshaw, Margaret Rutherford is a first cousin once removed of Tony Benn. Never knew that.
Really?
Definitely didn't know that.
There's a short leg just in front of the square. There's a square leg slightly behind, and Cummins is in. And he's found the edge, and I think that's just dropped short of Steve Smith. It went at some rate off Mulder's bat, the edge of Mulder's bat. It's a very good ball indeed, but he will be relieved.
What's the once removed thing? That means you're a generation apart, doesn't it, or something?
Oh, is that what it means?
Something like that.
Oh, that's, in fact, he failed to take it up on the half volley. Actually, sort of knocked it in front of him, Steve Smith, but was trying desperately to get his hands forward and underneath it.
So,
here is Cummins again. The short leg's got a bit deeper. This one again comes off the outside edge, but he plays it into the ground this time. And, Smith was after it, but who's that? Green.
Green, yeah.
God, he was quick. And they've got back for 2.
Oh, look at that! He's racing along now.
He's racing along. He's doubled it again. Yeah. He's doubled his score twice.
He's doubling
every
time he hits it.
That'll be good.
He'll be fucking getting on.
Next shot has to be a boundary, doesn't it?
Followed by an 8.
That might be trickier to accomplish. 23 for 2. Mulder onto 4. Bavuma still waiting to get that first run. Elusive first run. Cummins in again. Oh, now he goes a little bit wider on the crease, angles that in more, and Mulder leaves it again, and Cummins has his hands on his head. He thought that was coming back enough to maybe just clip that off stump.
Ooh, that came back away.
Came back a fair way, didn't it? That's really good bowling. And Mulder, close up on his face, you can see him sort of puckering his lips at that one. And
the problem with his Australia sides, you always get the feeling they understand that they're capable of it, of pulling this off. Whereas with South Africa, they look a bit sort of rabbit in the headlights type deal.
Absolutely, I think you're spot on with that. Cummins in again, straight, a nice clipped shot again from Mulder, and that would have doubled his score had he not found the man in front of square. So he's playing some at times some pleasant shots, but just not getting any runs, and that can really frustrate you as a batsman. And it makes you more likely to fish at one when you shouldn't, because you think, I haven't got the runs my shots have deserved. But you could argue it's just good field placing.
Yeah, bowling to his field.
Indeed. Here he is again. Oh, it's a picture, is Lord. Lords? The Lord even. The Lord is a picture. Left alone outside the off stump. It's the end of another Cummins over, just the 2 from it, 23 for 2.
Right, Pirate Badger. Also, after the UK left the EU, you lot have gifted Ireland a dubious statistic: the highest number of annual per capita deaths due to cold homes. I think that fuel allowance is very much needed.
I don't have a problem with a fuel allowance per se. I don't, in fact, have a problem with any sort of entitlement or payment to anybody. Social payment. What fucking bugs me, and I'm going to say this, and I'm getting close to this age myself, but what bugs me is fucking pensioners whining all the time, and they're just whining about 200 quid.
As a pensioner, I'm not going to stand for that.
What? Well, no. The thing that annoys me, Tony, is that people on minimum wage are only earning 24 grand a year. They got kids' mortgages, fucking bills coming out of their arse. And you got fucking pensioners whining about 200 quid on 70 grand a year. I know you're not, but I fucking hear it all the time on telly every fucking day, and it pisses me off.
Yeah, but you know why that is. We've got to change your bowling. Hazelwood back into the attackers. Stark gets a well-deserved rest finally after taking 2 wickets. I mean, in any political decision, there are winners and losers, and
yes,
what people won't accept anymore is that there are some losers. And I think that especially when you've got a Labour government and you've got a right-wing press, absolutely everything they do is wrong.
Yeah.
And we know that's not
true.
to be
Yeah,
true,
that's
you know,
true.
and that's
yeah, of course.
That's part of the thing. It is repeated over and over again, you know, so that's why you get pissed off, because you keep hearing it from the same people, the same media. Hazelwood into Bavuma. Can he get off the mark? No, not here. Onto the front foot, pushing into the offside Labuschagne fields.
It's not only that. I watch too much daytime telly, I'll admit that. And it's always on in the background, and there's always fucking stupid talk shows.
Oh, God.
But all they do is it's always pensioners ringing up, because they've obviously got nothing else to do, but they're sitting there watching daytime telly and ringing up and going, and moaning and moaning and moaning and moaning and moaning and moaning. And it just fucking irritates me.
I tell you what, I hope when I become a pensioner that I'm well enough that I don't have to watch daytime telly. Now he's let that one go. It's gone over the top of middle stump. Now, some of the batsmen amongst us will say, well, he's left that on length. But this pitch is occasionally a little bit low. That one actually has risen a lot, so it has actually gone a long way over the stumps. It sort of brushed Bavuma's trouser pocket as he left it, and was almost cut in half by it, really.
The other problem with that, of course, is that they're all the ones that vote.
Well, yes. Hazelwood in again, bowls onto the back foot, and it's to backward point. I mean, I think the problem is that a Tory government would have probably done exactly the same.
Of course.
In the current circumstances, and there wouldn't have been a whiff of dissent, really, would
there would have been a massive whiff of dissent, but
but it would have been.
They'd have gone, well, fuck you all. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can't afford not to.
No, exactly.
Whereas Labour is expected to suck it up and pay it.
Well, also, I think the thing is, I mean, I see a lot of this now. Hazelwood just hinting at moving away. In the end, it didn't really do as much as I thought it was going to, and it's left alone by Bavuma. I mean, the news has got crazy over the last 20 years. Even to the fact that even though Sky and ITV don't go through the night now, we don't have 24/7 because they've realised that not many people are watching and they can't afford it. You still have the BBC, you might have CNN and whatever. But Hazelwood onto the back foot he goes, defended. But you've got all these things now on TV, the sort of talk shows that are actually televised talk shows now, like the Jeremy Vines and all that.
Well, that's
rubbish.
the one I particularly watch in the morning. I didn't want to mention his name.
It's a maiden from Hazelwood.
I've decided that he's an absolute fucking Tory in the end.
I think you're about right. 23 for 2. We don't want to upset any Tories listening to us, so we say that your listenership is very much appreciated.
Seems to be quite a lot of debate about whom is related to everybody, but they do. But it seemed to be down to Manny and Ditch, and finally everyone decided it was Ditch. So
Ditch apparently discovered that I was related to King John.
Oh Lord!
Yeah, the one with the funny moniker. Cummins into Mulder, and Mulder will get a run. He might even get 2. He does. It's going to take Hazelwood ambling around from long leg.
You can't switch that around just because you're coming over here.
Can I just commentate before you shout out there about the movement of the fan? They get 2 runs there. And
there's a breeze coming from somewhere.
Yeah, didn't we see Bo Webster warming up? But he hasn't been called upon yet. Maybe he'll take over from Cummins shortly. It was Hazelwood who did come back into the attack. Cummins in again. Oh! Where's that gone? It's bowled him, middle stump. Mulder goes, and that was coming for a long time from Cummins. He's gone for 6 from 43. Who would have thought a man averaging 22 in Test cricket would struggle on a pitch like this against a world-class attack? He's out for 6 from 44. South Africa in all sorts of trouble are 25 for 3.
Wow, I better jingle up that wicket, hadn't I? Crikey. Right, 6 off 43 was hardly quick progress, was it?
Not at all. I mean,
you
fair
flipping
enough.
muppet.
Fair enough if you're going to go on, but if you don't go on, it looks pretty poor. Strike rate of 13.6. That was pretty much what Ben Duckett was scoring off every ball last night. It's a different form of the game, and we know that. But, I did sit on the settee, the sofa, whatever you want to call it, and say, I can't remember who to, maybe it was Grubby. I don't know if anyone was listening, probably not. But I did say I can see South Africa being 5 down tonight.
Well, you may
they're
not
3
be
down
wrong.
already.
They are. I'm going to read a quick tweet, and it's from Stephen Cox. Says, I'd just like to belatedly congratulate Tony on his wonderful joke about water polo and horses. There you go.
Oh, look, we've got a super chat.
I like someone. Have we got a super chat? Yes, we do. It's from Richard Peel. Oh, let's jingle that up after. What's going on here? Tristan Stubbs is coming in. Where do I start?
Where do you start? Where does South Africa start?
I should probably start with Tristan Stubbs.
Go for it.
Stubbs to cheer Tristan for 8. He offers more for what he's paid. He can bat, bowl, and even keep. It's time that Stubbs he made the lead.
And the super chat.
YouTube right. Super chat
is Richard Peel, actually.
Oh, right.
Richard Peel, who's spent very good money to say super chat to end the politics talk.
Oh, yes.
You.
Now that's good because he's done that. He's done that before. I think, to shut us up when we've been going on about Donald Trump.
Fred wants me to move during and over. This is all a bit off.
I'm sorry, but you have to wait till the end of the over. Stop being so impatient. Cummins then, first ball to Stubbs. Both batsmen yet to score, and Stubbs is forward in defence, pushing up to mid-on.
Here's another one.
YouTube Ride Super Chat,
which is Jay Grover kindly apologising to Richard Peel.
What, for our political chat?
Well, yeah, apparently. So we were the one doing the chat, and poor old Jay's paying good money to apologise for it.
Well, thanks,
Which is
Jay.
very kind. Well, thank you very much, Jay. Yes, indeed. Right, I'm going to stop doing any more tweets and leave the rest for whoever's on that duty next.
Well, in comes Cummins, 3 slips and a gully. Tristan Stubbs gets that on the leg side, and it's hit his pad, and there was a little bit of hesitation, and they're thinking about the leg bye, but ultimately they come through. Look at the gap. I mean, it's a great ball, but I mean, you know, you can't have a number 3 leaving a gap like that, really. And I think that sort of underlines what the Bear was saying about modern day techniques.
Johnny B written all over it, that, didn't it?
Yeah, no, saying exactly the same off air there, Tone. But that was the gamble of picking him at 3, wasn't it?
Well, I don't have any problem with Mulder being in the team, but
number 3 though.
But number 3, Cummins into Bavuma. Has that gone to the hand? No, it's again just short of Khawaja this time. And well, maybe you give Bavuma credit for softish hands, not going at it. But he really needs a run or two. I'm not sure he knew much about that. He got turned around by it. Cummins is producing a fabulous little spell here.
The sight of Fred pacing like a caged tiger is too much for me. I'm going to get up and leave him ready to come in.
I can't think of anything less like a caged tiger.
YouTube Ride Super Chat.
And in doing so, in getting up, he manages to play a jingle about Super Chat that we haven't got. That is the end of the over. Cummins 1 for 5 from 5. Stubbs yet to score. Bavuma yet to score. Fred and Grubby. Am I still on?
Yeah.
By the way? Oh God! All
right. I'll do some ball by ball.
Okay.
You just take the weight off. It feels like this game's on a knife edge now for South Africa. One more wicket, and you think they're in right stuck, and they could be bowled out for 50 here.
Yep.
They're 26 for 3. Bavuma's been there 21 balls, nearly got out just then, hasn't scored a run. Stubbs just come in. Mulder just bowled by. A peach from Cummins, but he left a gate wider than ones that I've seen at Farms. And they are, having had a brilliant first 2/3 of today, South Africa all of a sudden are right up against it, aren't they?
Well, they are, but I don't think it's actually that much of a surprise. I expected Australia to do this, to be honest.
But it could hardly have gone better the first 2/3 of the day, bowling them out for 212.
No, absolutely.
But they are a champion attack, very experienced, and they have their backs up, and here comes the third prong of that attack. It's Josh Hazlewood, back of a length, outside the off stump, let go, and there is no run.
Who decides the prong order?
Prong?
Yeah, he's the third prong.
He's the third prong. He's not the opening bowler, is he? Because Stark and Cummins have been the opening bowlers.
No. Cummins
Hazlewood.
Cummins is the third prong, if you want to call it that.
All right.
Cummins doesn't seem to want to open the bowling these days, does he? Prefers a bit of shine off the ball, I suppose.
Do you think it's false modesty?
Well, I think I've just promoted him to first or second prong, even though he's not an opening bowler. Anyway, Hazlewood is in.
A run.
And Stubbs gets a run. He tucks it backward of square and gets 1.
Do we have jingles for runs?
No. Well, 4 runs, 6 runs.
Rabbit run, rabbit run. Bavuma still yet to score, mind.
Right, so it's my turn to do the politics now, is it, Hendo?
No.
Oh, right.
I didn't start the politics. It was.
We didn't start the politics. It was always burning since the world was turning.
What's that from?
It's from a Billy Joel song.
What, we didn't start the fire?
Yeah.
Harry Truman, Doris Day, Red China, Johnny Ray. No, we're not going to do the whole song.
I've never been that close to Billy Joel.
I saw him in concert once. Very good.
Stood by him once. He said, "Move."
He's very
defended
short.
From the crease. Bavuma back to Hazlewood.
He could look Bavuma in the eye.
He's ill, isn't he? He's ill. He's got He's got a weird disease, I believe.
He must be mid to late 70s.
Yeah, he's pulled out of a big tour. I think I read a few weeks ago.
There've been a few Guerilla Cricket jingles based on Billy Joel tracks.
That's true.
Most memorably, Brendan McCullum's In and Out.
Indeed.
There's
Yes, by Mog.
Who's that for though?
Well,
Bavuma shoulders arms to this one outside the off stump. Who's that?
The song is "She's Always a Woman."
I know. I know what the song is. It is always singing to me.
Yes.
I've just been reminded by a Suter Hood tweet saying, I'm not sure. No, sorry, it wasn't from Suter Hood. It was from Stephen Kelt saying, I'm not sure I agree with salmon-coloured T-shirts, Grubby. Have you bought a change of T-shirt clothing?
I think he's talking about Bavuma's undershirt.
No,
Might be talking about mine.
I think he's talking about Grubby's.
But look, Bavuma's wearing sort of.
I wouldn't call it salmon. Mine. I'd call mine orange.
No, it does mention Grubby, so it isn't Bavuma.
It's not orange.
Hazelwood. A full delivery driven out by Bavuma and beaten on the outside hedge. A full delivery. It was there for the drive. Didn't connect. Big old applause from Piggy Smith that slip.
If you look at Bavuma, he is wearing a coloured undergarment, which. Oh no, it's like an arm.
Oh yes,
like a tubing whip or something.
Skin coloured.
An arm guard.
But it's very pink.
I was going to say, obviously not his skin.
Unlike his skin, yeah.
Apparently I'm wearing salmon.
You are? Yeah. A very big salmon, it has to be said. That's some fresh salmon, says Jay Grover.
Bavuma, can he get a run here? He's forward in defence, plays it to mid-off, and there is no run still.
Runs are way overrated.
Yeah, no, I don't mind it. This morning, Australia went about 25 minutes without getting one, and I was very excited about there not being one, and a bit upset when there was one.
And Nitin points out that Temba has been half an hour without a run. Well, if that's as long as he's been out there, I think he's been out there longer than that, to be honest. It's not like between runs because he hasn't scored one at all yet.
Can't score him in the
Zaltzmans and Sampsons and Bermanges will be trawling the record books for longest time to get off the mark.
Was that your Zaltzmans, your Sampsons,
your Zaltzmans
and your Bermanges?
Yes, and your Brian Marwoods. That was a favourite of his when he was commentating. Also telling people to get wide, which is what he did. Funny that.
Stubbs is going to face up to Cummins starting a new over, and he's forward in defence, playing it up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
Have I missed something? Who the hell is Stubbs?
He's
Tristan.
Tristan. He's a young man who's come in and taken the world by storm. Certainly in short form cricket.
That's probably why you don't know him.
He's also, well, no, but to be fair, he's got a couple of hundreds in tests already.
Okay.
So
I must have noted him and then forgotten about him. He's not the painter who painted horses.
Including Whistle Jacket.
George Stubbs.
No.
Whistle Jacket. A friend of mine has an agency.
Do you think he's called Cigarette?
Cummins bowls on the off stump, defended back up the track.
Mind you, they don't know what cigarette stubs are, do they?
Jerry Pelser, who is also known as Books, Beer and Bullshit, says Joel is 76. That's not Joel Wilson. That's Billy Joel. And has a quote-unquote brain disorder.
Oh dear.
Right. 76, you say?
Yeah.
Billy, if you're listening, we're wishing you all the very best. Chances are he isn't, to be fair. I saw him about 10 years ago in London, and he does know how to put on a good show. Or did.
Stubbs allows this one from Cummins to pass through outside the off stump.
There's none of his 5 songs from my new album that none of you have ever heard. He knows what people want to hear, and he gives it to them. Good and hard.
Eric J says, you should run a GPL on the number of balls Bavuma takes to get off the mark, if indeed he does get off the mark. Jay Grover says, I respected the David Willey We Didn't Spark the Fire jingle for its artistry, but I found it vulgar. Now we've been told.
Okay.
Fair enough, Jay.
The McCullum is the height of the jingler's art.
Cummins in and bowls, and this is edged downwards by Stubbs and fielded well, parried in the slip cordon.
I don't want no Stubbs. Who sung that?
No Scrubs was TLC, I'm going to say. Someone will correct me if I'm wrong.
That should be his jingle then.
I think
Selectors meeting.
I think the AI at YouTube has been listening to us because it's come up with an advert for Pension Bee.
There was also one for Guerilla Tape earlier. One of our one of our tubers told us. It says, is that a coincidence? Cummins bowls once more on the off stump, just outside. And Stubbs is forward, covering up.
Quite frankly, I don't want to encourage our listeners telling us what adverts come up at the side of their internet viewing.
No.
Especially some of them, the Sheffield Mint variety.
Calm down now, Fred. Talking of whom, Jay says, I did actually think you meant Joe Wilson. I am dumb. So there you go. And Nitin is chatting away quite.
Good old Nitin.
Quite a lot.
Let us know where he was, because it was raining where he was earlier quite heavily.
Where are you, Nitin?
I wanted to know where Nitin was. A full delivery on our stump. Stubbs is forward once more. He's looked pretty solid the last few deliveries. Cue him being castled with a massive gate. We'll see.
Well, it's funny you should say that, Grubby, because I actually think that he's the most secure, and he's only been in for 10 balls, whereas maybe it has something to do to having played more cricket. Has he been playing in the IPL? I think probably he has. There's a lot of talk about gravity, but I'm not sure what that's all about.
It's very confusing.
The phenomenon or the film?
Well, the film was great, especially in 3D with glasses. 3D glasses.
Especially in 3D with glasses.
I was always in 3D, but
that's my favourite way of seeing.
I've always gone on about this. I'll come back to it.
Hazelwood starts a new over. Bavuma still yet to get off the mark, and he's not going to hear either as he defends one to backward point.
I have to say, it's bloody great being on jingles at the minute.
Yeah, it's all happening, isn't it?
A little snooze over there, chewing a bit of straw.
Whittling.
The watching Gravity in 3D is the only chance that I will ever get to have Sandra Bullock on my lap. It really did.
Never give up, Hendo.
I know what to get you for your birthday. An inflatable.
Oh, sorry,
Sandra Bullock.
I misheard. An inflatable bullock.
Oh, now what have I done here? Oh God.
Hazelwood bowls a fuller and slower and swinging delivery just outside the off stump. Well watched by Bavuma. Defends it again. 27 balls without scoring so far.
85 miles an hour, that slow ball.
Oh, it looked to the naked eye, and mine are naked. It looked slower.
Envoy 0.5 says, "Can Bavuma get a run? Holy."
I mean, he hasn't got any runs, but he has actually thus far done a job for his team.
Well, he's used up some.
He's worn out. He's wearing out the bowlers.
Putting some miles in the legs. Here is one of those bowlers who whisks one past the outside edge. Effort ball, off a length, good bounce, beats Bavuma. Well bowled.
Was well bowled, really well bowled. It's
shaking his head here. The iniquities of life is Hazelwood. That was too good, really. He's coming in from that angle that he bowls, and then it jagged away. And I mean, Bavuma's playing the line as well. He might, and it's moved too much. You only need to move it half a ball, half a bat width, and that went like a leg break. Bavuma still 3 slips. I'd be tempted to bring a fourth one. He drives this one. He's not going to get off the mark as Cummins runs round and does the fielding from mid-on. And they are turning the screw on Temba Bavuma here, who's now faced 30 deliveries, 29 deliveries, and still hasn't scored a run.
Do we know how many runs overs are left in the day?
That's a point. But we can't go any later than 6 o'clock, can we?
No, I know, but I mean, we just assume it is going to 6. But
I'm assuming it's going to 6.
Oh, 13 overs left. We're not going to get those in 10 minutes.
You were doing a juniors game. Quick, run back to your mark. Hazelwood totters in once more.
But they were wides, though.
This is turned into the leg side and fielded by the mustachioed head. And there is no run. It's still 27 for 3. He's still on 0 from 30 deliveries.
0? No, it's not 0. You can't be on 0.
It's 0. It's nil, nish, a duck. Nada.
It's not a duck till you're out.
I'm just saying he's on
none.
none.
Says he was not out for a duck.
He's a duck not out.
Yeah.
Do Patreon Studio members get to join the Guerilla WhatsApp group? Oh, that would be...
depends how much you Patreon.
Some of us trying to pay to get out of it.
Once you're in there.
Stockholm Syndrome, most of us. This ball is angled. He's going to get off the mark. Bavuma's going to get off the mark. He tucks it round the corner and he's going to get 2. Double your money. Come on, Temba.
Double your
Yeah, well, double from the one that he got as he ran up the other end.
Well, that was it.
He's increased his score infinitely just there.
If we'd been playing GPL Bavuma, it would have been 31 would have been the winner, but we're not.
And I think he had a nice little smile.
Not much chance of a rollover because considering they don't play any test matches.
I actually should find out from the Bear some GPL GPL numbers.
Yeah.
Bear. Some GPL numbers.
Bear leaps into action.
He leaps
on the sofa.
He literally leaps into action, and has bought a Skoda by doing so accidentally.
Octavia, if you please. Now we're going to see a bit of spin here.
Jingler. Come on, Fred.
It's the man. He just drops the ball in his warm-up there, Nathan. I've never seen him do that before.
He's the Aussie's leading spinner. He's lying. He's not too bad, and that's true. He's lying.
Who did that song originally?
Jimmy Nail.
Well done.
Ain't no thing it's fantasy.
Freshly Mekon-headed.
Oh no.
Gary Lyon comes into bowl just outside the off stump, straight on a length there, but he's taken for a single by Stubbs. Too long on.
He was very good in Evita, Jimmy Nail. He had a small part.
Was he?
Of one of
Heron.
Evita's lovers on the way up, and he was really good.
A lover on the way up.
Yeah.
And they did that on stage. Here comes Lyon. He's going to bowl now to Temba Bavuma, who's now fluently onto 2 from 31.
2 batsmen on 2.
He's just taking guard again, adjusting his helmet. Now in comes Nathan Lyon to bowl to him outside the off stump. Spins a bit of overspin as he's famous for, and Bavuma is forward, making it look like it bounced more than it did because he's short.
Yeah, but I do think that did turn, and that'll be a worry. I mean, so early in his spell, second ball.
One slip and a short leg that we can see on the close-up screen.
And again.
Forward comes Bavuma, plays it fairly comfortably. It did seem to turn pretty sharply off the pitch there. I think it's Travis Head under the lid at short leg there. Very shiny-headed is Nathan Lyon.
Like Peter West.
Peter West. In he comes now outside the off stump, and he's back in his crease. Bavuma playing that again pretty comfortably, I would say, into the offside.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, at the moment, there is turn. It's possibly quite slow turn, which gives you a little bit of time to adjust.
It looks sharp-ish as we're watching it, but Bavuma seems to be playing it pretty comfortably thus far. Full delivery, which he plays more or less from the crease, crouches down pretty low, as is fairly easy for a man of Bavuma's height. It's important to mention his height pretty much every ball, isn't it, I think?
I've got GPL news.
Go for it.
Which is?
Which is anything ending in a 3, which gives you some idea who's entered.
Yeah.
What are we on now? 200?
30 for 3.
Yeah, but what did he...
So that's...
so 2...
4-2.
4-2, yeah. Back he goes. This one spun fairly sharply, but relatively slowly. He played it quite comfortably into the onside. That's the end of the over. It remains 30 for 3.
Well, 2-4-3, 2-5-3 and 2-6-3 would be winners.
There's 2-5-3, did you say, one of them?
Yeah.
So we'd need 11 more runs.
Yeah, that would take about 4 hours, wouldn't it?
Well, we may only get 1, and that wouldn't be surprising.
Or none.
Currently. Jay says, years ago I were doing some writing work pertaining to the Middle East. To this day, I get Islamic dating site adverts. I fear there would be disappointment all round. We don't need Temba, no run, bored than J boycott. I think mean G boycott. From Nitin.
Who still hasn't told us where he is with the heavy rain.
That's true.
It's like heavy rain.
Totters into the crease and Stubbs lets it go outside the off stump. Too wide, that one from Josh.
Stephen Kelch says, I've been so busy with other things I hadn't noticed the return of Hendo's big brown bottle. Anyone close on the GPL? Mayank is with us, and we just kept you up to date with that a moment ago. Temba is a joke. He was a captain, says Nitin. That's harsh.
What? He's not lost a match as Test captain.
Well, they don't play any Test matches.
They played some.
Oh, come on, they've played 12 in this
many years.
Stubbs
in this
raises his bat and waits for Hazelwood, who's into the crease now.
Oh!
And he's castled him. What a delivery. Stubbs had looked relatively solid, but that one was through him, beaten for pace. and clip the top of the middle stump.
On your bike, mate.
Lunchtime, day 3. This match will be over. I'm telling you now. I hit the middle of the top of middle and off that one. Too good, just too good.
Well, Australia might hit 500 tomorrow.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised actually. I did say to, I think it was to the Bear, that if it does flatten out in the way that Tony suggests that the Lords often does, they get a second go and they'll really make something of it. Anyway,
and that's the difficulty of playing the way that South Africa had obviously decided to play, which is let's play for the close, a long time out, and then you get stuck and you're not scoring runs.
I don't know if they thought that we're playing for the close. I just think we need to bat and bat and bat.
Yeah.
And time isn't really a factor. So you don't have to try and push the score along. I think that's a legitimate strategy.
I think it is, but it's not worked for them. And what I'm saying, admittedly with a bit of retrospect and hindsight, is maybe if they could have been a bit more positive, then at least they're moving the score along at the same time. Would have had a similar result, but they might have scored a few more runs.
Well, yeah, I mean it's a tricky one, isn't it? I mean, I'm hoping David Beddingham is going to produce. He's been very, very good for Durham. He is a fine batsman.
Oh, he's terrific, but he's facing Stark and Hazelwood, Cummins and Lyon. This is the very, very world-class attack, which you won't get every week.
See, is that? See, I think I'm not sure that that's jagged back a lot.
It did. Yeah, I did a bit off the seam. That
maybe with the slope. I think you've got to argue that someone batting at number 5 shouldn't be done by Hazelwood.
But had he got his bat pad in the way, he would have been LBW.
No, it has moved a little bit according to that. So it's a good ball.
It's a very good ball.
There's a gap. There's a big gap.
There is. Beddingham facing up to Hazelwood. A big LBW appeal. I think it's taken him too high. It's rolled down to the fine leg boundary, I think, for 4 leg byes. Now, Richard Illingworth is waiting to signal because he's waiting to see whether Cummins et al. Want to review it. I think it's way too high and probably going down leg to be LBW. Cummins
Apart
walks
from
away.
that,
He's not interested. So eventually, after the DRS timer winds down, Illingworth will, as he does now, signal 4 leg byes. 4 very welcome runs if you're South Africa.
Yeah,
all of a sudden feel like they're miles behind the game.
He has gone a bit across, hasn't he? But yeah, I think actually
he's gone a long way across.
He's gone a long way across. My initial
Be interested to see that again.
Feeling was that it was going down the leg, even though he's gone a long way across. But actually, as you say, on the second viewing,
might have been a bit closer than we thought.
I think so.
Hazelwood with his tail up comes in, bowls one just outside the off stump. Beddingham forward, defending it stoutly back to the
Fire
bowler.
up the Hawkeye.
We're going to have a look.
It's going down.
Probably going to be missing. Yeah, impact in line, but missing.
Yeah, not by much, but enough.
No, not a great deal. Jimmy Nail on top of the pots were hilarious. The student audience were confused, and his post-falsetto, he's Lion, looked like a minor Viz character. I really don't remember Jimmy Nail on top of the pops.
Oh, he must have been on several times.
Although I do know he did sing a few of the great Paddy McAloon songs. Who was 68 this week?
Was he?
He was.
Danny Baker will be 68 in a couple of weeks.
There you go.
I now know his birthday because he told us the other day when we saw him.
Yeah.
Beddingham facing up to Hazelwood, thinks about a pull, the shorter ball outside the off stump, and thinks better of it. That's a ball from a lesser bowler in county cricket that he'd probably pull away all day long.
No, not a bowler of that height. I think it would have got big on him in the vernacular.
Yep.
It would have been too dangerous a shot.
Yeah, but he made that decision in a split second, and that speaks of a high-quality batsman, which we know he is, Beddingham.
Well, I mean, he's had a decent start at Test cricket, not an outstanding one.
But he hasn't played any Test matches, you keep saying. South Africa, they don't play Tests.
No. And they play them when they're in the middle of their T20 competition.
A leg slip has come in now, Gary, if you're listening. And this is defended by Beddingham back to Hazelwood, who ends a successful over for Australia. South Africa reeling 34 for 4.
Yeah, what I want to say about that bouncer is I think it was a really good ball because I think it was the last thing that Beddingham was expecting at that point because he was bowling so well, pitching the ball up and getting the movement. I think perhaps he didn't go through with the shot because it just surprised him a little bit and he possibly was a bit late getting into position. 1 run per over. Who will watch Test match? Well, we're watching it,
and we're loving it. Let's be honest.
Jay Grover says Stephen Kelk. He's talking about my big brown bottle of beer. He says I should have got him a bigger bottle of Henderson's Relish. Yeah, thanks for that, Jay. Very much appreciated. Let's have a look.
By the way, there's a bottle of Henderson's Relish over there in the green room.
That's the one.
I know.
Oh, right. Okay.
And that's not a euphemism.
What does Henderson relish?
He relishes so many things, like
terrible low league football.
Evening with prefab sprout.
You talking about yourself in the third person again?
An evening with the woman from the Trivago advert.
Oh, well, that goes without saying.
Cummins starting a new over. 3 slips, gully, short leg. Oh, this is a leading edge from Bavuma. Finds a gap there right through point. Well, it's one position they're really trying to put the squeeze on and bring the field in, so they had that man at short leg and another one at leg slip, but obviously they'd taken someone away from that point position, and that's exactly where it went, off a leading edge. Bavuma will be relieved to be at the non-striker's end on 3. It went aerial as well. It looped up.
Well, this should be the last over of the day.
And what a day!
What a day! What have we seen? 14 wickets
so far.
As Ricky Ponting said about 18 times in that incredible Stokes innings from 2019. What are we witnessing here? I'll tell you what we're witnessing. We're witnessing a very good Test match.
It's better than no way, you can't do that, Ben Stokes.
Oh, I enjoyed that. Not as good as your commentary, Fred, of course, but it was all right. This is full and 10 is the leg side, watchfully by Beddingham, who is yet to make a run from his 5 deliveries.
Barest of margins. He was out by 5 yards. They're not bare margins at all.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but you know what you meant in the context of the game.
In the context, I was elsewhere. Sorry, I wasn't watching.
No, you were in ICC.
On this question that Nitin raises about who would watch Test match, Jay Grover says, "Well, me," and Sudu says, "You're watching." Or listening, at least.
Yeah. Beddingham, 3. Oh no, he pulls out.
He pulled out of Beddingham.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
pulled out of Bedford.
There's a carry on Guerilla cricket there. He's not Beddingham. He pulled out.
Lockie 6 says, "I'm not watching this shit."
No, but you're listening.
Eric J says, "KP was praising Stubbs' great technique, just as he was clean bowled."
Well, I think we were a little bit.
Oh, I see what happened there.
Windy Bales.
Yes. Touch of the Stephen Finns.
Oh,
well, that was his knee, though. Here comes Cummins, bowled just outside the off stump and moving further away. Beddingham eventually lets it go.
Jay Grover and me are in rare agreement. No, it's not true. We're often in agreement. But he says Paddy McAloon is mint and gives me beard envy. He's completely grey now. He's got a huge grey beard and long grey hair.
And long-term tinnitus.
Unfortunately, which just stops him playing music very much. Absolute tragedy.
One day, Jay, I'm going to have Martin McAloon, Paddy's brother, on the music podcast.
He's touring these days, playing on his own, basically.
Cummins bowled to Beddingham just outside the off stump with another leading edge as he playing around his front pad there. Smiles all round as they know they have the batsman on toast at the moment. Like Marmite.
Wow. He's turned both batsmen around in this over, hasn't he? Cummins. And there's a lot of pensive faces.
Worried Safa faces there. Please let it be the end of the day.
Praying for the rain.
Oh, very good that.
Well,
I enjoyed it. Beddingham, 0 from 7.
I enjoyed Beddingham.
Facing up to a full delivery.
Toss.
He drives it down the ground. Is that going to go to the boundary? It's going to be a boundary. It's going to be 4 runs. 4 runs for David Beddingham, I tell you.
Fred in action.
You say one more time. The last one was about 4 hours ago.
I do have to say, I think he was looking for the Yorker there, wasn't he? And, well, because they've got such an attacking field, there's going to be some open spaces.
Fair play to Beddingham, though. He wouldn't have been expecting that necessarily, and certainly not a shin height.
No one expected the
shin high full toss. He's in again. Cummins angled in once more, and a lovely looking clip. Oh,
2 in a row, Fred. Come on.
It's like London buses. I'll tell you why. It's full of people you don't want to talk to.
2.
What an end to the day.
3.
Fear.
Now, hang on, let me think.
No.
255 on the GPL. Have we got any? Have a look at the GPL.
No, they're all messages and they all ended in 3.
All of them.
255.
There was nothing. There was
Not
nothing
as far
else.
as I could tell.
Despite our extensive advertising campaign in the morning session.
We try. 4 down, says Nitin with a question mark. Well, yep, they are. Ravi Natarajan says, Nitin, he says to Nitin, please make a super chat. And Jay Grover comes in with a super chat of £2 and says, no.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super
Go on,
chat
Jay. Jay says, I've not listened to your podcast, Grubby. Please send a link. That were quite good, Fred. Blimey. Hang on. Jay's being very friendly.
But he still uses were instead of was, which is
but if you remember my marvellous book about Australia, when I used the word was, and you get really upset because I should have used the word were.
Well, they're not. I mean, there are rules about when you use one or the other.
Yeah, but
I should imagine that
you are the anti-Jay Grover.
That might have been a subjunctive thing.
That was no, because I think that
if I were a rich man.
Yeah, it sometimes it sounds just a little bit too poncy.
I don't care how it sounds.
Well, I do. See, this is the thing. We had this argument.
This is why you sold 8 copies
on the Uber the other day, wasn't it? About language. Anyway,
Uber, if you don't mind.
I can actually recommend Grubby's podcast. I listened to the whole thing the other day of what was it was about? Oh, the Thompson twins. That's right.
Thompson twins. No definite article.
Thompson twins. Yeah.
You listened to the Thompson twins podcast.
Had a tough day at work, says
Not
Stephen.
the
Which
Thompson
is
twins.
not something we want to hear. Very happy to have had Guerilla Cricket to remind me of the excellent things in life. Eric J says good stuff. Stephen Gill says, I don't know what he's... Joe Grover says something, but I can't read it because there's a big heart in the middle of the tweet. Anyway, that's it. What a day. What a day of Test cricket. Australia bowled out for 212 after being put into bat by South Africa. 5 wickets for Kagiso Rabada. What a record he has at Lord's.
Oh, no.
Continuing that... what's up, Fred?
Brian Wilson has died.
Oh, what? The Beach Boys?
The Beach Boy.
Oh, goodness me. Paddy McAloon's a big fan. I just had to get Paddy McAloon into every sentence, basically. So, 212 all out, 5 wickets for Rabada. There were half centuries for Stephen Smith. Of course there were. And, more surprisingly, for Bo Webster on debut in an international cricket at Lord's. It wasn't a great knock, it has to be said. He gutsed it out. A couple of fluent strokes. Should have been out, given out, or should have been given out. And then South Africa should have reviewed the LBW when it wasn't given out, when he was on not very many at all. But he's going to be interviewed now. He's got 72. He was the top scorer in the end. Let's have a look at... then we had South Africa came into bat and were 43 for 4 at the end of the day. I suppose, after taking 5... They took 5 wickets after tea in no time whatsoever.
Since tea, we've had 9 wickets for how many runs?
Ooh,
somebody worked it out.
70 odd, I think.
Yeah.
They were 192 at tea, so there was, another 20 runs, so 63.
I think that's because Tony said it's to be tricky early on and then it'll flatten out as the day goes on.
63 for 9.
Or was that Gary? I think Gary said that.
63 for 9. There you go. Joe Grover's just picked that up and says, R.I.P. Brian Wilson. That's very sad too.
Mind you, he was mentally gone for a very long time.
Yeah, yep. Muttley says, thanks for the coverage, Primates. Love and sausages. Jay says, thank you all very much. That were proper fun.
It was.
Dale Rankin says, poor advert for Test cricket.
No. No, highly watchable.
Very, very watchable.
Bowling is Test cricket as well,
Mm-hmm. Indeed so. Thanks, guys. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow, no. Not the beach. Oh, he says no, not the Beach Boy. Thanks for the commentary, says Stephen Kelp. Such listless and hapless batting, says Dale Rankin. He's not happy. Or testing bowling, says Sutahu. Hugh Sheridan says, I wonder if there's an opportunity to create a jingle for Tristan Stubbs based upon Billy Bragg's song Levi Stubbs' Tears.
Leave it with me.
Leave it, oh God. Leave it with Grubby.
She ran away from home in her mother's best coat.
The last grubby jingle was vetoed by none other than one of the greatest jinglers of all time, the Bear, which tells you everything. I respectfully disagree with you, Dale, says Jay. Umpiring with poor too, and benefit of the doubt, and even when there is 9, always tends to favour the Aussies. And he's getting piled on. Sudahu says, absolute pish. Nitin says, Jay, go for yoga. I lost $500,000 in the stock market day trading. What? God knows. I really hope you didn't.
Is that Dale having a go at Test cricket and being part of it? I mean, listen, all the opinions are available. If you've enjoyed it, we've been Guerilla Cricket. If you've not enjoyed it, we've been Test Match Special.
But
are they doing this?
I do find I do get a little bit disappointed with the technical quality of batting sometimes these days.
Well, yeah, but bear in mind that the other so-called formats, the white ball game, is all batting. At least let's have a format where bowling is valued and is important.
No. I'm not arguing that bowling's not important, and I want to see good bowling like that. But I want to see batters scrapping it out and showing the technical ability to play the moving ball, which you just don't see very much these days. You can slate some of the batsmen of yesteryear for their maybe their slowness or whatever. What's Tony doing?
I think we should do a little bit of content where Tony
Tony is
the Tony coaching manual will replace the MCC coaching manual.
Listen, I saw Tony bat in the at the Batfast nets in Nottingham, and it was shocking in many ways. I just like to see people who can play the moving ball. Is that too much to ask for?
Well, they get very little practice at it, and
they do,
and therefore they're not as good as it as people who would do it more regularly. It's a nature of the fact that there's less Test cricket and less red ball cricket. Anyway, we have to wrap it up because
Tony wants
telling us to go.
Of course he does.
It were grand. It were grand today, and thank you for joining us. And we'll be here tomorrow.
God, at 10:30. Well, 10:20 a.m. That's too early for South Africa to be batting. But anyway, join us again. Send us your super chats, and we'll just leave you chatting away to each other until tomorrow. Ta-da!
Guerilla cricket. Whoa. Guerilla cricket. Whoa. Guerilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the Test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Gary